Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 251. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 251. We are all Hogwarts. With the reminder of Hermione's foot, Harry had to shout out loudly. Although he has a clear amount of his own weight, in the eyes of a group of students, he is dignified and has won Marks McLawn's Triwizard Tournament champion. Even if everyone is curious about Marks's failure to win, it is a win. This is a clear fact. When Hermione's words spurred everyone's blood, and when Harry's difficult boy stood up again, many young wizards were a little excited. I have to say that the timing that Hermione caught is really good. At this time, the Dark Mark was still floating in the air, and the voice of the Black Death and Dumbledore was still banging the nerves of the young wizards. Under the gloom of the name Voldemort, the hearts of young wizards are mostly hazy. Hermione's words broke this silence. She used Dumbledore to fight the school alone and provoked everyone's feelings. It also aroused everyone's courage with the idea that unity is power. Now I use Harry's sign to unite everyone's confidence. When dangers and hopes coexist, people often burst out of powerful power. Although she is still a bit sloppy at the moment, as long as she continues to grow, she will one day become a true leader. This time today is the biggest opportunity in her life. We are all Hogwarts. Although at the beginning, there were not many people who followed the call. But as long as you are together, the emotions are contagious. Not long after, there were many people in the group of snakes of Slytherin. Hermione is right, it is protected here, and it is obviously sitting still. If they don't need protection, the professors can go out and help. And when they also began to defend Hogwarts, the power of Hogwarts will be truly powerful. This is a matter of glory and loss. When most of the students stood up, in addition to the Malfoy students who were more interested in Voldemort, the rational and savvy Slytherin would certainly help. After all, what is Voldemort's attitude at the moment? And everyone is not sure. Marks and Dumbledore are very concerned that it is difficult for Voldemort to reach into Hogwarts with a clear hand until now. After everyone shouted a few times, Hermione immediately came to Professor McGonagall and said with a serious face, "Professor, now the school is being attacked, and it looks like a lot. I think we should also do our part for our school. We should help the headmaster." She spoke very seriously and the reasons were very good. Her heart really touched Professor McGonagall. It is impossible for Minerva McGonagall to agree to let the students fight. I can understand everyone's heart. To be honest, I am very happy. Professor McGonagall gave a rare smile. She pointed out nodded to everyone. But this is absolutely impossible. Your strength is not enough to deal with those evil. Dark Wizard, you have to stay here. Professor Flitwick also waved to the young wizards. Everyone should believe in the headmaster. He is the greatest white wizard of today, and the most powerful headmaster of Hogwarts since the four founders. Don't worry. The rest of the professors also showed a smile and gave everyone comfort and confidence. Of course, only Snape was still holding a dead fisheye, looking calmly at the direction of Forbidden Forest. But Hermione grinned and had to order nodded. I understand, Professor McGonagall. After all, she turned and walked toward Harry with some disappointment. In the heart of young wizards, the professor's words are still very majestic. See, Professor McGonagall disagree. The blood of most students has been suppressed. Yes. Headmaster Dumbledore, how powerful. We go to help. Maybe it will make the headmaster more scrupulous. But Death Eater is now at the school gate, and Voldemort himself doesn't know if it has appeared, which puts a lot of pressure on everyone. The young wizards who have regained some confidence, busy in groups of 3 or 4, squeezed into a pile and whispered, can be seen, or fear, or excitement, or confidence, or firm eyes and expression, slowly emerged on the face of the young wizards. In any case, everyone is very nervous now, but this is a constant fact. Among these students, 2 female children seem to be unusually calm. One of them is Luna, and the other is naturally Winnie. One of them is next to the students at Ravenclaw, squinting at God and talking to each other in a nightmare. The other is expressionless, just looking at his own notes. Only occasionally, they will look at all around and seem to be looking for someone's silhouette. At the same time, The battle over Dumbledore has become fierce. Under Dumbledore's hand, the Black Death's combat power is actually not too powerful, but these guys who are wrapped in black air are actually playing. Although their unparalleled power and speed can't do the right thing for Dumbledore, the unique anti-magic ability makes the general spells less effective. Right now, Voldemort hasn't appeared yet, but Dumbledore can feel it, and the other side is really nearby. According to Marx's analysis of Voldemort, even Dumbledore has to be careful. Like Marx, Dumbledore is also very clear, anything that is related to the word antiquity cannot be taken lightly. While retaining magic power and carefully ignoring Voldemort, while preventing the blacks from killing the defensive barrier, Dumbledore had to be wary of all around while repelling them again and again. He has been in contact with the Black Deaths more than once. It's not hard to see from them that Voldemort is definitely much stronger than when the war was last fired. At this point, I saw Dumbledore standing outside the barrier and continually rushing out the Black Death. The path of the magical beam spurt out, and the dazzling rays of light illuminate the surrounding ground. But his footsteps are completely motionless, and obviously there is still room for it. Kingsley and the others stood in the barrier and took time to rest under Dumbledore's instructions to welcome the next round of offensive. Behind the Black Death, the rest of the Death Eater are ready to go, and they obviously know that their owners will definitely show up today. It can be said that in addition to the Black Death who has lost his heart, everyone else is waiting for Voldemort's appearance. However, at this moment, the most anxious person is actually Voldemort. To be honest, this time he still does not intend to come forward, because this attack is still a tentative attack. What he wants is just Diadem of Ravenclaw, but the person he arranged to enter, but it has not appeared yet, which makes him feel very annoyed. Voldemort didn't fully believe in Marx. There were a lot of changes he added to his plan, but he knew where he was still inside. It can only be said that Marx's high profile allowed Voldemort to subconsciously focus on him, thus further ensuring the hiddenness of Snape's double-faced spy. "Tom, aren't you going to come out yet?" Dumbledore calmly shouted. "I think we need to talk about it, aren't we?" However, there was no other movement besides the indefatigable Black Deaths who came to him again and again. Albania, underground forest. Marx moved again to enter the magic power in the rune map between him and the enchanted monument, and in the middle of the picture, a living mouse was firmly tied and placed there. As his magic power continues to inject, the rune array lights up again the blue rays of light. Zzzz. The mouse began to scream, and gradually, a fine black gas came out from the nose, and mouth of the mouse, slowly covering it. Time passed by bit, and the black gas slowly increased, entangled, and wrapped the whole mouse. At the moment when the black gas completely wrapped the mouse, Marx picked up the wand a little outside the rune map. Suddenly, a small Ho apparition rushed up from the picture, and the mouse's soul was immediately pushed out of the body, leaving only the remaining corners still associated with its flesh. Zzzz. The voice seemed to become more painful, as if the mouse was suffering from great pain. At this moment, I only heard the sound of comma and the magic power wires tied to the mouse all collapsed, turning into magic power and completely dissipated in the air. Seeing that the mouse suddenly bounced, there seemed to be a violent momentum. But Marx was not surprised. He waved wand again and rebounded it with more magic power wires. The number was almost tangled into a ball. Just Marx was deliberately less entangled, in order to confirm the time when it became stronger. Now, his eyes are fixed on the soul of the mouse, and there is a surprise in his eyes. He understands. He understood the way the Black Death formed. What surprised him even more is that it contains information about the rules of the soul. Looking at the broken rune on the surface of the mouse's soul, Marx hurriedly took the notebook to his hand and hurriedly wrote it. For a time, the brushing sound of quill and the screams of the mouse screamed in this main burial chamber, making the catacombs of gloomy horror more infiltrating. It's still a little worse. It's worse. He wrote for a moment, and couldn't help but whispered. "I don't know what's going on, Luna, Dumbledore. Should it be okay? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 252. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 252. Peng. The back door of Hogwarts Castle, connected to the tunnel on the inner and outer lakes, has two silhouettes on the water. One side is Mad-Eye Moody standing on the boat, his magic eye is flexibly rotating, always paying attention to the attack from the air. The other side is very obvious, the lightness of the group of black hair can be seen in the air. That is another Black Death. The experienced retirementer is judged very accurately. When the main entrance encounters a large number of Death Eater attacks, the enemy is also arranged in the back door. Voldemort had been studying at Hogwarts, and the terrain was definitely clear. Moody was rushing to the back door for this reason. But this route is not really suitable for attack, because not only the merpeople community lives under the lake, but there is even a giant squid with an amazing size. These indigenous people, despite the agreement with Hogwarts, never attacked the school's ships, but they would not be so polite to outsiders. Therefore, taking the route of the underground dock of Hogwarts Castle can only be a sneak attack. At this moment, Moody is holding the wand, constantly releasing a path of spells into the air, only to find that it is difficult for them to hurt each other with all their strength. Although he is not in danger for the time being, it is definitely not enough to consume it. Peng. It was also a very loud and squeaky noise. The Black Deathman who had just rushed toward Moody was hit by a flight angle and flew the lake to a good distance. What the hell is this? Old Moody was furious. I don't know when the kid will come back. As he said, he used a painful crutches to force the boat that was shaken by the shock to stabilize. Although Marx also mentioned the existence of the Black Death, even he himself has not figured out, how can it be explained clearly? For most modern widgets, this stuff is really hard to get around. As a last resort, Moody had to continually push it back while controlling the boat under his feet to go back a little. It is really not good for him to meet on the ship. In the auditorium, the three of Harry, like other students, were also whispering about the outside situation. Of course, it is better to say that it is speculation than to discuss it. After all, they are here, and it is not known what is going on outside. You don't want to go out? This sentence is still said to be exporting, but what is surprising is that Hermione is the one who said this sentence. Hey, this is not like you. Ron looked at Hermione with a weird look. From the beginning, you are a bit strange, you have to put it in the past. You are definitely the first to disagree! Is it? Hermione glanced at him. I just don't trust Hagrid, and we haven't seen where Marx is. As soon as he heard the word Marx, Ron scratched his hair and closed his mouth in a strange look. Hermione, this is obviously an excuse for taking Hagrid, but in my heart I still think about Marx. Yes, Ron has indeed given up completely, and even encouraged Hermione. But once I heard her mentioning Marx, my heart was still a little stuffy. Harry, what do you think? Seeing Ron not talking, Hermione looked at Harry again. But Harry looked hesitant. To be honest, he did look a lot like going out and was a bit curious about where Marx and Fleur were. But, oh, yeah? Harry swallowed. But, how can we go out? The professors are all looking at you. Upon hearing this, Hermione suddenly laughed and laughed. Hey! She took a glimpse of her arms and then took out a black potion bottle. This is what Marx gave me when the three Strongs just decided to champion. Birthday present. She said the word in her heart, and suddenly she felt a warm feeling filled with her, which further strengthened her determination to go out. This is Xianian potion. If we have 3 points, although the stealth time will be shorter, it is definitely enough for us to leave here. She looked around and then quietly pointed to the passage on the side gallery. We walked from the entrance hall. There should be only Professor Sprout. There is definitely a door closed. If we want to go out, we must back door. Be careful, don't make a sound. After all, she gently unplugged the bottle of the potion bottle and poured it into her mouth, then handed it to Harry. If other stealth potions are used in large audiences, it will definitely make people discover that the characteristics of Xianian potion make Hermione disappear top secret. As Hermione's presence gradually diminished, Harry and Ron just blinked a few times and could no longer find her silhouette. They subconsciously looked at all around. It is hard to imagine what the principle of stealth is. When Ron also drank the potion and disappeared into Harry's eyes, Harry was deep in a deep breath, picked up the potion bottle that Ron had placed on the floor, and smothered the remaining medicinal liquid clean. But to be honest, the three young wizards who can't see each other are going to take the same route, which is actually a very bad thing. The advantages of Xianian potion are indeed significant, but the shortcomings are equally obvious. The potion can't talk, can't make noticeable sounds, and must be careful that it can't be touched by anyone. At the moment, there are really only two roads to get out of here. One is naturally the gate of the auditorium, although there is a direct access to the lawn outside the castle, but now the door is full of professors. The other is through the corridor passage to the foyer, and then out from the gate of the castle. In general, the gate is definitely an important defense route, but because there is Hogwarts Castle's self-defense magic, the Stone Pier Knight group, so only the herbology Professor Pomona Sprout is there. Yes, Hermione chose that road without any mistakes. The key is that the three of them cannot see each other now. If they accidentally touch each other, the stealth effect will immediately expire. Hermione read the instructions for the potion that Marks wrote to her, but she was able to think of it until she dropped the potion. How to do? Hermione stood in the same place, watching Harry and Ron drink the potion in turn, but they couldn't speak, and they had to take a step in anxiously. "I'm sorry, Harry, Ron." She walked quickly toward the corridor and prayed in her heart, "I wish you good luck." When Hermione came to the foyer with ease, she immediately noticed that the heavy door had been tightly closed. Professor Sprout is not at the gate. Hermione glances at the spiral steps on either side of the gate. Most of the professors are guarding the lookout room above. She cautiously slammed into the corridor on the right, then crept up the stairs and went to the long passage leading to the backyard underground dock. And without mentioning Hermione, Harry and Ron just passed through the side gallery just before and after. No way. After they found out that they couldn't see each other, somehow they were a little guilty. The three people are still taking care of each other. At least some people around you can at least feel at ease. But now they all feel that it seems that only one person is secretly leaving the auditorium. The two men shrank their heads and stood in the same place for a while, constantly looking back and forth, until they remembered that there was time limit. They had to move their legs and stunt from the students to the side corridor. If someone can see the invisible, you will see such a scene. Two young wizards wearing Gryffindor wizard robes, shrinking their heads and tipping their toes, like two thieves walking in the hall. They even had the same route. Ron was in front, Harry was behind, and timidly came to the corner of the other side of the side gallery. Then Ron suddenly stopped. "Oh. Ah!" With two whispers that overlapped, Harry's entire face was stuck on Ron's back. Not to mention, both of them were shocked. Ron turned sharply, and the two squinted their eyes and looked at each other with a look of horror, look at each other in dismay. Harry was busy pointing his finger at the corner, and Ron immediately nodded and glanced at the outside hall. When Ron couldn't easily see a person in the hall, he turned around and waved at Harry, then pointed to the passage behind the stairs. Waiting for Harry to be nodded, the two looked at the entrance hall again, and after confirming no one, it took a light footstep and ran towards the black passage. Their silhouette was just drowned by the darkness in the passage, and the descending ladder next to the gate immediately went down alone. It was a fat Professor Sprout. She saw her vigilantly watching the hall for a while, and even checked it with a curse. After discovering that there was no one, she went back to the lookout room with a puzzled look. The battle at the school gate is still going on. She has to stay here, so that she is ready to inform Professor McGonagall to come and open the stone dun nights. In the dim channel, there will be a torch over a long distance to provide light that barely sees the ground in front. This passage is slightly inclined downwards and leads directly to the underground dock of the back door. Each new student will pass here and go to the auditorium for a welcome dinner. At this point, Hermione is as likely as possible to avoid echoing when walking. But when she almost saw the outline of the back door, she found a footstep that made her cold and straight. The two fools. She hurriedly leaned against the wall and clung to the wall of the corridor without moving. Who? Outside the back door, I suddenly walked into a sly silhouette, looking at the lantern and looking inside. It was the concierge Filch. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 253. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 253. To be honest, Mr. Filch's mood is very complicated now. He was the first to witness Mad-Eye Moody fighting the Black Death, and until now, it was only one after another. For a squib, the battle of the wizard is always his most enviable and equally annoying thing, especially him, Argus Filch, a squib whose parents are wizards. He used to resent his parents and resent himself, but as he grew older, those resentments faded over time without knowing it. But he is a squib thing, but it is always the deepest scar in his heart. Because he is the same as all the children born in the family of the wizard, he has been full of fantasies about the magic of all kinds. Unlike other young wizards, his illusion has been with him for decades. Recalling the first 20 years of his life, it seems to be the epitome of his life to this day. Before the age of the magic power riot, he was born in the family of the wizard, looking forward to the mystery of magic. After the age of the magic power riot, he was slowly desperate and anxious and depressed. It seems to be the dividing line of his first 2 decades, which divides his joy and pain so clearly, as if he had seen Dumbledore on Hogshead, and made his life 1.2. He didn't know what Dumbledore thought. He only knew that it was Dumbledore's appearance, and he understood his desire for magic world. After Epagon Pringair retired, he took over the keys of the Hogwarts administrator's office and lived in Hogwarts Castle in a different childhood. This residence is a full 30 years. He just wanted to get closer and closer to this fantastic castle. He wanted to use his life to touch the dream he had most wanted in his childhood. However, as the days passed, year after year, and watching the young wizards enter the school and graduate, he is still a squib. This has not changed since the beginning. Gradually, he spent more and more time in the castle, and he was more and more keen to arrest students who violated the school rules, even eager to restore the old system of the school, and punish those students hanging on the iron chain of the ceiling, because in his opinion, those little bastards who don't understand the rules and don't study well should be punished. Defeated. Yes, hey. He felt embarrassed at the bottom of his heart. He swears that the little bastards obviously have innate talent, but they only know how to play all day. Only know the trouble. If you don't, why not give your innate talent to me? Why? Obviously you can use magic with a little effort, and I have been learning for so many years, but still have no hope. I just want to pick up wand and wave a few inches of feathers. Is it so difficult? I just want to use the tip to point a little cauldron, let the recipe take effect. Is it so difficult? I just want to see a little black smoke in the crystal ball. Is it so difficult? I just want to open a magic book. Is it so difficult? But the reality tells him that he can only look at the books such as Modern A History of Magic and the Dream Oracle that are not related to magic power, and that's all. To this day, Filch is still working hard. He reads books without magic when he is free, sneak out wand wrestling once in the office, and even reports to the correspondence class to study secretly, even if it is useless. He is not willing to give up. Leaning against the door panel of the back door, Filch still squats as usual, looking at the Battle of Mad-Eye and the Black Death on the lake. They are getting closer and closer, close at hand. Can he be afraid? No, not at all. If possible, he would rather die in the hands of the evil and fearsome Death Eater, at least thousands of times more powerful than the squib's regret. This is only because he loves magic in his heart, which will not change for a lifetime. Hogwarts is the most sacred piece of land in his mind. Filch, who was recalling Lieutenant, suddenly heard a rush of footsteps from Messi, coming from the aisle in the door. He picked up the lantern on his feet and lifted his legs and walked in. The cat he raised, Mrs. Norris, followed him in his footsteps. Who is there? The dry, hoarse voice echoed in the corridor aisle, and the string of steps suddenly stopped. The master of the footsteps is naturally Harry and Ron. They passed by Hermione against the wall like a wind, and immediately after hearing the voice of Filch, they seemed to subconsciously turn around and want to escape. Station. Filch already saw the faces of Harry and Ron, and suddenly recognized the two little bastards who always loved each other. A word of staying rolled over his mouth, but he swallowed back. Filch glanced back at the door, then he ran to the passage and pulled Harry and Ron toward the auditorium like a duck. Well, I will put you in the commemorative cup display room and wipe the trophy for a month. Filch's voice echoed in the hallway, still so hoarse, still hysterical, as if every student who violated the rules of the school was his enemies. Hermione, standing by the corridor, glanced in the direction of Filch's departure and then walked gently toward the door. Bang! Suddenly outside, Hermione was shocked, and then she saw an incredible picture. It was Moody, who had already retreated from the lake to the dock on the underground dock, and the black dead was falling heavily on the ground, splashing a large piece of broken stone. Hermione quickly retracted her head, and then she was unpredictable. The situation outside is clear at a glance. There are enemy sneak attacks at the back door, and Moody is blocking the other. But what is it that is fighting Moody? After fixing her mind, she once again poked her head and watched the outside situation with trepidation. Moody seems to be a little hard. He keeps casting spells and trying to repel the other side to keep the distance, but the physical strength of the other side seems to be extra powerful, and the resistance to magic is even more difficult to understand. With a path of beam and flame impact, Moody's sophistication made his curse not fail at all, but at most it can only repel the opponent a few steps, and sometimes even let the other party shake a little. Although the distance between them is still more than 20 feet, if you continue to do so, the first thing you can't hold is Mad-Eye Moody. Moody frowned angrily, his magic eye and the other normal eye staring at the dark depths. The wand in his hand was still swaying, and the tip was always aimed at the enemy. He didn't know that Dumbledore had actually set up a defensive barrier, and the scope was almost covering the entire castle. In fact, as long as he retreats into the back door corridor, it will be much easier. Therefore, he has been stiff. Even if his magic power operation has been somewhat stagnation, even if his physical strength cannot keep up. But he only knows that he can no longer retreat. He must block the other side here. Bad. Moody's well-behaved eyes suddenly slammed, and his heart suddenly slammed, because he suddenly felt his feet squat, and then he lost his balance. Be careful. Peng. Hermione's scream and a muffled sound slammed in tandem, and she saw Moody tilting back, seeing Moody's wand, seeing the magic power beam rubbing the head of the black guy go out. Then she saw that Moody was hit by the strange guy on the shoulder, flew straight to her side, and then fell heavily on the wall. Go back. Moody, who stumbled over the outer wall of the door, barely turned back and immediately saw Hermione, who stepped out of step by step. He immediately shouted loudly, and then he coughed up a large blood. Moody's left shoulder has been completely distorted, but he can't feel the pain. Moody, who has been seriously injured many times, knows very well that in this case, the intense pain will take a while to arrive. Without hesitation, he immediately lifted the wand firmly in the right hand and released a spell again, trying to win the last time for the female child. Hermione lose one's head out of fear. The mantle is at the door, she keeps thinking, but her heart is getting more and more chaotic. Yes, she always commits this problem in the face of crisis. What to do? Is there any way? What should I do? She did not consider running away, as if she had not had this vocabulary in her dictionary. Is there anything else that can be used? Marks, what would happen if he encountered this situation? She kept whispering, and Moody's jealousy seemed to be blocked by her. Suddenly, she jerked her eyes. Marks, right. Hermione immediately put her hand into her arms and gave Marks her birthday present. The remaining 2 bottles of potion were taken out together. Then she quickly lifted one of the potions and made every effort to smash the monster. Voila! A radiant blue flame splattered like a blast of the sun, and a dazzling and hot rays of light broke out in front of the Black Death. The flames, which are difficult to see directly, are directly attached to the black gas of the Black Death, which is full of magic power. It burns and turns the Black Death into a bright blue fireman. Moody squinted his eyes, gritted his teeth and waved wand again, and threw it back a few more steps. But the monster rushed toward it. Not useful. Both Moody and Hermione held their breath, staring at the monster in a sneak peek, but swaying after a few steps, and the pace slowed down at the same time. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 254. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 254. The bright blue flames of the Black Death are completely fueled by magic power. They are attached to the black gas of the Black Death, and the high magic power consumption makes it become informable power. This is the latest version of the Fiend Fire bottle developed by Marx, because of the use of dragon's molten gland. The cost is also very high. The so-called no sale does not kill. The birth of each vial means that a pure and lovely dragon is ruthlessly killed. At this moment, the Black Dead had been lying on the ground and could not move at all. The body was also exhausted by magic power, and the flame was gradually extinguished. Moody leaned against the wall and gasped heavily. The Black Death's power was particularly strong, and the punch had completely smashed his shoulder. Granger, old Moody moved hard, and the severe pain in his left shoulder made him difficult to sit up straight. What was it? It looks like Fiend Fire. It was Marx gave me a kind of potion. Hermione hurried to Moody's side, staring at his almost completely collapsed shoulder, and said in a hurry, "Don't talk, Professor Moody. There is still one here. Bottle to treat the trauma of the potion. You drink it soon." This bottle of healing potion is the same one used to save Luna in the second task, even from the same pot. Marx gave her 3 bottles of potion as a birthday present. It was long anticipated that the top 3 would not be flat, which was used to help Hermione, who was chosen as the champion, to save himself. But who knows, all of them are now used on Mad-Eye Moody. Moody took the potion bottle unceremoniously, bit the bottle with his teeth, and then drank the head and gave it to drink. No way, the shoulders were too painful and the neck could not lift. Suddenly, his magic eye squirmed and then flipped into the eye socket. Okay, I don't say anything to thank you. Moody finished drinking potion, frowning, put out a long breath. Miss Granger, go back first. It's too dangerous outside now. Don't come out and sway. But nothing. Moody impatiently said, "McLawn, that kid and I mentioned, this time, you guys don't run out." Marx? Hermione raised an eyebrow and ignored Moody's dissuasion. Where is Marx? Where did he go? Before the third task. Did he not participate? These things happening today. Does he know? As soon as the old Moody heard it, she looked at her casually and looked at her with a trace of surprise. These things don't need you to control. He put a hand on the right hand, and he urged him. Go back to the auditorium and inform McGonagall, ready to open the Stone Dun Knights. The Stone Dun Knights? Hermione repeated it with a blank look. Don't ask me to explain. No time, understand? Moody urged again. Come back, you will know when you get there. But teach you. I have been resting for a while. Seeing Hermione still wants to continue, he simply pushed his hand and said, Go. Can't understand? Go. Hermione hesitated, moved her steps, and eventually turned and ran to the dark corridor. Although she didn't know what the Stone Pier Knight was, she didn't know what was going on, but she knew that Professor Moody shouldn't be targeted. It seems there are other enemies coming. Seeing that Hermione left, the old Moody suddenly sighed in relief, then held up the pen and held the left arm with the right hand. He could feel that the bottle of healing potion that Hermione had given him was very good, and it took time to get better results. But now, time. It seems a little too much. Old Moody held his arm on the left side and turned to look to the left. The magic eye in his eye socket also turned to the front, staring at the back of the corner of the castle, where normal sight could not be reached. Then, the moment he found 2 long hairs at the corner, he closed his own eyes tightly. It turns out that Alastor Moody, who fights at the forefront and the Dark Wizard all the year round, is a real Iron Man. Even if he is old, he can make a decision, but there is no regression. Defindo. Moody lifted the wand, with the slightest hesitation, aligning his left shoulder and unloading the entire left arm. The bones of the left shoulder have been completely broken. Although it takes less time to wait for the bones to grow, he obviously believes that he has no chance to wait. To be honest, in Moody's point of view, his judgment has no problems. But Moody didn't know that he would actually get Dumbledore's defense barrier as long as he walked into the back door of the castle. One arm and the sleeves of the leather trench coat slammed on the ground, splashing a few insignificant dust. The wound was quickly closed by the strong efficacy of the potion. At the same time, the mysterious enemy at the corner, also from the shadows, came to the exceptionally bright moonlight tonight. HMPH. Today's enemies, and the stupid dark wizards of the past, are not the same. Old Moody coldly snorted. The normal right eye is closed, and the magic eye in the left eyelid burst out to the maximum brightness so far, and the blue light is pointing straight ahead. In the vision of his magic eye, the precise alchemy array was not affected by the slightest effect. It immediately accelerated and locked the enemy's figure. In the auditorium, Harry and Ron are standing in front of Professor McGonagall, and accepting blame and rebuke. Next to them, Filch had already licked his back and stretched his stinky face to the cold. In the middle of the auditorium, the young wizards stared at them both in amazement, and from time to time whispered about how they ran out. Suddenly, with a rush of footsteps, Hermione, gasping for breath, ran out of the side corridor. Teach. She seems to be running too fast, and even some of her words are unfavorable. Everyone was amazed at the appearance of Hermione, and Filch was glaring at his bloodshot eyes and staring at her with horror. What happened? Professor McGonagall said with a slap in the face. Miss Granger, where have you been? You really don't understand. It's really dangerous outside. Professor. Hermione swallowed her mouth, moistened her dry throat, and then waved her hand. Professor Moody. He asked you to open the stone pianite. Moody? McGonagall stunned, but it was only a moment. She immediately nodded, and then said to Professor Flitwick and other people, I will give it to you first. I will go to the main entrance to see. After the other professors agreed, she immediately set off and walked quickly towards Hermione. When you enter the auditorium, you can't go anywhere. After throwing a sentence at Hermione, McGonagall passed Hermione and hurried past the hall. Hermione. Who have you discovered it? When Hermione came to the door of the auditorium, Ron looked at her suspiciously, and asked carefully, but was ruthlessly despised by Hermione. Do you think I will be like you? I have been slamming. She leaned over and pointed her finger at Ron's nose and angered. It was almost killed by both of you. What happened? Ron and Harry were stunned by her face. HMPH. Hermione angrily snorted, simply licking her face, even said that she was too lazy to say. In fact, if she had to say this, it would be true. If even she was discovered by Filch, Moody might be able to hold on to her body for a while. But if the enemy is now joined in the attack battle, it is estimated that he will not die. But then again, when Moody knows that he can't drag on, will he still stay there and make it meaningless to die? Perhaps he just stepped back and found Dumbledore's defense barrier. The result of this advancement and retreat, the same as the authorities of Hermione and Moody, is simply unpredictable. Don't make a noise. Professor Flitwick waved his short arm. Small, sit down and rest for a while. Compared to the anxiety of the students and the uneasiness of other professors, Snape, standing by the window, did not even have the interest to go back. He just stood sideways at the window, staring at the direction of Forbidden Forest on the side of the castle, with no expression on his face. At this moment, a full piece of densely packed eyes suddenly appeared in the shadow of the edge of Forbidden Forest. The gaze blew Snape's eyes and hurriedly turned his head away. At the school gate, Dumbledore is still standing, completely motionless. The half-moon lens is reflecting the bright moonlight, hiding the eyes of the blue that are hidden behind. At the White Wizard's feet, a few strange men and women lie on the ground in a disorder, blending into the surrounding road that has already been deeply immersed in the ground, forming a strange picture. Dumbledore's breathing was only slightly heavier. His slender fingers were half tightened, half tight, holding Elder Wand, who died one of the three Hallows, and looked calmly at the front. "Tom, are you still planning to come out?" Dumbledore's voice is full of vicissitudes and wisdom, and the tone is flat as if everything is in control. But even if he made another invitation, it was still dead. In the distance, the Death Eaters looked at it with a little nervousness, and the hands holding the wand were so bloody because they were too hard. Since the White Wizard defeated Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord who stirred the world magic circle, his prestige has made all the Dark Wizards deeply jealous. At this moment, he just stood here, letting the Death Eaters do not dare to shake. "Well," as Dumbledore lightly exclaimed, the surrounding space suddenly had a tiny black smoke, which spiraled up to form a black whirlpool that converges toward the air at an extremely fast speed. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 255. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 255. Dumbledore. Under the endless night sky, a black smoke appeared out of thin air, converged toward a certain point in the air, and swirled to draw a path of secret curves. Those black and white are getting more and more dense, and they are getting together like a whirlpool. With a low, cold and chilling sound, the black whirlpool suddenly rushed, and a young and elegant young man volleyed and looked calmly toward the White Wizard on the ground. "I am very happy to see you too, dear Professor Dumbledore." When Voldemort was still willing to call himself Tom Riddle, Dumbledore was just a transfiguration teacher at Hogwarts. It can be said that Voldemort's professor has gone through 40 for the rest of the year, but he is naturally as good as yesterday. "Respected Professor Dumbledore, you look but a lot older." Voldemort's gentle smile seemed to ignore all the entanglements in this nearly 50-year period. "I can remember that your hair was still red. It's brown. It's completely white now. But you still think about the same." Dumbledore is also lightly smiled, but his eyes are sharper, just like to thoroughly see the student in front of him. "Is it?" Voldemort nodded, as if to agree with Dumbledore's words. "Thanks to the professor. If you brought me into this wonderful magic world, how can I enjoy this victory over death?" "Winning death?" Dumbledore shook his head slightly, looking straight into Voldemort's eyes, and looked serious. "You are wrong, Tom. For a wizard, death is never a threat or an obstacle." Voldemort looked at him calmly, and after a short while, he suddenly chuckled. "Professor, you are still not good at saying what a joke." "I see." "Tom," Dumbledore interrupted his words, "do you still want to go on that wrong road? Is it enough?" Voldemort raised his eyebrows as if he was laughing at Dumbledore. "Professor, I don't think you have to be so hypocritical again, because I have seen it from the beginning, seeing your falsehood. Love. Yeah, your means are really good. You use these clever empty words to fool the world, to get the world's people, let them respect you, worship you, and support you." "But," he said in a gentle tone, but the smile on his face disappeared a little bit, and his eyes gradually became indifferent. "But, do you think you can use it to fool me?" Voldemort opened his arms and sighed. "All wizards who delve into magic will understand that the biggest enemy of the wizard is time. And the end of time is death. When you suddenly find out that you still have a spell without learning before you die, what else would you say? Death is never a hindrance." Dumbledore looked at the stubborn Voldemort, slightly silent for a moment, and finally gently sighed. "It seems that you will never try to understand." As the voice faded, Dumbledore raised Elder Wand in his hand and waved it lightly. Suddenly, a scarlet beam of light struck straight into Voldemort in the air with a slight vibration. "If Marx is here, it will be recognized at a glance. That is the rule of breath. Although it does not reach the strength of rule, the power contained in it is more subtle, and the magic power consumption when it is applied is also more economical." It seems that Dumbledore had already set foot on Rowena's trials. Although he finally gave up that road, he took a different approach and figured out the mystery of the rules. When Voldemort saw his heart, his right hand wand lifted up, and a black gas immediately rose out of the air, turning into a dark shield that obscured the path of the scarlet beam. With a low-pitched, bronze-like sound. The light beam from the Elder Wand tip was blocked by the shield in front of Voldemort, and the overflowing scarlet stream seemed to spread out like a cloud of fog, a glimpse of Voldemort going behind him. At this moment, both members of the Order of the Phoenix behind Dumbledore and members of the Death Eater behind Voldemort were all shocked by the horrible power by nearly 100 feet. "You don't want to kill me, Dumbledore?" The black flame in Voldemort's eyes was madly beating, his eyes slamming over the shield. "Still, are you confessing what I said in disguise?" "To tell the truth, I was going to destroy you before I met the child, Tom," Dumbledore said calmly, and suddenly he lifted his leg and walked toward Voldemort. "We all know that there are many other ways to destroy a person." He stepped closer to Voldemort, as if he hadn't put the things in front of him at all. "It's just taking your life and not satisfying me." "There is nothing worse than death, Dumbledore," Voldemort snarled, and another wave of wand, another piece of black air gathered in a hollow, straight to Dumbledore's axio. Dumbledore still shook his head, and the wand in his hand shook gently. The scarlet beam was like a flame-long sword, and it suddenly broke the black gas. The next second, he was another wand, and the beam of light hung up and hit the Voldemort's shield. Peng! Another muffled sound. Voldemort moved back and forth with dozens of feet with the black shield in front of him. "You are really wrong." Dumbledore's voice is very light, just like two people are talking about drinking. He simply dissipated the light beam of the tip and continued to go to Voldemort. He seemed to walk unprepared and did not make any defense. "In fact, your biggest failure is that you can't understand that there are things worse than death." To be honest, Dumbledore hasn't really shot for a long time. No one knows how much strength he has. No one knows how much his understanding of magic has reached. For Dumbledore, using magic combat is no longer the goal he pursues. At this moment, as he said, he never intended to end Voldemort's misdeeds with death, because in Dumbledore's view, it was not enough to wash the sins he had committed over the years. What's more, death is really not the end. No. Voldemort finally showed his face, and he snarled. "You are the old stubborn who doesn't understand." "You don't understand. Magic is wonderful and cruel." The voice did not fall, and he did not see any movements. He was violently exploding in his body and wrapped his whole person into it. For a time, Voldemort's whole body of black air was twisted, and in the twinkling of an eye it became almost exactly the same as the Black Death. The only difference is that the black gas on Voldemort is more like a black flame that is constantly beating and burning, exuding a disturbing atmosphere. "Dumbledore, I will let you know what is the real charm of magic." Then Voldemort proved that the ability to control the black gas freely is very different. Maybe he still holds wand, maybe not, because he was all black, so he couldn't see it at all. But in any case, the long whip made up of black gas was constantly drawing toward Dumbledore. But Dumbledore obviously wouldn't stand in vain, but he saw him one pointing to the next finger, and the ground immediately bulged a big piece and turned into a rock giant to stop in front of him. When the giant hand was just formed, Voldemort's dozens of black and long whip had arrived. With a whistling whipping sound, the gravel clods splashed, and the rock giant was instantly recreated as a piece of land. But Dumbledore could not hide behind it. The silhouette. Voldemort immediately noticed that he was right, and he immediately turned around, and the black air whip swept away. But it was swept away. Just then, a scarlet beam of light came straight from underneath him. At a speed, he almost completely unprepared him, hit it. The scarlet beam struck straight up at Voldemort's feet. In the horror of the Death Eaters, they broke through the black flames on Voldemort and turned them into. Dumbledore frowned slightly, then another disapparition, a little farther away. Voldemort, who had just been hit by his beam of light, re-emerged in the sight of everyone's surprise, but did not dissipate. As far as the characteristics of black gas are concerned, there is not much difference with the Black Death, as long as you don't completely exhaust the magic power contained in it. The situation that Voldemort can turn the whole person into black gas is almost immortal. It was only a moment, and the blackness recondensed and changed into the appearance of Tom Riddle. As for the unchanging appearance of the light, as if he had not suffered any harm at all. "You still don't understand, Dumbledore?" Voldemort smirked. "I am not dead." "Not dead? Didn't I tell you? I defeated death, is it?" Dumbledore still looked at him calmly and shook his head faintly. "I am sorry, because I haven't been able to teach you anything." He seemed to be talking and chatting, looking up at Voldemort. "I was told that if I were a teacher, it would not be a good teacher. That doesn't suit me." It turns out that she's right. Dumbledore chuckled with a slight sigh. "Do you know, you and Marx, the two most potential students I have encountered so far. But I actually didn't teach you anything." "You don't need me to teach, Marx doesn't need it," he said. "Yeah, I should have understood it. Life, always have to go on your own. It will make more sense." Thanks to the child of Marx, I finally understood it. "But Tom, do you understand?" Dumbledore wand is another finger, but the smell of the body is very different. Sometimes, people are jealous. You should be selfish. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 256. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 256. In ancient times, wizards' understanding of magic was far more profound and clear than modern ones. It opened up the path of sublimation from material to spirit, and even accurate to every detailed step. At that time, the wizard had a very high demand for personal innate talent, regardless of physique or wisdom, which was an essential element for every wizard to climb the peak of magic. For this reason, the wizards who can embark on that road are so amazing that the inheritance is lost. Until modern times, the so-called wizard has been inferior, and the practice environment is even more than one. Even the magical creatures have long lost their instinct to continue to diversify. As the scientific development of Muggle has become more and more prosperous, the group of wizards has already reached the end. But in such a harsh environment, Dumbledore, who has extraordinary wisdom and innate talents for the spirit, has unwittingly embarked on a road that belongs to his own. He used the spirit to smooth out the material deficiencies, and used the feelings of life to chew the charm of the rules of the world. And at this moment, like the ancient wizard, touched the peak called death. Sometimes, people are jealous. You should be selfish. Voldemort couldn't understand it at all. When Dumbledore said this, his face had a naughty smile like a child. But the power of his bewildered monument made him feel an unparalleled threat. "Damn, what happened?" He cursed with a sigh of relief, then waved wand with the slightest hesitation. Suddenly, the black gas lingered again, wrapped around him and suddenly expanded into a black ball, followed by a silent collapse in an instant, disappeared into the eyes of everyone in the blink of an eye. He actually escaped, decisively and quickly. Without hesitation. Run. In the group of Death Eaters, I didn't know which one was the first to scream, and then everyone immediately disappeared, and in the blink of an eye they followed their boss's footsteps and escaped. The end of the tiger's head, the snake's tail, let the members of the Order of the Phoenix standing in the school gate watching the situation outside have been staring for a long time, and this has to accept the reality. Go back. Voldemort will not come back in a short time. Dumbledore turned calmly and waved gently at everyone, taking the lead in the direction of the main entrance of the castle. Just as he passed through the Hagrid cabin, he seemed to glance at Forbidden Forest inadvertently. Soon, when Dumbledore came to the lawn in front of the castle, he saw a row of stone piers knights standing in the doorway of the main entrance and the auditorium, and silently performing the task of guarding the school. Professor McGonagall, standing behind the knights, immediately smiled and nodded after seeing Dumbledore. "How is it going?" Professor McGonagall asked immediately as Dumbledore approached. Dumbledore nodded, said, "Nothing, it's safe for the time being. I'll go back and say, let's arrange the students to go back to the bedroom and sleep now. It's obviously early in the morning." Although the professors certainly have no chance to sleep, the students are at an age when they need to sleep. When each head of house returned to the common room with the young wizards, urging everyone to sleep in the bedroom, Dumbledore and Snape went back to the headmaster room. "Severus, there are some things that you need to pay more attention to, about the child of Marx." This night, when Snape stayed in the headmaster room until the sky first glimmers of light, It took his usual cold expression and strode away. Although he has always been walking like a wind, his robe is often opened like a bat's wings, but this time it seems to be more hurried than before, as if venting his chest and sorrow. Shortly after Snape left the headmaster room, the door was suddenly opened from the inside, and then Dumbledore came out with a strange expression on his face. It seems to have forgotten one person. As he groaned, he took the automatic escalator downstairs. At the same time, in the underground tower under the Quidditch Stadium, Lockhart is shrinking at the corner of the Ice Palace on one floor, holding his arms around his knees. I'm Gilderoy Lockhart, swears to Merlin, and must learn the knowledge carefully, not lazy, not negative, not swearing, and working hard to be self-reliant, to fight for a qualified wizard. So, can you come to help me personally? I am going to freeze to death. Aunt. Around him, in addition to the ice wall, is still the ice wall. Everywhere is braving the chill of the forest. From time to time there are snow fluttering in the air, almost piled him into a snowman. I don't know if he is guilty of a cold place or a curse. Every time he tries to marry a hero, he will eventually be trapped in a cold place. This damn mice and snow maze can't be used for Killian's fire spell. Hey, may I, Auntie McLaren? Well. Lockhart's teeth squeaked loudly, and the sound was trembling like Pavarotti's aria. Save. Among the uninhabited ice palaces, only Lockhart's tenor is constantly reverberating, with endless bleakness and sadness. Voldemort's offense is like a farce, which is played in the inexplicable part of most people, but it also quietly ended in inexplicable. And this noisy stage play, Marx did not play any role in it, even if it was just an unnamed passerby. But only a limited number of people know that the author of most of the scripts is his guy who is far from the deep forests of Albania. Well, it's far, but it's not that far. It's at least very close to this time. Today is 6/29 day. It has been 4 days since Voldemort's panicked escape. Even if it counts today, there are only 2 days left for summer vacation. At this point, Marx sat in front of the dark, bewildered monument as in the past few days, adding the last few pieces to his notes. To be honest, this black stone is indeed quite mysterious, and the mystery contained in it also makes Marx a headache. Based on his current magic knowledge, giving him another 10 years may not be able to fully understand this stuff. Fortunately, Marx doesn't need to be fully understood. In his case, there are actually two purposes. One is to study the mystery of the formation of the Black Death, and the other is to find effective means to deal with the Black Death. Of course, if you can learn more about Voldemort's current state and strength, then it would be great. I have to say that he is still very fortunate. This kind of ancient magic item, the metropolis and the rules are related, some mysteries that others can never understand, but for him is traceable. When he wrote down the required probe data one by one, it was time to go back. Okay, I will be busy after I go back. Marx got up and took the clothes and laid the bag, and after everything was packed, he quickly walked away from the main tomb. Until he walked out of the ancient temple as an entrance, he took a deep breath of fresh air and waved his hand to the alienated Acromantula standing outside. Hey, little guys. He smiled. Isn't you thinking of father? A group of spiders flashed 8 big eyes and looked at him, and he saw a tingling in his eyes. This group of little bastards couldn't bear to look straight. Marx's mood is very good. After all, a mind has already had a clear solution to the clue. A big stone in his heart can be settled a little. Tossing up a series of preparations, in fact, is to come here in the absence of Voldemort's attention, to open the corner of the mystery of the enchanted monument. Think it is really blame. But the content of the Book of Sin is placed in front of his eyes, always reminding him that everything needs to be very prepared, otherwise he will regret it for a lifetime. Lightly sighed in relief, Marx reached out and pulled out from the waist. Cough cough. Pulled out a suspicious with a stiff cartoon chicken. He shook the unusually fancy unconsciously, then extended the wand and clicked, seemingly adjusting. Not long after, He slammed his left hand and then grabbed it with force. Just the moment when the big yellow chicken on the cock was caught by his neck, they actually took him to suddenly spin up and then fell down. Along with the distortion of the space, he even disappeared into the depths of this quiet and uninhabited jungle. Marks this is also the first time to use pork. Although this is his own production, no one will stipulate who will do it. In long-distance travel across continents, apparition is often somewhat unstable. Although others are not as far away as Marks, they can still be important in this long-distance travel. Character. Pork's production curse is actually quite simple. Because of the abuse of a certain period, the Ministry of Magic opened up an office alone, and strictly controlled this simple and effective magic prop. Marks cares about this, as long as the magic power fluctuations that occur when arriving at the destination are constrained, the Ministry of Magic simply cannot detect it. However, this after all is the first time he used it, and he took control of magic power, but he did not expect that this thing would pick up people without mercy. Oh, how soft is it underneath? Can you say, I am sitting on an innocent passerby? Marks bowed his head, but saw a familiar silhouette leaning over his buttocks and ahead from his legs. Well, Marks grinned apologetically, showing a hearty smile on his legs. Hey, good afternoon. Let's have a cup of butter beer. I treat you. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 257. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 257. Marks thought he wouldn't touch people because he marked the end of pork outside the school gate. But who knows, it's a coincidence that someone is standing here, and there is more than one person. Because of some things in the school, the pits left by the Dumbledore battle at the school gate were temporarily forgotten, and it was only after the holiday that someone was going to carry out the repair work. Now, the bad luck egg that was sitting on the ground by Marks is one of the members of the Order of the Phoenix, Mundungus Fletcher. Mundungus is a shaggy witch with long, messy ginger yellow hair. The eyes are often swollen, and there is a bad smell of alcohol and tobacco. Like Marks's partner Terrana, Mundungus is also a hybrid wizard that is at the bottom of the magic circle. But unlike Terrano, Mundungus's ability is limited to a few inconspicuous activities, so he has met some scammers and thieves. Although she is greedy, she does not want to have enough capacity as Terran to make herself a good life. In the Order of the Phoenix, he usually plays the role of inquiring intelligence. Loyalty is no problem, and often it will cause a lot of things because of the character problem. Speaking of it, Marks had seen him several times through Terreno before the Order of the Phoenix restarted. Marks grew up in a terrible environment and naturally did not have any disgusting feelings about people like Mundungus. Even though the taste on his body was really strong, Marks didn't care. He remained calm and composed while handling pressing affairs. He stood up and watched Mundungus squat on the ground, but still indifferently shrugged. Hurry up. What to install? Is it because you still want to pay me? Marks glanced at him without any fuss. Instead of paying attention to the pretending Mundungus, he turned and greeted the other two. Hey, Tunks. Hagrid. He looked around at random, then continued. Voldemort has been here. How is the situation? Hagrid is still staring at him. No came back to his senses. Just now, they suddenly felt the sound of the surrounding air, and then it was a scream of Mundungus. They hurriedly turned around and saw that Marks was sitting on Mundungus's chest and asked him with a smile. The most puzzling thing is that Marks has a pinch in his hand. A cartoon who doesn't know who it is. Oh. Tunks hearing this is a dark face. She shook her head. I think the situation is not good. Marks heard, suddenly brows slightly wrinkle. He didn't want to hear anything bad, especially about Voldemort and the Black Death. What happened? He asked busy. The rest are pretty good. Dumbledore ran away. Voldemort, Death Eater quickly retreated. Tunks hesitated a moment, then stunned. But the crazy old man is missing. I haven't found it yet. Professor Moody? Marks said. Others are fine, but he is missing. Yeah. Before he disappeared, there was a female child who saw him. It is said that after they joined forces to eliminate a smoky geek, The crazy old man was injured. He told the female child to inform McGonagall. The professor opened the Shiden Night group and left himself to say that he had to take a break. And then disappeared. Marks answered, and Tunks ordered nodded. Where is it missing? Marks then asked, and what did Dumbledore say? The last place to see him is the back door of the castle, the underground dockside. There are traces of battle. Tunks replied truthfully. Professor Dumbledore didn't say anything and looked confused. Marks thought about it, then waved his hand. You are busy first. I went to the scene to see if there is any clue. Haven't you been passive yet? Tunks shook his head and said, there has been a package there. After all, it has been a few days, and it is still in school. The place where the students saw it did not affect it well. Hogwarts had already been attacked twice by Death Eater. If the young wizards continue to be popular, it is estimated that the J family will soon come to the door. In fact, in the past few days, every day during the breakfast time, piles of owls flew into the dining hall. The letters fell on the faculty in the form of rain, almost drowning the dining table. Whether it's a student or a professor, I have to suffer a howler's baptism every day. So Snape swayed wand and killed several howler. As soon as the scene was gone, Marks had to rush to the headmaster room after saying goodbye to the three. Professor Dumbledore. In the headmaster room, Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, looking calmly at a book called The Tales of Beedle the Bard. When Marks came to his desk, he looked up and smiled. Good afternoon, Marks. Marks looked at Dumbledore inexplicably. He felt that Dumbledore was a little different from the past, but he couldn't tell if it was different. Oh, Professor. He blinked, then shook his head, leaving this weird feeling aside. I just heard that Professor Moody is missing. Yeah? Dumbledore nodded and pointed his finger at the cabinet behind Marks. The memory of the scene is in the meditation basin. If you want to see it, you can go and see it. You don't know how he disappeared. No clue. Marks didn't go right away, but chose to ask Dumbledore first. After all, in his opinion, if Dumbledore is not clear, he may not be able to see anything, so it is not too late to look at it later. But Dumbledore shook his head. When Alastor was missing, I didn't notice anything. As for the clue, he said, and stopped again. Miss Granger. Oh, I have already heard of Hermione, Marks said, and then lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, seeing Dumbledore not continue to say, then simply turned and walked toward the cabinet with the meditation basin. He skillfully opened the door and immersed himself in the memory of Dumbledore in a rippling silver light. As soon as he was in front of him, Marks immediately discovered that he was standing on the dock at the back door of the castle. The time should be in the morning, but there is still not much light on the lake hidden under the cliff. A.M.? Marks said to himself. Is it all the time until the next morning? Is that 25? Just on this pier, there are traces of battle everywhere, and there are even a few bright red sprayed on the ground, which makes people feel horrible to see. When Marks swept his eyes, his gaze was immediately attracted to something on the ground. It was an arm and undoubtedly belonged to Mad-Eye Moody. Or, it used to belong to him. After frowning and carefully rubbing it, Marks took a few more steps back and forth, constantly observing the traces around him, trying to find some clues. But not long after, he heard a footstep of Messi behind him, coming from far and near. He turned and saw the familiar silhouette of each and everyone coming out of the back door. The one that took the lead was unexpected. It was our Miss Granger. She looks pale at this moment, seems to be nervous, and seems to be a little scared, but she's strong enough to keep herself calm. This is here, at the time As she walked out of the door, she turned back and said something. But when she subconsciously looked forward, she screamed in a sudden fear. She also saw the arm on the ground. Marks looked at her thoughtfully, thinking, Moody's broken arm should be after Hermione left. Dumbledore first came out of Hermione, followed by McGonagall, Snape and Filch, perhaps because Harry and Ron had also walked around here, and they were called here. When they saw the shoulder-broken arm, everyone else was shocked except Dumbledore, and Snape just frowned. Oh, Merlin bless, Professor McGonagall said with amazement. What? What happened? Miss Granger, Is his arm still on his shoulder before you separate from Alastor? Dumbledore, like Marx, thought of this for the first time. Oh. Yes, yes. Hermione didn't dare to look at the arm. She opened her eyes and trembled. Professor Moody's shoulder was badly hurt, and it was even sunken. It's still on the body. I also gave him a potion. Marx gave it to me, saying that the healing effect on physical damage is quite powerful. When Marx heard it, he immediately fell. Hermione was right. The strong efficacy he developed was based on the past white potion and was a very expensive strong efficacy cure potion. In the case of Hermione's shoulder depression, the pure trauma, just take a quarter of an hour after taking the potion, so that the effect can be restored. Obviously, Moody may have been sneaked, or on the character of the crazy old man. If it is in an emergency, it is really possible to cut his arm. Marx shook his head, but he had to admire himself. Whatever the reason, he was afraid. Keep the back door and prevent the enemy from breaking into the castle. At this moment, Marx was keenly aware that Dumbledore seemed to think of something in general, and the calm expression suddenly flashed a glimpse. What's wrong? Marx looked at Dumbledore puzzled, secretly whispered. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 258. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 258. Looking up from the meditation basin, Marx immediately turned back and looked over Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, are there any other clues on your side? For Mad-Eye Moody, Marx still has some good feelings. Let's not mention the straight temper of the crazy old man. At least he is a good guy who always upholds his own principles. During the last Wizard War, in order to round up the Death Eater, Ministry of Magic granted her the power to use Unforgivable Curse. However, as long as it can be avoided, Moody will not choose to kill. Marx asks himself that he can't be a good guy, but it doesn't prevent him from admiring this kind of person. This time Moody is missing. Marx really wants to make a contribution. It's just that this time Moody's disappearance, he really didn't have a clue for a while. In the face of Marx's inquiry, Dumbledore still shook his head. I only know that I laid down the magic barrier of the Guardian Castle, but Alastor didn't seem to find it. He regretfully sighed. I'm afraid he doesn't know. If he retreats into the back door, it won't happen. After that, Marx talked to Dumbledore again and found that after nothing, he had to leave first and find clues. It's just that the event of Moody's disappearance is important, and Marx can't put all his energy here. It's almost time for summer vacation, and this holiday will inevitably be a period of turbulence. For Voldemort's gorgeous return, the Britain Ministry of Magic will definitely have an action. After all, the Ministry of Magic Fudge had contact with Voldemort earlier, and it was the result of Marx's needle punching. Just fudge this person. When Marx thought that he had deceived the timid Ministry of Magic by Dumbledore and his own strength, he had to shake his head. This time Dumbledore frightened Voldemort, so Fudge should be fairly safe. But if Voldemort went directly to Fudge for intimidation, it would be hard to say where the Ministry of Magic would stand. In any case, the weather is not fully warm, and Voldemort will not act blindly without thinking. Let's play Luna for a few days. Marx walked in the gallery, and at the beginning was still calculating the next series of arrangements. But at the end, inexplicably turned to eat, drink and be merry. Recently, Luna got closer and closer, and he found out that he should pick a good day and clarify the relationship with this light golden female child. Thinking about it, Marx didn't laugh, but the smile of the thief was just filled with, but it collapsed. Oops. How can I talk to her? Poorly. He always acted calmly, but this happened to the girl who made his heart move, but suddenly he did not know how to open it. Stop. Marx was thinking about it at this moment. He didn't want to suddenly hear a yell at the back and stopped him. Hermione. He turned his head back and found that Hermione was standing in the middle of the corridor with a reluctant face, his hands hanging on the sides of the wizard gown and clenching his fists tightly. Marx McLawn. She raised her chin slightly, shouting Marx's full name in a syllable. Marx looked at Hermione in a fog, not knowing what she wanted to do. But her proud gesture made Marx's eyes a little embarrassing. probably because she also began to have the consciousness of a female child. Since this semester, Hermione has often quietly treated her natural, distorted brown curly hair so that they don't look as messy as they used to be. But today, she suddenly untied the bond, letting her hair spread over her shoulders, exactly the same as Marks first saw her. When I first saw her, was it at the separate house ceremony? Marks suddenly felt that his memory had a little confusion. Yes, the first time he saw this Hermione Granger, he was on the separate house ceremony. At this moment, Hermione's appearance made him instantly think of her standing at the door of a compartment of the Hogwarts Express train. The same long hair is unkempt, the same chin is slightly lifted, and there is a proud temperament on the body. And the fuzzy silhouette in his distant memory quietly overlapped Mark's McLawn. Hermione suddenly left her hand on her hips, right hand stretched out the index finger towards pointed finger towards Marks and said loudly, "I don't want to ask about your past, it's your business, but your future I want to participate, this is my right. You listen to me. I, Hermione Jane Granger, I am very fond of you. I want to use my charm to capture your heart." What? Marks was still worried about how to confess to Luna. As a result, he turned his head and was chased by a proud Miss Granger. "What is this?" "You don't have to say anything now. Give this young lady a wait," Hermione said, decisively picking up the messy hair, and turned and left, so he didn't speak to Marks. Opportunity. Hey, Marks stretched out his hand. His head was chaotic, and his face was scared with speechless. Miss Know-It-All, when did it become so strong? For a long time, Marks only squeezed such a sentence from the eyes of the cognac. To be honest, Marks is really very careful about Luna, but Hermione is so noisy, he doesn't even know how to open to Luna. "Miss Granger, how good it is. If I am a female child, I will be captured on the spot by her overbearing confession." Marks, who was making painful contemplations, suddenly turned around because he realized that someone was approaching. This time people came closer, let him perceive the fluctuation of magic power. "Hey, Professor Snape. McLawn." Snape frowned and groaned again. TSK. "Are you going to pick which son to give me, a godson?" Cough cough cough. Marks didn't even think that Snape seemed to be a bit joke since the last time he made a few jokes. Well, at least not as serious as before. "Don't make me a joke, Professor." He waved his hand in a powerless way. "Sorry, I still have something to do. Please drink it the next day." Is it a wedding reception? Marks, who was about to sneak away, was suddenly stunned by Snape's cold words, and almost fell on a fall flat on one's face. Looking at the Marks who fled from the wolf, Snape returned to the normal state of the face, and squatted in the same place, and then strode forward. It can be seen that he is going in the direction of the entrance to the headmaster room where Marks just left. Snape has often been in and out of Dumbledore recently, and the frequency is quite high, although no one has found it, but there must be hidden secrets. It was just that Marks was a little confused by Hermione's strong confession, so she didn't notice Snape's whereabouts. This student. "Do you know Luna Middle? Miss Lovegood? Can you help me call her? I am waiting for her here." In the foyer where the young wizard traveled, Marks stopped a Ravenclaw girl and laughed, Mr. McLawn." The girl stared wide-eyed. "Oh, Lovegood? Of course, she should still be in the common room. I will call her." After that, the female child walked back and couldn't help but look back and forth and looked at Marks several times. It was like watching a cute rare magical creature. The sparkling eyes made Marks a little uncomfortable. No way, he can't go to the Ravenclaw Tower now, because the bronze eagle is at the door. Since he got the sin of the sin, he never ran to the other side. Like this situation, he still had to ask other girls to help him. Fortunately, Luna doesn't contradict the feeling of being together with him, or the existence of Marks she has long been used to. For her, Marks is her best friend. It's just because Luna has no idea of love and love at all, but more like the feeling of feeling peace with him. For such a pure and natural female child, Marx really likes it more and more. In Marx's memory, the light golden that touches the setting sun is worthy of his care for a lifetime. No matter how much he likes in his heart, when he comes to his mouth, he can't just pour it out. Well, I mean, looking at Luna, who jumped out of the tower, Marx scratched his head. During the summer vacation, do you want to go out for a few days? Luna's big, gray eyes flickered and stared at Marx's face with curiosity, and it seemed that the embarrassment in Marx's expression was interesting. That sounds good. Her soft voice contained a constant erratic. It just happened that Miss Delacour invited me to France. I said, I want to ask Marx. She agreed. Miss Delacour? This Miss Delacour obviously doesn't mean small Gabrielle. Needless to say, obviously Fleur. But, go to France? Marx looked subtle. It sounds really good. It just feels that there will be a lot of unnecessary things to come up. This second half of the sentence was swallowed back by his decisively, and then shrugged. Do you want to go? He laughed and asked Luna. And, Mr. Xenophilius? I haven't been to France yet. I heard that there are a lot of mountain fairies there. Miss Delacour also said that we can go to the Buttons Castle. There are many. Although Luna is on the index, it's all sorts of magical creatures, but it can be seen that she is really interested in France. If so, is there any reason not to go? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 259. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 259. The next evening, when the sunset was still hanging in the hills and the last glimmer of the day, the hall of Hogwarts Castle was already full of people. To be honest, although Voldemort's attack was disturbing, Dumbledore used his strength to heal the fears and worries of the teachers and students of the three schools. Together with the successful conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament, everything seems to have restored the stability of the past, at least on the surface. Under the discussion of Dumbledore and Ministry of Magic, the disappearance of Mad-Eye Moody, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts in this school year, was not made public. In the case of Voldemort's return, such means of maintaining stability are still necessary. A few days ago, the Ministry of Magic Fudge had been to the school once. In addition to sending the prizes from the top 3, it was more important to discuss the resurgence of Voldemort. To be honest, Marx said that he was timid, and that was a bit of a mistake. In order to make his seat sit firmly, he still insisted on covering up the news of Voldemort's return to the public. The last time Marx had threatened him with Voldemort, but this time, Voldemort really appeared. It was really terrifying for him. It's just that he is afraid not to lose his life, but to be afraid of losing the Ministry of Magic. However, perhaps it was because Marx had given him a vaccination earlier, or perhaps Dumbledore directly scared Voldemort. At least this time he was still calm. But this time, the problem is actually on Dumbledore. I don't know why. Dumbledore didn't make any resistance against Voldemort's return, and even Fudge's ostrich policy did not object. Stability is important, but if it does not completely solve Voldemort's incident, the stable social appearance is ultimately fragile, and it is highly likely that it will be fragmented in Voldemort's next attack. But in any case, at least at this moment, the atmosphere in the Hogwarts auditorium is jubilant and pleasing. When Marx walked into the auditorium, he saw that the usual decorations were gone. As usual, at the school banquet, the auditorium was decorated with the colors of the winning house. Tonight, however, the flags of Hogwarts, Buttons and Durmstrang are hanging on the walls behind the faculty table. Obviously, this is to celebrate the end of the perfection of the Triwizard Tournament, and to show that the friendship between the three schools will never fade. At the teaching staff, the professors mostly smiled. Although this school year is indeed a twist, in general, it is a matter of happiness if you can spend it safely. It was only on the long table of the teaching staff, but one person was missing. Alastor Moody. Although the announcement to the students is the news that Professor Moody left early, but in the minds of the insiders, it is still a bit heavy. As a representative of Durmstrang, Professor Orson does not seem to be in a beautiful mood. He is alone in drinking wine, and he shook his head from time to time, seemingly worried about the outcome of the final three. Madame Maxime is still there, just sitting next to Hagrid. On the same day, the two of them hurriedly left the auditorium and ran to the stadium to save Fleur. Whether or not something happened during the period was unknown, but the relationship between them seemed to be a lot closer. Hagrid always stood smirking at the door of the cottage, and more than one student had seen it. At this moment, they are whispering about something, and it seems to be quite happy. At the desk, sitting next to Professor McGonagall is Snape. The expression on his face was elusive and looked like gloomy as before, but occasionally he glanced at Dumbledore and seemed to care about it. Marx is certainly not deliberately late, but he has a lot of things to sort out, so he has to postpone the time for the dinner. When he appeared at the door of the auditorium, many people looked at him. Marx noticed that Professor Orson looked towards his eyes. It seems to be a bit of a grudge. Marx, sit here. He really did not expect that someone would invite him to the table in public. When he looked in the direction of the sound, he saw Hermione standing up, not paying attention to the strange eyes of others, carrying his chin and beckoning him. Marx was in front of the gate, glanced at Ravenclaw's long table and then squatted again. He didn't know if it should be, but Hermione sternly waved at him and gestured for him to hurry. Marx had to shrug and took a step to the Gryffindor long table. I said, why you have to keep this space? Ron couldn't help but whispered. Hermione's seat was right next to her, and the meaning contained in it was self-evident. When Marx sat next to her, almost everyone's eyes were nailed to him and Hermione. Fortunately, Hermione, although tough, can see her puffy face and understand that her heart is not as good as it is. Well, good evening, everyone. Marx glanced around, and where his eyes moved, where the students would look away. When he almost twisted his head, the surrounding atmosphere returned to the state he had not yet arrived. At least you can eat well. As for the others, he doesn't really care. Oh, yes. He just picked up the knife and fork, but looked up at Harry again. Harry, congratulations on winning the top 3, you did a great job. Thank you. Harry nodded, but somehow, he found himself not happy at all. It's like Marx didn't win the championship, and even he was a bit unstoppable. The banquet is still going on. Everyone is fighting with a knife and fork and delicious food. From time to time, they will whisper a few words and enjoyed the last time to eat together with the other 2 students. When the young wizards were almost eaten, Professor Dumbledore suddenly stood up from the faculty desk and looked at all the young wizards. At this moment, the original lively auditorium was quiet, and a pair of bright eyes looked at Dumbledore. It's another year, Dumbledore said, watching. It's over. He stopped his words and his eyes fell on the long table of Gryffindor. Before Dumbledore stood up, the mood on this table was always high, because the champion of this Triwizard tournament was born from this table. Tonight, I have a lot to say to all of you, Dumbledore said. But I must first be pleased to announce that the winner of this Triwizard tournament is the Hogwarts Magic School, a Gryffindor student. He pointed to Gryffindor. Long table, Harry Potter. Everyone clashed, and the auditorium was in full swing, especially the many young lions of Gryffindor, and now they are even more excited. But when someone is happy, there is always someone who feels sad, like Professor Orson, who is sitting in the teaching staff. Harry felt very embarrassed, but he stood up and thanked everyone for a slight bow. Harry fully reflects the unique qualities of Gryffindor, continued Dumbledore. He proved himself with his bravery and courage, and proved the glory of the Triwizard Tournament champion. I can say this: he deserves our applause for him again, and express my heartfelt congratulations to him. The applause in the auditorium echoed again, and Marx smiled and waved his hand. And, of course, and other applause calmed down. Dumbledore continued, as a reward for this Triwizard tournament, 1,000 gold galleons, and as a magic prop for this Triwizard Cup, Diadem of Ravenclaw, right now. Here. Having said that, Dumbledore took out wand and waved a large bag of gold galleons and a golden light flashing crown floating from behind him, in the eyes of the young wizard's envy, flew straight to Harry. Of course, the real Ravenclaw diadem has long since been lost. This is a copy of my own. Dumbledore suddenly said in a very damaging atmosphere. It has a similar effect to the real diadem. When you wear it, the wearer has a clear mind and a calm mind, which is more conducive to learning and research. It's almost as good as taking a smartener and a buffing agent. But that diadem is an alchemy, and the effect is permanent. Seeing Hermione was curious, Marx explained softly. Champions are naturally admirable, Dumbledore continued. But we still have enough admiration for the other 3 champions. They have worked hard, hard, and regretted in this competition. Their performance is equally good, and their strength is worthy of our respect. Let us applaud them, thank them for their wonderful performance, and let us open our eyes. The applause of this time was particularly enthusiastic, because nearly all of the members of the auditorium slapped, and the atmosphere reached the peak of the dinner. Finally, on behalf of Hogwarts, I would like to thank Buttons and Durmstrang for their arrival. I sincerely hope that you have spent a happy and rewarding time at Hogwarts. The suitcases of the Harry trio have been packed, and the owl has returned to its cage above the box. Together with other 4th-year students, they waited for the carriage in the crowded foyer to take them to the Hogsmeade station. Fleur and her younger sister Gabrielle hurriedly climbed the stone steps into the castle. At the end of the field behind her, we can see that Hagrid is helping Madame Maxime to put 2 horses on the harness. Button's carriage is about to leave. We live in Givony in the western suburbs of Paris and can be found along the Seine. I will be waiting for you with Gabrielle. Marx and Luna smiled and nodded. But behind them, Hermione, standing next to Harry, looked unhappy. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 260. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 260. In fact, this is not a weather suitable for outdoor activities. The temperature in Paris has not risen too high. Of course, it is generally not hot here. It's just today. But it's raining in the ground. This will make me think that we actually didn't leave London at all. Needless to say, Luna's father Lovegood came along with France, although it was said to come to visit old friends, but Marx would go to believe his ghosts. At this time, the 3 are sheltering from the rain in a mole cafe in St. Michel Square. By the way, you can enjoy the historical scenery of this old building. Speaking of it, it is already very close to the Delacour home. Crossing the Seine, the suburb of Givony, Marx leaned against the brown floor-to-ceiling window in the cafe, watching the tiny drops of rain slam on the glass, then squatting down and drawing a path of watermarks on the glass window. Perhaps it was because the rain came a little suddenly, and the passers-by on the streets were mostly in a hurry, passing by in the fine rain curtain. Luna and her father seemed to be very curious about everything in the mall, and from time to time reach out and touch the table bell on the table. Just Marx showed them how to use this gadget. You can see that they seem to like the crisp and sweet ringtones. Occasionally, the sound of rain in Paris is not bad. It feels less sticky than London. Marx took a sip of coffee, laughed casually, and then deliberately picked up the milk jug and added a little more. I thought that in this kind of environment, I could have a bit of bitterness. He shrugged. It seems that it is no different. It is not used to drinking. Sweet is better than bitterness, Luna said as he whispered. He also picked up the cup and tasted it, even though he spit out his tongue. But it's better than the first bitterness. After sweet, Marx has long been accustomed to the state of Luna, the sudden philosophical young girl style, and sometimes it really makes people get some good feelings. His indifferent expression was nodded, and he put his gaze out of the window, and looked away from the pale grey sky. The 3 people sat in this cafe for a long time, until they had used lunch, and they followed the wet streets that had already cleared up and went all the way to the southeast. There are always some bright embellishments outside the shops on the side of the road, adding a little romance to France that is full of history. If the mall in Paris mentions the small town of Givony in the suburbs, many people will think of the famous painter Claude Monet, who created the Impressionist. In this small town, Mr. Monet's garden home is a beautiful scenery. The Delacour home is on a hill just a short distance from the town of Givony. It should be right here. Marx looked at the colorful sea of flowers in front of him, and couldn't help but admire it. The Delacour home is a tostery French mansion that looks ordinary, with pale yellow brick walls and bright brown-red wooden doors, black under the eaves with a little rain and a low chimney on the roof. All of this is drowned in a whole piece of luxuriant flowering branches, with a rich and fragrant breath assaults the senses. If you ignore the little fairies flying between the leaves, I believe everyone will think that the only thing that lives here is a cozy mole family, that's all. Seeing Lovegood's father and daughter are still immersed in the beauty of this small garden, Marks did not bother them, but walked to the door. He slammed the wooden door and heard the sound of the room. He took a step back and looked up at the eaves. There are also a few string of refined wind chimes hanging there, and as the breeze collides with each other, a burst of ringing sounds is heard. The door was pushed away from the inside, and Marks sighed and looked down. The first thing that caught the eye was a dazzling golden Mr. Lawn. It was the small Gabrielle that opened the door. When she saw Marks, she immediately showed a surprise smile. Marks noticed that the dazzling golden was just the rays of light that Gabrielle's hair reflected in the clear sunshine after the rain. Marks couldn't help but look back and looked over Luna. Yes, he still prefers Luna's light golden long hair than the bright golden hair of Delacour's sister. It is soft and delicate, and people want to let the gold flow through the fingers. Elder sister, Mr. McLawn is here. Gabrielle didn't even think that. Let Marks enter the house first, then ran to the room, and the sound seemed to run upstairs. Marks didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Standing in the same place, honestly waiting for the owner to come out, it would be quite rude to not enter the house, especially if he is the first time to be a guest. Not long after, he heard a burst of French. Then, a tall and beautiful woman appeared in front of him. "Excuse me, are you Mr. McLawn?" She smiled softly. "Come on. I have heard from Fleur that my husband and I have visited this summer." "Oh, yours. Didn't the companion come?" Marks, hearing this, suddenly laughed, and then gave up a position to point to the back. "Sorry, take the liberty to visit. I am Marks McLawn. And, not only me and Luna. Her father also came over. It is." "Oh, presumably you are Mrs. Delacour?" Mr. Lovegood had noticed this time. He turned around and then walked over to the side. "I am very happy to meet you. My name is Xenophilius Lovegood. This is my daughter, Luna Lovegood." As he said, he moved towards Luna, who was still lingering in the sea of flowers, and repeatedly waved. "Luna, come over and say hello." The dinner of the day was eaten at the Delacour home. Fleur and Gabrielle's father came home from work, and everyone was so busy. Then Marks and Mr. Lovegood declined the warm invitation to stay at Delacour, and took Luna to the hotel in the town of Givony for a night. No way, the house of Delacour is not big, and the two males have a lot of inconveniences. It is better to stay at the hotel than to stay in their home. In the next few days, the Fleur sisters took Marks and the others around and left countless laughter and memories on the beautiful Seine. This is just behind the mountain. Deep in the mountain range of the Pyrenees, there is a beautiful French palace in the mountains. Surrounded by majestic gardens and fountains built with magic, it shines in the sun. Buxbutton's castle has been here for more than 700 years, but the traces of history cannot hide her embarrassment. Whenever a guest arrives, there will always be a lot of praise for her beauty. I have already mentioned it with Madame Maxime. She agreed that I will take you to the school during the summer vacation. Okay, that's it. We should go down. Quidditch became popular in France in the 15th century, when the French wizard Malacly also created a drama related to Quidditch. I deformed my feet. Of course, that sounds interesting, but it doesn't seem like a very serious work. At this moment, they are riding the broomstick to the Buxbutton's castle. Like most other magic schools, the Buxbutton's castle has also been solidified with a non-plotted magic, and without Fleur's lead they cannot find the exact location of the castle. Today Xenophilius did not follow the daughter, but as he said earlier, went to an old friend to meet. It seems that Marks may still be blaming him. Right now, Fleur took Gabrielle, Marks with Luna, two brooms descending from the sky, and then steadily stopped at the gate of the Buttons Castle garden. This castle is a bit smaller than Hogwarts, but from the outside, it is much better to sell. Buttons Castle is a typical classicist building. The standard three-stage treatment makes her silhouette neat and solemn, and the left and right symmetry is full of rational beauty. In front of the main palace is a large French-style garden with unique style. The grass and the wood are all ingenious, and the whole is splendorous and majestic. I can see that your school is very rich. Marx couldn't help but vomit. Our alumnus, Mr. Flamel, had read books at Buttons during his youth. Later, the Flamel couple also funded the castle and the venue for the school. Fleur said with a hint of pride, suddenly pointing his finger at the huge fountain in the middle of the garden. Oh, the fountain is named after them. It also has the function of repairing and beautifying. Marx's face was stunned, and Luna followed him, flicking his eyes and looking around, a look of interest. Just as they walked in the big garden for a moment, they heard the sound of the opposite side of the fountain seemingly coming through them through the sound of water. You coward. You have to fight with me today, otherwise you will take the initiative to drop out, understand? A boy's voice fell into Marx's ear opposite the fountain, but he could not understand French. No, how is it possible? You must have got it wrong. I didn't fight with you. Another voice immediately approached, which seemed to be flustered. Have you received my gloves? Number! Exclamation mark. You are still not a man. The boy just said angrily. For the beautiful Miss Delacour, I am willing to pay my life, but what about you? You are not qualified to join the competition, you coward. What are they talking about? Marx looked over and looked at the two students across the water and quarreled with each other. He couldn't help but look at Fleur with a look, but found Fleur's face with a hint of anger. All of them are still on vacation, they are not willing to stop, and they know that they will come again the next day. She couldn't help but secretly whispered. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 261. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 261. The two Buttons boys across the fountain were very noisy, but Fleur seemed to be shunned, and did not explain anything with Marx, and he and Luna were quietly bypassing. See Fleur's appearance. Marx still can't understand. It's just that this thing has nothing to do with him. Fleur didn't want to explain it at all. He was shrugged and followed Luna with him. The interior of Buttons Castle is a remarkable Baroque style, whether it is table or chair carpet or style carving. It is exquisite, gorgeous and unrestrained. The contrast of colors is sharp and strong, and it is very impactful. After far away from the dispute over the fountain, Fleur replaced her mild and slightly proud smile, leading Marx and Luna forward, and from time to time introduced them to the gallery. Decorative Origins. And her younger sister Gabrielle, who is quietly behind the elder sister, looks quite sensible. Looking at the teaching environment of the Buttons Academy of Magic, Marx has to be a big hit. Buttons obviously have more money than Hogwarts. Who makes a good alumni who can rely on alchemy to produce gold? He controls his words and deeds at any time, allowing himself to maintain the necessary etiquette style, but the pair of eyes are smashing in the various valuable things, and the heart is also calculating the value. They are naturally not just strolling around, at least, before that. They must go to Headmaster Madame Maxime and turn around before saying hello. All the way to Fleur came to the top. Marx and Luna stopped in front of a magnificent gate, let Fleur and Gabrielle advance to inform Maxime. Fleur came out first without letting them wait too long. Mr. Lorne, she whispered. The headmaster is now receiving guests. We will be fine after a while. Marx didn't want Fleur to think that he would slow himself down, and he nodded to say it first, but he didn't think about it. The other party shook his head. No, not like this, Fleur explained. The guest who heard that he was a student from Hogwarts would like to see. Having said that, she added, this is Mr. Nick Flamel's steward. Marx was nodded even when it was. Mr. Flamel and Professor Dumbledore are good friends, presumably because of this reason. He thought, and he said, tell me a greeting, otherwise it will be rude. But even though he said so, His heart is stunned. A history of magic has been ruined, and Nick Flamel doesn't know if he has died with his wife. After seeing Stewart for a while, how can you say hello? It's hard to ask, hey, is your husband and wife dead and dead? But no matter what he thinks, since people have mentioned it, see it still. As Fleur pushed in, a wide room immediately caught the eye of Marx. There are luxurious decorations everywhere, whether it is the desk and bookcase coat-rack, or the sofa chair for guests. There is no disguise to reveal a grace. At this moment, the tall Damdam Maxime is sitting on the sofa in a stable position, sitting opposite a white-beard wizard, apparently the old steward of the Nick Flamel home. Madam Maxime, I am honored to see you again. It's not long before the last time. This will bother you again. If there is any rudeness, please don't mind. Marx spoke on the mouth, but the line of sight was first seen to Maxime, and then naturally moved to the old steward. Presumably you are steward of Mr. Nick Flamel's house, he continued. Greeted. Professor Dumbledore often talks to me about Mr. Flamel's alchemy talent. Although I don't know much about alchemy, I also admire Mr. Flamel. Achievement. I don't know what I should call you. You don't have to be so polite. The old steward smiled. You can call me Edward. I heard that the student of Mr. Dumbledore is here. I want to see the master on the side. As he said, Edward Stewart took a little look at Marx and then went on to say, I heard that the owner had mentioned that Mr. McLawn is the best student of Mr. Dumbledore. When he heard that you transferred to Durmstrang, do not believe it. Listening to Edward mentioning this, Marx's expression did not change at all, and his face still had a calm smile. Yeah, speak up, I don't believe it. Marx said with a smile. It's just that there will always be unexpected changes in this world. Every step in life will lead you to a different future. He didn't mean anything to explain this matter at all. Anyone who understands will understand that he can't understand, and he doesn't have to explain that many. Perhaps because of what kind of master, what kind of servant, this old steward seems to be out of the ordinary. Although Marx once clamoured for the finals of the Quidditch World Cup and was unclear with the evil Death Eater, the old man was still calm. Mr. McLawn is really smart, and the last sentence is thought-provoking. Probably couldn't stand the old one and tout each other. Madam Maxime quickly reached out and pointed to Marx. Mr. Lawn, don't stand up. Please sit down. And this. Miss Lovegood. In the second task of the third round, Luna was put into the maze as a hostage of Marx, so Madam Maxime was a bit impressed. Yes, this is a student of Luna Lovegood, Ravenclaw House. Marx introduced it and didn't hesitate. He took Luna and sat down on the empty sofa chair next to him. Luna, who was next to him, heard them mentioning himself, and he leaned down slightly, his face showing a slight smile. Seeing that they were sitting, Fleur and Gabrielle were laughing at them and then went out first. How do you feel about coming to Buttons today? Don't you know if you are satisfied with the environment? Madam Maxime smiled. If there is anything you want to visit, you can let Delacour take you the, not too restrictive. Marx politely nodded, playing with a smile. The teaching environment of your school is very beautiful, so I can't help but want to stay here to go to school. As early as Hogwarts, I heard that your school's bursaries are comparable to Hogwarts and Durmstrang. Must be high. To be honest, although Marx is feeling the gold of Buttons on the road, he really wants to live in this place. He is really not interested. The school rules of Buttons are actually very strict, especially in the case of etiquette, which is more cumbersome and sometimes even to the point of being harsh. One of the traditions of Buttons is that when the headmaster enters the room, the students must stand upright until the headmaster sits to sit down to show respect for the headmaster. If he wants to live in this place for a year and a half, he still has to do something. Whether in Hogwarts or in Durmstrang, he is all about simplicity and magic. And when it comes to etiquette, looking down at Buttons, he can still pretend to deal with it, but if it is a long time, it must not be exhausted. Oh, I heard that you can say that. I am relieved. Madam Maxime certainly knew that he was joking and smiled. If possible, please stay a few more days. there is a special school. The guest room for the guest is now summer vacation, and Mr. McClawn can stay and feel the beauty of Buttons. It doesn't matter if you live for a few days, but if you go around these greeted words, it is estimated that the next topic should be included in the French magic circle. Marx deliberately talked a few words, so he simply threw the words to the old steward Edward. "Oh, thank you for your hospitality, I am very honored," he said. Naturally, the topic turned. "Mrs. I don't care about me. Since my wife is still hospitality, please ask Mrs. and Mr. Edward to continue. I will first go to other places to visit." However, he would like to expeditious retreat, but some people still refused. "Hey, Mr. McClawn is too polite." Old steward smiled. "It's okay, my wife and I just talked about something interesting. If Mr. McClawn is interested, it's better to listen together." Although people are very casual, they can make an invitation after all. It is obvious that he can only say so. If Marx refuses to let it go, it is not tacit. In this case, he had to smile and nodded, waiting for Edward or Maxime to continue. Luna on the side didn't care at all. She looked at the landscape painting on the wall with her head on her head, staring at it for a moment, and seemed to start to feel self-conscious. "Things are like this." The old steward paused, began to talk about a past about his master Nick Flamel. In fact, the study of alchemy's wizards mostly like tossing cryptography. However, the cryptography of this magic circle is very different from the mole, and is basically based on a variety of special ancient runes. His owner, Nick Flamel, is also well versed in the in-depth study of many kinds of ancient runes. However, nearly 100 years ago, in the process of traveling around world, Nick Flamel discovered a very special ancient character from a ruin of ancient ruins. Whether it has magic power or not, it took a lot of time for him to interpret this ancient character, but it didn't take long for him to completely throw the ancient character aside. Recently, when the old steward Edward sorted things, he turned to the slate with ancient characters. But he found that these slate is very strange. Even can be said to be surprise. Old steward looked all over. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 262. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 262. Yes, the red light on the stencils of the characters on the slate looks like blood, but it scares me. It doesn't matter how it looks, so I just deal with those slate. Lost? Old steward Edward said that it was very fascinating. It sounds really appealing. It's just that he's just calm, and most of the time he's just looking for a topic to chat. Marx listened absently, and smiled from time to time to avoid rudeness, but his mind had already drifted away. So, if the master has passed away, I don't have to worry so much. Master has lived 665 for the rest of his life. Even if he was a child when he was young, where can he go now? I really stay for master. The pile of baby under the hair. The old steward is still talking, but these words make Marx's heart jump. Nick Flamel is dead? Are you old man still worried about the estate? You don't want me to. However, Edward's next sentence directly ruined Marx's heart. The remains left by master are only assigned to the property of the main house. But the things in the few labs are not mentioned in one sentence. No, I will make the last donation to my alma mater according to the testament of the master. I also want to hear what you think about your wife. Is there any value in the world's most famous laboratory of alchemy, master? If you just pull a wizard and ask, you will get the same answer. Of course, it is valuable. The value is gone. Valuable and valuable. People who know how to understand that the laboratory of an alchemy master can be entered casually. The so-called alchemy, its content can be more than just gold or immortality drugs. Nick Flamel, this old monster's alchemy laboratory, which contains the opportunities and dangers, is no less than a newly explored Egyptian pyramid. In the magic circle of Egypt, in order to ponder a pyramid, the wizard of the global magic circle is involved. At the beginning of the establishment of Egypt's Ministry of Magic, it was also a semi-independent research department, which was researched and explored by a large group of wizard talents. See the old steward, the true intention of coming to Buttons. Madame Maxime cannot help but make it difficult, and the marks on the side is a little complex. This old man called me, obviously wanting to have a witness. He is involved with Marx and Hogwarts, with Durmstrang, and even with Voldemort. Now that he is sitting here, Madame Maxime will care about his existence no matter what he wants to do. Hey, if I don't show up, it is estimated that he will not necessarily say this thing. For the old steward Edward, since his late family has given him the rest, he must be careful. Such a fairly sensitive legacy, such as the alchemy laboratory, does not deal with that's all. Once it is to be dealt with, it must pay attention to the reaction of various forces. In fact, Nick Flamel didn't say anything about his own laboratory treatment. On the contrary, he has even repeatedly tried to deliver his own alchemy results to the whole world. Obviously, this Dumbledore friend also has a broad mind. On this matter, he did not think of a good idea for 665 in the past, and now throw this mess to the old steward to ponder. In fact, it is equivalent to a broken can. However, this broken can, his Nick Flamel, can give his old good man steward, and then go to bed with his wife and go to the body. Who can go to the old steward? Loyal old steward Edward. Oh, when he was okay, he couldn't eat it. He couldn't eat it, and he couldn't sleep well. He almost learned his own master's use of the death of death. This came back to Buttons, who originally wanted to slap on the side and explore the tone of Madame Maxime. I never thought that Marx's sudden visit made him an idea. In Edward's opinion, this broken can is sent to the 3 major magic schools in Europe to pick up, and then the headmaster of the 3 magic schools will come out to the global magic circle. Can this be a stable realization of the desire of the main family? Right now, he threw the question out in a fluttering manner, and suddenly felt that his body was relaxed. But Madame Maxime was immediately upset. If the 3 big magic schools jointly put this big baby out of the water, Dumbledore's personality may not be evasive, but the Karkaroff of Durmstrang. Don't say whether he accepted or shoved. Once Karkaroff knew it, would he just step in and get in the water? To be honest, Madame Maxime is not a bad-minded person, but such a big baby is in front of you, no matter who is not jealous. Although this is a big trouble, it is also a big treasure. If it wasn't for Marx, just sit next to it. Thinking of this, Madame Maxime glanced at Marx, but he saw him sitting on the couch without squinting, as if he had never heard of this. When Marx noticed that Madame Maxime looked over, he even grinned. This McClawn, what does he mean? Is it? Madame Maxime thought about it, but secretly smiled. Oh, although the strength of this little guy is hard to ignore, he is still a child. What can a child have? I must have thought about it. She thought so, just put down some caution, nodded to the old steward. I will inform Hogwarts first to see if Albus has any considerations. After all, he and your master are good friends. I think I will definitely help you get a good idea. Seeing Madame Maxime blinking a bit, Marx thought that his suggestion of proofing had already made Maxime understand, but who knows? People threw it to Dumbledore in a blink of an eye. I would have liked to eat some meat from this pot. As a result, even the soup may not be able to drink. Whether it is Mole World or Magic Circle, a student wants to blend into such a thing. The difficulty is not ordinary, he is actually very clear. That old steward Edward has such a consideration, will take out his small guy whose identity is complex, but cannot have any influence, as a witness. For this reason, Marx can have a chance to get in touch with this Matu one step at a time. To say that he has no idea in his heart, that is a strange thing. It's just that recently, there's a lot of things on his head. Since the simplest method didn't work, he didn't have the energy to throw it to Dumbledore and throw it at Dumbledore. I have to solve the problem of Voldemort and the Enchanted Monument first. Marx couldn't help but think secretly. But where does he know that there are things he cannot take the initiative to contact, but in the end he may not be able to pick himself up on his head. After sitting in the headmaster room of Buttons for a little while, after Madame Maxime and old steward Edward continued to chat for a while, Marks and Luna walked out of the headmaster room with Edward. Mr. Lawn, you are finally out. Marks just stepped out of the gate of the headmaster room and saw the little Gabrielle waved his hand to the surprise and walked along with her elder sister. It seems that the two sisters, Delacour, have been waiting in the corridor outside. Oh. Sorry, I have kept you waiting, Marks said quickly. In fact, I don't have to wait for us. It will be fine for me to go shopping with Luna for a while. How can that do? And Fleur was trying to say something. It was obvious that the old steward Edward was also on the side, and immediately turned his head. Oh, Mr. Edward, are you leaving? Edward smiled and nodded, slowly said, yes. There are still many things to deal with at home. I hope to see you again next time, beautiful Miss Delacour. The two sides said goodbye. Marks and Luna walked with the Delacour sister to the tower on the other side. Yes, the Buttons castle also has towers, but they are not only the same height, but also very symmetrically placed on both sides of the main building, and the shape is much more elaborate than the Hogwarts Tower. To say that Hogwarts Castle is a rough and mysterious beauty, Buttons is the kind of beauty that is refined and refined like Princess. The four walked down the tower and visited many places such as classrooms, laboratory and library. When they visited the half of the Buttons castle, Marks found that they seemed to be back in the hall of the castle. It's not long before I just entered the summer vacation. The castle is empty, but there are still a few students and boys in this hall, who seem to be discussing what topic. The moment Fleur stepped into the hall, she immediately stopped and subconsciously wanted to leave Marks with her. Why didn't the group of guys leave, or just circumvent it? This time Fleur invited Luna to come over. This is a selfish calculations. How can the annoying guys come over and mess? But she could still circumvent that time before, but this time she couldn't avoid it. Fleur, hey! Don't go. A boy swept away and immediately noticed Fleur, who was standing at the door of the hall and trying to get away. He immediately shouted out. He shouted, and the surrounding students naturally reacted immediately, so they turned around and looked over here. Who allowed you to call my name? Fleur squinted and squinted back and glanced at the boy. A female child with Vela bloodline will be a favorite when it comes to it. Plus girls with this bloodline are usually beautiful. She was so eager to see her, and the boy who obviously had the pursuit of her immediately became like a lost soul, and floated under her feet. Marks looked at Fleur with a sullen look and wondered why he was not affected at all. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 263. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 263. Since it has been seen by others, Fleur is not good enough to hide. Without her past, the young boys who wore their own wizard robes gathered together and spoke in the French language that Marks couldn't understand. Marks doesn't have to understand at all. He can see that the boys look at their own eyes and understand that he is obviously not very popular here. Seeing that there was too much hostility, he simply greeted Luna and then walked past her to the wall full of oil paintings. But he wants to leave. But people still leave him alone. Marks Yugweng saw a white shadow toward his side Axio. His conditional reflex usually pulled out the wand from the sleeve and parked it in the air with an impediment jinx. What? He turned and looked at it. It was a white glove. Duel? Marks was shocked. Is it too vulgar? What time is it? This time he really missed people. Nowadays, although the duel is almost extinct in the mole world, it is still quite popular in the entire European magic circle. Among them, especially the French magic circle is the most. Up to the family dispute, down to the goat was stolen, there will be a duel when there is a dispute. No disputes may be caused by people to create disputes. Whenever the French wizard goes out, he may forget the umbrella on the rainy day, but he will never forget to put a pair of gloves into his pocket. The difference between each duel is probably only that people throw white gloves or black gloves. This may be the biggest difference between a mole duel and a wizard duel, because the number of wizards has not been much, so most of them will only throw white gloves when they fight. In this case, there is no such thing as a death in a duel. Of course, if there is any deep hatred between the two, throwing out black gloves is the ultimate result. The duel can be so prevalent, in fact, it is inseparable from the strict rules. One party throws a glove in the other party as an invitation to a duel. If the due date is officially established, the invited party must pick up the glove to count. I also blame Marx for practicing the quick draw with nothing. The impediment Jinx just sent out subconsciously, and now the white gloves are still floating in slow motion in midair. Who knows when it will land? Marx is not awkward, but the young man who throws out the gloves can be bungee. Do you still have to fight with others? The speed of the reaction of the people, and then the clean and silent curse of others. He just wants to run over and take back the gloves, and then pretend to be like nothing, quietly leave. Marx didn't care about the other's embarrassment. In addition to seeing the white gloves, he saw a glimpse of the smug smile on Fleur's face. Does he still understand this? He was used by the Velar half-blood for the little land, and he was the shield of the adult family. It's just a duel. I have nothing special to do with Miss Delacour. Just a friend. No matter how people can't understand English. He picks up wand and puts the white glove back to the wind, and stops in front of the boy. Seeing the other side's red face and grabbing the glove, he just turned back and simply left the back of the head to Fleur. Luna, where do you want to go? Luna curiously glanced over Fleur's side, her clear eyes as if without a trace of distracting thoughts. Miss Delacour is yelling at you. She blinked. But the subject turned Circa Dog and said that he had defeated a Wyro dragon before his death. Is that true? Maybe. Marx shrugged said. Who knows? Mr. Jazz is always hoo-hoo, nothing to always look for someone to fight. The two chatted casually and walked to the deeper part of the hall. There was a very strange oil painting. They were thinking about it together. This evening, after Marx and Luna informed Mr. Lovegood, they stayed at the castle at the invitation of Madame Maxime. After dinner in the evening, Marx went back to the room and sat at the desk, opened his notes and began to write and draw. During these days in France, he spent the day with Luna wandering around, and at night he took time to study the various data and information from the monument. When I am sleepy, I will sleep, and when I wake up, it will be a new day. His life is very fulfilling. Only the next day, when he woke up in the bed of Xburton's castle, he picked up a meal and went to the dining hall to taste the breakfast of Xburton's, but was blocked in the old place yesterday. This time, Axio's white gloves came straight to his head. He licked his head slightly, letting the glove shine over his ear and landed on the marble floor behind him. What happened? Is it endless? The owner of this glove is not the boy who was full of twilight yesterday. He is standing next to the owner of the glove. As for the master of the gloves, it was a gloomy, black-robed youth with a fierce look in his eyes. That's right, looking at the age of the glove owner, maybe a senior student of Xburton's. Pull up the gloves, the black-robe said dryly in a less skilled English. Marx just squinted his head and avoided the glove that hit his head. Axio. He didn't correct his head, but he looked at him with his head. I didn't say it yesterday. I was just a friend with Miss Delacour. Excuse. The other party directly interrupted Marx's words and looked at him happily. The pursuit of Miss Delacour is something that every man will do. Unless you are not a man. The black-robe youth paused, and then said, are you afraid of a duel? Coward. Full, the guy's strength seems to be very strong. The boy next to him carefully pulled the black-robe's youth's sweaty robes and whispered in French, shut up. The black-robe, who was called to follow by the boy, glanced at him coldly, and then switched to English loudly said, accept my duel, if you are still a man. Marx rubbed his head to the back of his face, then pulled out the wand and picked it up, then quickly inserted it back into his sleeve. But seeing the white gloves on the floor leaping, crossed an arc in the air, and fell exactly in his hand. Look at the witnesses. I am waiting for you at the dining hall. He didn't look at each other, he lifted his legs and went to the direction of the dining hall. He took a few steps but turned back and added, if I haven't seen you appear with a witness after breakfast, I won't waste time waiting for you. After all, he turned again and walked away with a leisurely step. For Marx, this duel is almost the same as getting up in the morning exercise. Recently, because it is too idle, the habit of running a circle every day is almost forgotten. This is not enough. For a wizard, it's necessary to have a strong body, At least for Marx, this is a thing that should be by rights. Behind him, the black robe youth Teflon is stunned, but it is hard to imagine that there will be such a student in Buxbotons. The hall of Buxbotons is not used for the dining hall. The two halls are separated by a wall, just to the left of the hall. And the dining style of Buxbotons is not the same. In addition to the major banquets, normally, they are served in buffet style. Buxbotons is really rich, not afraid of wasting at all. It's not long before the summer vacation, and there are almost few people in the dining hall. In addition to a few professors in the left-behind school, there are not many people. However, there are still a lot of delicious foods in the dishes of the restaurant, which are available for people to choose. Marx took some food slowly and picked up a dining table by the window, which he sat down to taste. Yes, it's really more delicious than Hogwarts food. Well, the croissant's meringue is soft, and the entrance is instant. He sipped while he was eating. Unfortunately, the French don't like to eat in the morning. Meat, if you can have a few more fried bacon, it will be perfect. But as he concentrated on enjoying this delicious French breakfast, Fleur pulled Luna and broke into the dining hall, hurriedly looking around for a week. When she saw Marx, she dragged Luna and ran straight over here. "You promised to follow's duel invitation? Why didn't you reject the duel with Die Boys yesterday?" Fleur asked with a puzzled face, but not too anxious. She participated in the Triwizard tournament, and she has seen the strength of Marx a little. She is not worried about Marx losing. It's just that Tafler's family is not simple. She is afraid that this will cause Marx to get into unnecessary troubles. After all, yesterday's boys were just ordinary wizard family members. But this Tamilus identity is different. In the future, it will definitely take over the patriarch of the Teflon family. Oh. Yeah? What's wrong? Marx looked up and looked at her strangely. It was said that the Mistilico personally brought him to him. Although he didn't care about it, it was only a little joke. But now Fleur's attitude has changed. Typhauler's family background is not simple. I am worried. Fleur hesitated, and then continued. Sorry, it's my fault. You and Luna are the guests I invited. I shouldn't just give it to you. Looking for trouble. When Marx heard it, it didn't matter, shrugged. Don't care. France won't have only one family, and I don't often come to France. It's okay, he said. He pointed to the food in the plate. Have you ever had breakfast? The food in your school is delicious, so I want to get some more. Fleur saw that he hadn't been in the heart for a while, and things had happened, but they had to let it go. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 264. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 264. For Europeans, duel is a very open and fair thing, and this is also true in the magic circle. In addition to the will of both parties to the duel, an independent and authoritative witness is essential. In addition, the two sides who open the duel need to ask an assistant to prevent the opponent from playing ambush and other events. However, the emergence of the assistant system has made the duel more complicated and twisted. This is only because the assistants of both sides are mostly friends and relatives of the duelist. In order to maintain the duelist and show that they have not lived up to their trust in themselves, the assistants often occur quite fierce battle. Of course, this system does not have to be implemented. At this time, Marx didn't want to bring a dual assistant into the scene. Could it be Luna's assistant? He is not willing. The heir of the Teflon family seemed to be ready, and it was not long before Fleur and Luna came. He had already appeared in the dining hall with a group of people. With witnesses. This is Professor Martin, who is a teacher of the Buxbotons Academy of Magic Charms. He has won the runner-up of the Fuller Wizard Battle, and Professor Martin has come to witness the duel. You should feel glory. Tefl still looked at Marx with his gaze, and he spoke a bit of English, but he also made it clear. Marx wiped his mouth, and he stood up and gave a slight ceremony to Professor Martin. Professor Martin's age seems to be very large. It is estimated to be a few years older than Professor McGonagall's, but his sly eyes and steady pace show that the old man is still mentally awkward. Professor Martin also nodded to Marx. It seems that it doesn't really mean to help one side. This is my assistant, Benjamin die boys. Trefoil pointed to the boy next to him, then squinted at Marx. Your assistant? Are you ready? Marx shrugged said, I don't have an assistant. Don't say more, hurry up and pick the place. I will stay with you later. He said, looking at Luna. This went on to say, oh, I will accompany my companion to continue to visit the castle. Trefoil saw his gaze and his eyes followed him to Luna. Marx can see Luna, but he is watching Fleur around Luna. HMPH. When you are kneeling at my feet, I see you dare not say such words. Typhoca glanced at Marx, then turned and walked to the hall. Just fight in the main hall. As I said before, the assistant is not necessary. Seeing that Marx has no assistants, Taffy naturally does not wander alone with his assistant. In fact, when the two were standing face to face in the middle of the hall, standing by some distance, Madame Maxime already knew about it. That Teflon has already graduated from Buttons, and now is not a student. As for how he ran to fight with Marx, it was natural because Tefalo was deeply attracted to Fleur as early as school. When he got the news in Dubois' mouth last night, he rushed to his alma mater early in the morning, intending to run Marx, the little face who dared to approach the woman he loved. At the moment, he is the best moment to defeat the little white face and capture the heart of Goddess. It is filled with a burst of excitement in Teflon's heart. It was only that he was born into a family of pure blood, and he received education of various nobles' etiquette from an early age. On the surface, he was still a cold and sullen expression like a vulture. However, where does Marx manage him? He only knows that even with the magic power fluctuations of this guy, it is not even as good as Tunks. Professor Martin, please start. Marx turned his head and nodded to the old professor standing next to him. Old Martin was slightly nodded, and then looked at Tefl on the other side. When he saw him, he nodded. Then he raised his head and said, the two sides of the duel come forward and report each other's names. Marx and Tefl step forward, facing the face when they are separated by 2 steps. Ed Teflon, Marx McLawn. Seeing the names of the 2 sides, old Martin went on to declare, because of the dispute between the 2 sides, in order to resolve the issue, my Godfrey Martin accepts the duty of supervision and witnesses the public duel. If one party loses combat power, the duel ends. The other party may not additional damage. Publicize wand, do the duel. Old Martin to barely fell. Marx and Teflon both took out the wand, standing firmly on the chest, and then going to the side like a sword. Immediately afterwards, the 2 sides shook slightly, and then they turned their backs to each other and walked 5 steps in the opposite direction. When they turned around again and lifted wand into the preparatory posture, old Martin's voice rang in a timely manner. 1 2 3, Protego, Agumenti. This time Marx didn't use a silent spell, but it's more boring than using a silent spell. To be honest, Teflon's duel level is good. The first defense duel tactic is also a long-established basic tactic. It is simple and effective, and is also a very common choice in duel competitions. Marx, what is this tactic? Or is he thirsty? Seeing his sleek, simple-looking wand front end, he kept pouring out the crystal springs and smashed the ground in a short while. Typhola was also a bit stunned, but he did not stagnate. I saw that wand in his hand shook again, and a beam of fire went straight to Marx, and he sent out a silent spell. At this moment, everyone's gaze went with the fire. Seeing that Marx is still standing still, even the spring of tip does not mean to stop flowing. It is really unpredictable. But when the fire was less than 3 steps away from him, the jaw-dropping scene happened. Seeing Marx wand with a gentle wave, the water under his feet suddenly rushed up, turned into a big hand and held his waist, then grabbed him and moved aside a few feet. The other party's silent disarming charm was so hidden by him in an incredible way. However, this is only the beginning. I saw that the big hand formed by the water flow put the Marx aside and stretched up to form an arm. Immediately, it stretched the marble floor, and a round, translucent upper body was pulled out of the water on the ground, and with it, there is another hand. Hey, is there any leg? Marx didn't even rush to follow. He just thought about it and shook his head again. Really? Do your legs? After all. He extended the wand to the opposite side, and the blue-shaped humanoid water rushed toward Tefl. Not to mention, this speed is no slower than people. Argumenti. Marx remained calm and composed while handling pressing affairs, and continued to spray water to go out. Marx is calm and easy. But Teflon is completely embarrassed. Is this a joke? A humanoid monster with water flowing together? Transfiguration? Or what is the lost spell? How to deal with it? What curse should I use? It's too late to think about it, or Marx didn't leave him much time to think about it. The waterman formed a very fast speed, and the speed of running was faster. Only after taking a breath of effort, he was already very close. Defindo. Under Teflon's divisional curse, the waterman was cut into several servings at once. The splittable spell is just a magical effect of the instant effect, and the waterman has already had a reparo in the blink of an eye. In any case, it is always good to slow down. Under the immediate crisis, Typhauler also moved a lot faster, and he immediately thought of a curse. Cold is like ice. Using a frozen spell is really a good idea. When dealing with a variety of small creatures, they can slow or even stop their activities. But if you use the frozen spell to deal with the running water, the power of this freezing will be maximized, and the water will be turned into ice. At this moment, it was seen that Tefaller's one front end flashed a blue light, and then the waterman who got out of Marx immediately slowed down and soon became an ice sculpture. This freezing process is actually not fast, because the intensity of the frozen curse is not high. The effect is actually limited. What is puzzling is that Marx doesn't mean to use any spells to counterattack. No. He still uses the spell, and he has been using it. He has been spraying water from the beginning. At this time, the marble floor of the hall was almost covered with clear and transparent spring water, and even went out to the hall. Thank you. In Marx's unexpected and inexplicable thank you, Tefl was horrified to discover that the ice sculpture that had been frozen by him actually slammed into the ground, and the water gathered to form a pair of thick legs. Cold is like ice. Marx music. He made up a frozen curse, and then everyone felt a slight tremor on the ground. The ice sculpture actually ran away. Reducto. Typhauler almost screamed and shouted the mantra. The next moment, the ice giant's chest immediately splashed a burst of ice crystal debris. Typhauler immediately became happy, and two reductor curse issued, but Marx calmly waved wand, and the water climbed up the chest along the legs of the giant, and the cracks were repaired in the blink of an eye. Bang bang bang. It was a loud noise that hit a heavy object. The ice giant even stepped on a few steps, and his hands were lifted up high, and he was about to kneel down. Tefl hurriedly tumbling on the ground, even crawling, battered and exhausted to hide aside, but for a long time did not hear the ice giant's heavy punches. He looked back in horror, but saw that the giant was so high and held all over. Tefl glanced over to Marx and saw that he was too lazy to ignore himself. He was staring at the ice-cold giant he had become, and he couldn't help but see a thick shyness and resentment. His one tip is already quietly aimed at Marx. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 265. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 265. Tefaller's sneak attack plan did not succeed at all. It's a bit stupid to say why he failed. I saw that his tip was just aligned with Marx, and a sudden loud noise passed over his ear. Tefallo, who was a little nervous, was scared by this. The wand in his hand was not stable. He jumped and jumped between his fingers and turned to land on the ground. When he looked at it, he found that the ice giant had collapsed. For a time, the ice fragments shattered and turned into a pile of large and small hail. Although Marx is pondering the relationship between transfiguration and ancient summon, Marx is of course in his eyes. It's just a matter of breaking things. He's too lazy to pursue it. In any case, the hatred between the two people is a conclusion, although Marx actually did not care. The winner of this duel, Marx McLawn. Professor Martin was also shocked by Marx's magic, Until then it was a little bit late to announce. "That's goodbye, Mr. Trefoil." Marks casually nodded towards each other and then turned to Professor Martin. "Oh, sorry, it's water in the hall of your school." Professor Martin immediately shook his head, and the old face showed a smile. "No, nothing, child. Can see such a wonderful spell application. This little thing can't be anything." He was paused and curiously said, "Is that just a transfiguration?" Marks slightly nodded. "Yes, it's just a normal shape deformation, no other tricks." He said that even if the transfiguration at the physical level is to control the flow of water and manipulate it for real-time operations, the lack of rich and solid transfiguration skills can never be accomplished. Just as the two men chatted a few words at the mouth, suddenly outside the main entrance of the hall, they hurried into a well-dressed old man, and moved toward it. Not long after, the sight of the coming person stopped on Teflon's body, and then regardless of the water everywhere in the hall, Pata landed there. "Les Master, you are." The old man was talking, but he stopped talking and turned to whisper. "Les Master, Patriarch asks you to go home, come home." It was said that Tefalo's old man for young master was anxiously greeted, and it seemed that there was really a major event. Tefolo climbed up from the ground with the support of the old man, and the body dripped down and dripped, and the heart was unusually annoyed. This young man who had just graduated did not give Marks a hate. Even so, as the heir of the Teflon family, he still has the priority of getting things done. After blinking in the dark, the fierce light flashed slightly, and it was coldly snorted, and the old man left with the straight man. From beginning to end, he didn't look at Marks again. It was really afraid that he couldn't help but cast killing curse. He is a young man with a strong hatred, not only with a small heart, but also especially likes to take revenge. If he was looking for something, he would have to use the color of the marks with the slightest hesitation. "Luna, let's go around." Marks yelled at Luna, who was standing on the side, thinking about it, and said to Fleur, "Miss Delacour, are you coming together?" This time, France, at the invitation of Fleur, has made a bit of a mess, but this little thing like a joke between friends. Marks will be in the heart. Right now, he plans to go to the school near Luna to enjoy the scenery. If you don't call the master, it is rude. These days Fleur and even her younger sister Gabrielle have been accompanying them to play. The friendship between the four is a bit deeper, no longer as talented as in Hogwarts. "Oh, I will call Gabrielle. Go to the front garden first." Marks is easy and enjoyable, after all is summer vacation. The things about the Monument of Temptation also have a look. Under the pressure of a large reduction, this trip to France can be said to be leisurely. In comparison, Voldemort can't be happy at all. Under the dignified atmosphere of the Death Eaters, Voldemort again calculated the follow-up plan. Compared to the radicals of the last War of the Wizard, and the temptations so far, this time, Voldemort became more cautious. The dark lines he buried in the Britain magic circle are slowly moving forward, and the various intelligent creatures of the dark faith will be twisted into a rope. He believes that the real battle will be in the near future. And by that time, even if Dumbledore's old man still hides his strength, he must not be able to resist the attack of the Dark Army. Master, the Lestrange couple have left the habitat of the evil fairy group. The negotiations are very successful. The evil fairies are very satisfied with the promises given by the owner. Now they are going to the Teflon family for negotiations. Just at the main table of the long table, Voldemort expressionless was nodded. At the same time, within the territory of the Tefl family, to say that the Thaleful family used to have a duke in the Mole world in France, it was only during the period of the reign of 1793 to 1794 that the title was cut. It is said that the duke's family's ancestor, when he was about to be executed, applied a hidden curse to his neck, pretending that his head had been cut off, thus escaping the fate of death. It's just that there's a bit of a fake, and not many people have made it clear, but this interesting history is still recorded in some A History of Magic. Perhaps influenced by the ancestor of the Duke, the Teflon family's territory is quite large, and the family's heritage in the mole world is relatively rich. At this moment, in the central part of the Teflon family territory, in the living room of the large French villa, the Lestrange couple was in talks at the patriarch of the Teflon family. Although his wife, Bellatrix, is in a higher position in front of Voldemort than her husband, Rodolphus Lestrange, is still dominant in this type of negotiation. Nothing else, just because Bellatrix is a bit paranoid, although it is precisely because of this, it is really not responsible for the negotiations. At this point, her husband, Rodolphus, is analyzing Tifl Patriarch with various gains and losses, trying to promote a future mutual benefit and win-win plan. But at this time, the son of Teflon Patriarch, Tefl, happened to be brought back home by the old steward father. Who had just been taught by Marx and got back from Xputans, hadn't had time to change clothes, and he met the old Teflon who was in the living room. Old Tefl saw his son's body covered in water, and suddenly frowned. "Elder, what's going on?" "Forget it, don't say this first, you give me a quick change to change clothes." After that, he apologized to the Lestrange couple. "Sorry, rude. That is my son, Elder Teflon." Elder got used to the father rebuke from early to early, and didn't care about it at the moment. Just a little nodded. He went upstairs and changed clothes. In a short while, he hurried down to the living room and walked over to the sofa of the father meeting the two guests. "Just a little rude, please don't mind the two." Erd guarded the etiquette between the wizard family and solemnly said. The Bellatrix sitting next to him gave him a cold look, then simply took his eyes to the side. Instead, her husband, Rodolphus, was slightly laughed, indicating that he did not care. Old Tyfowler asked his son to sit down on the sofa beside him, and then he continued to speak by the words he had just said. "I don't know how many forces Mr. Voldemort has contacted. If there is no exact guarantee, even if more interests are in front of me, our Teflon family will not go easy." Old Tyfowler said calmly, "But the meaning is already clear." Rodolphus nodded and replied with an understandable expression, "I can tell you exactly that the Master has negotiated conditions with some of the vampire families in the United States, and the Dementors in the country will be thoroughly investing in the Master's majesty. And, my wife and I have just had a clear agreement with the evil fairy race." Having said that, he paused and added a tone of voice, "And then, the Master will personally go with the giants to communicate. The result is naturally no doubt. And in addition to these dark and intelligent creatures, many pure-blood wizard families in their own country have responded to the secret call of their masters. The total attack of the magic circle of the whole Britain will really begin." When Rodolphus finished these things, seeing that Tefalo Patriarch was still thinking, he made an amazing secret. "If you still have doubts," he dragged his tail and added, "some of the dark wizards from the Durmstrang Magic School will also officially join the owner's Death Eater. I think, Teflon Patriarch, you should understand what it means." When the old Tefla heard it, his eyes jerked, and his heart flashed a series of seemingly impossible speculations. Could it be that? Rodolphus immediately waved his hand and did not let old Tifel continue to ask, but the expression on his face had already expressed what he wanted to say. "In this case, my Teflon family is also a copy." Under Voldemort's heavy planning, not only the territory of Britain, but even a lot of forces throughout Europe have been eager to move. This time, Voldemort's picture has not changed, but his plan has long been different from the last Wizard War. However, does Dumbledore really make him so easy to succeed? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 266. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 266. Boom. As soon as the bang sounded loudly in Riddle House, it marked the uninvitedness of a particular guest. If the current Voldemort is a young and handsome young man, then the unexpected guest is a middle-aged appearance full of mature man charm. As always, he stretched the angular face. Even if his current behavior is undoubtedly a provocation against the Briton Dark Lord, but his face still has no change. The man's lips were decorated with 2 manicured beards. A very high-grade handmade wizard robe set his image to be tall and luxurious, and with his own superiority, No one could ignore it. His existence. At this moment, he just gently put away the wand that had just let go of a curse, then held his hand and looked at the riddle house, which had collapsed half of the wall, expressionlessly, completely motionless. In the pile of bricks that collapsed due to the collapse of the walls, a pair of bloody boots and half of the thighs were revealed in the gap, which revealed a message. He just found the Voldemort headquarters. Location. CC. In a rush, a huge snake head came out of the wall, the narrow snaky-eyed lock beating the black flame. The long tongue of scarlet red kept rushing, almost to the middle of the middle-aged man. But the man is still unmoved, not even turning his eyes, just using his cold eyes to look straight ahead. At this moment, a burst of black gas suddenly appeared out of the surrounding air, and it condensed and turned into Voldemort's body. "Who are you?" Voldemort's eyes were equally cold and his appearance was equally handsome, but he was a little more arrogant than the other, but he had a few more haze. The voice did not fall, and a dozen black smokes rushed out of Riddle House, falling successively around the two, forming a circular array that surrounded the middle-aged man. When the black fog dissipated, each and every one wearing a black hooded cloak and a bony-faced Death Eater showed their figure in each and every one, and the fierce gaze fainted from the mask. Yes, they are still Death Eater, not the Black Death created by Voldemort through the power of the enchanting monument. This flying magic spell turned into black fog is a new curse that Voldemort invented himself with reference to the power of the Black Death. However, even if it was already surrounded, the middle-aged man was still calm and stared at Voldemort's face for a long time. "You are Voldemort. Don't dare to call the Master's name." He just opened his mouth and was interrupted by a loyal Death Eater. But Voldemort didn't show any anger, but instead waved his hand and threw the Death Eater back. "Yes, I am." He calmly looked straight into the eyes of the middle-aged man. His eyes were cold and cruel. "No matter what you are, this way of calling seems a bit not too good." "Come with etiquette," Voldemort said, reaching for the wall of Riddle House. The black flame in his eyes twitched slightly. "Is it?" Middle-aged man coldly, "Maybe it is a little rude. But what about it? I am not a waste of time to enter the Britain this time. I heard that you are very good at bloodline transformation magic." Voldemort, hearing this, cold eyes looked at each other, then squinted, before asking a question. "Don't you report your name first?" "Court, next." "If Marx is here, he can definitely recognize it at a glance, but Voldemort is the first time to see this handsome middle-aged wizard." The other side stared at Voldemort for a moment, and it was a little nodded. "I, Eric de Six-Blois." In the magic circle, the long-named wizard does not necessarily have a deep family inheritance, but the family inheritance has a long-standing wizard. But there must be a short name. The only thing to pay attention to is the pure-blood wizard with the existing ancient castle as the surname but with a long list of names. As long as you have a good understanding of the wizard society in ancient times, you will never ignore any wizard that has this name. In the ancient wizard society, there is only a sporadic modernity, and there are not many wizards who understand this. Voldemort knows that thanks to his deep love for magic. Even so, he doesn't know much. Voldemort was a little silent for a moment, then started talking. "So, Mr. Blois, I am really good at bloodline transformation of magic, but what do you want?" "I need your ability to help the Blois family solve a problem that has been left for thousands of years." Mr. Blois paused, seeing Voldemort's face unchanged. He continued, "If you can promise, I can do it when you need it. Help you once." This sentence is actually talking about remuneration. Although Mr. Blois is very vague, the meaning is simply self-evident. What is Voldemort's biggest trouble at the moment? Of course, it is the total attack plan for the Hogwarts castle, the most difficult nail house in the UK. Can Voldemort be satisfied with this? Mr. Blois, he still glared at his eyes were terrifying. "Have to say that your chips really appeal to me. But you don't think?" Voldemort hadn't finished talking yet, but he saw a wand in his sleeve, and a black gas went straight to Blois. "You must know that the two people at this time are only a few steps apart. This unbeatable attack, in exchange for any topper, will be in a hurry, and there is no chance of even responding. But Mr. Blois, in front of him, was already aware of the moment when Voldemort's wand slipped out of his palm. While Voldemort was in front of the black gas, Mr. Blois had placed wand across his chest and then steadily picked it up. During the time, the ground beneath his feet squirmed, and a giant hand mixed with dirt, turf and stones slammed out and slammed down at Voldemort's head. The black gas emitted by Voldemort did not have any effect on the giant hand at all. Boom! This time, everyone knows how the walls of Riddle House collapsed. Voldemort didn't expect it at all, and in modern times there would be a horrible antiquity magic of formidable power. And the giant hand is too big, even if he has turned into black gas, but it was directly smashed by the giant hand. If the Tafel young master is here, it will inevitably connect this giant hand made of mud and stone, the giant hand made by Marx. But even with the whole ice giant, I am afraid that it is not as big as this muddy giant. As for the attack speed, not to mention, Voldemort turned into black gas, of course, nothing. This pure physical attack can hardly hurt him. I saw that the black gas that had been scattered was regathered and the human form was again agglomerated. But the three Death Eaters who had just stood behind Voldemort had been paralyzed. Under this shackle, the three men were directly smashed into a muddy mixed loaf of meat. As you can imagine, the strength of this muddy giant is known. And this is by no means a simple shaping of the earth and stones. The ancient summon technique. Voldemort hung in the air, and a handsome face showed a dreadful look. But Mr. Blois is indifferent. If you want to judge on the basis of modern magical theory, this is just transfiguration. The giant hand was on the ground, not disappearing or continuing to act as if it was a deterrent. But it had already made all the Death Eaters far behind in horror. HMPH. Voldemort coldly snorted. A trick. A dozen black hair from the private cemetery of Riddle House mountainside, dragging the usual tail towards Blois. That is the Black Death. Enhance the physical death of the dead with alienated magic power. Bang 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 bang. As the giant hand lifted it up, in front of Mr. Blois, a series of dull slams blew up. And for a time the stone splashed, even the giant hand showed signs of collapse. But as Marx's ice giant can repair with water, as long as the giant hand has a material that can be filled, regeneration is just a matter of more magic power, that's all. Can Mr. Blois only be so passively beaten? Of course impossible. But the ground next to the giant hand also squirmed and squirmed. Under the wave of Blois' wand, another giant hand poked out the surface, like a fly, and pulled the blacks directly to the side. The next moment, the two giant hands slammed into the ground, accompanied by the momentum of the mountains bursting and ground splitting. A stone giant with nearly 100 feet violently stood in front of the Riddle House. On the open ground. Don't waste your time, you can't hurt me. Voldemort couldn't help but be annoyed. Actually, he didn't want to make such a big move at the moment. I don't die, understand? But Mr. Blois looked up and expressedlessly, is it? Just the moment his voice did not fall, his wand pointed to where Voldemort was. Suddenly, Voldemort was horrified to find that he felt an inexplicable sense of restraint, as if everything around him was squeezing him, and even the air seemed to stop flowing. Then, the stone giant slammed his fists and slammed into Voldemort's body. In a clear and audible muffle, Voldemort was smashed to the roof of Riddle House, and the bricks collapsed and buried him completely. The host, the Death Eaters, were all frightened, and most of them stopped at the place and did not dare to move. However, there are a few loyal followers who are just about to move, but they have just taken 2 steps. But they have stopped. The stone giant can still stand in front. Even the great Dark Lord was smashed into the house like a toy, and even if they went up, they would just be greeted with "that's all." For a time, the Death Eater was not a distraction, and it was a dilemma. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 267. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 267. Look over there. The Master is fine. Just as the Death Eater was silent all the time, there was a lot of black hair around Riddle House. Those black gas seems to be out of thin air. without any warning in advance. But seeing that the black gas is getting more and more, it will not be long before it has covered the sky, and it also faintly exudes some kind of evil and horrible atmosphere. Mr. Blois is frowned, but he hasn't acted. He's not coming to fight with Voldemort this time, or just wait and see. It can be said that his wand has been firmly pointed to the ground. This is, can you say, as soon as I think of the dozens of humanoid creatures that have been entangled in blackness, Mr. Blois suddenly thought of something bad. In case, just in case, he is still ready for a big fight. At this time, the darkness of the sky suddenly retracted and quickly became a mass. The next moment, a humanoid monster screaming in black hair, like a black flame, screamed in silence. Yes, Voldemort also showed this pattern when he was fighting Dumbledore, but it was then broken up by Dumbledore with a magic power beam containing rules. Only this time, Voldemort's state seems to be wrong. Hey haha. He was so hovering in the air, the black flame-like head was slightly lowered, and the back of the hair made a scream of screaming, which seemed to imply some kind of painful pleasure. HMPHO. Finally again, no. This is the body of my Dark Lord. You can never take it away. Just in the strange and inexplicable self-talk, the black flame Voldemort earned a slap in the face. His hands slammed open like he was breaking away, and his head almost reached 90 degrees. With the last screaming roar, the black flames that continually danced and fluttered in violently, and disappeared into the air with nothing left. Voldemort, or Tom Riddle's body appeared again. HMPH. He was coldly snorted. His eyes were cold and arrogant. Mine is mine. Do you want to snatch my Dark Lord's body? Voldemort muttered, meditation for a moment, then looked at Blois. Your magic is good. Very good, he said coldly. I believe now, if you can help me to attack Hogwarts Castle and kill Albus Dumbledore, then the deal can be negotiated. As he said, Voldemort paused again, and this waved. Please, there are things about the transformation of the bloodline. We can go to the house to talk about it. Mr. Blois is hearing this and looked at Voldemort deeply, and finally nodded. To be honest, he originally wanted to be a semi-forced one. In the eyes of his Eric Blois, this Dark Lord of the Britain is not worth mentioning. But now he has discovered that the things involved are really incapable. In fact, if possible, he has no intention of continuing to do anything at the moment. Although Voldemort may not be beaten at the moment, however, there are some things that can't be done. He himself can die, but the one he cherishes, but he wants to save anyway, even if he pays all the price. He, Eric Dusitz Blois, wants to do everything in his lifetime to completely solve the curse that has plagued the Blois family for thousands of years. But this is not for the family, but for her. In the heart of the firm nodded, and then Mr. Blois took a step, striding to the collapse of the nearly half of the Riddle house door. At the moment he stepped into the door, the huge stone giant behind him collapsed instantly and recreated a pile of muddy clods of different sizes. Just as the battle between Voldemort and Blois had just subsided, Marx, Luna and Mr. Lovegood were standing at the school gate of Xbuttons, saying goodbye to the Delacour sisters. This is almost the middle of the month. Lockhart's personal audition is being prepared in a frenzy. He should also go back to help. By the way, some special magic that will be used in the auditory will be well practiced. Just a moment. In addition, of course, the related research on the Monument of Confusion needs to be completed as soon as possible. Although he is not only playing during this time, the efficiency is still relatively low. Even if the child's summer vacation has only just begun, Marx's summer vacation is almost over. After Fleur and Gabrielle turned and left, Marx turned his gaze to Luna. Luna, Mr. Lovegood. We will also be here separately. I have to go to the Durmstrang Castle. Marx thought, Luna. If there is no accident, we may have to see you again at the beginning of school. It is. Hey? Luna glared at his head, slightly confused, nodded. Marx looked at her old look and couldn't help but laughed. Oh. He suddenly got to Luna's ear and whispered, I will miss you. Luna didn't realize that she had been teased by a little girl, still innocently headed, and then showed a sweet smile. "I will," she answered so seriously, but it made Marx a little embarrassed. "Oh, Marx. Can you go by yourself?" "No problem," Mr. Lovegood asked with a little worry. Marx waved his hand and motioned that he was fine. But when Mr. Lovegood left with daughter Luna Disapparition, Marx couldn't help but sighed. He couldn't be Disapparition, and sometimes it was quite inconvenient. He decided that every time he went to a place, he would make a port so that he would not have to go back and fly. After rethinking and discovering that there was nothing or something falling, Marx hurried to the airport and flew to the country where Durmstrang Castle was. Blois Fort, Paris, France. At the top of a tower in the castle, a frosty white snow sways gently in the wind, changing with the wind. This white dyed in the faint sunset, quietly filled with a little jing-ying. That's Winnie Blois, a young girl who doesn't always show a hint of expression. At this moment, she leaned over and walked on the edge of the stage, quietly looking at the distant and blurred scenery, but her heart was clear, as if the crystal ball that had been washed was generally transparent. Behind her, there was a huge dragon head that sneaked out and made a burst of boring roar. Suddenly, a slight roar sounded over the Blois fort. Winnie leaned up slightly and saw a faintly visible little thing dragging the long white mist across the air and flew all the way to the distance. Winnie blinked her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, but underneath it was a pair of indifferent eyes. Marx. She was so murmurously whispering, her eyes followed the high-altitude plane and extended to the distance, until she could not see it, and then she continued to look at the sky and continued to stay. Life at home has always been the case, plain and faint, and nothing to consider. Winnie is a habit of being in a daze, and it is exactly that. But recently, she is not just a daze. In her heart, there is a very important thing worth her to miss. This matter is related to Marx, but it has nothing to do with Marx. Winnie certainly can't figure out such a complicated thing. She never thinks about it. What she hopes is to live well and live peacefully every day. She doesn't want to attract anyone's attention, nor does she take the initiative to pay attention to anyone. She started thinking about Hogwarts from the beginning. She thought so. She went to Hogwarts to go to school, just to have a place where she could easily grow a variety of flowers and plants. Anyway, it will end. For Winnie, she is destined to be a passerby in someone else's life. This is not her choice, but she is not annoying. Father is very anxious about this, but she is not bothered at all. Perhaps, if this happens to other female children, the idea will be very different from her, but she does not reject this so-called doom at all. In Winnie's opinion, as long as she can take a look at this world, she is completely satisfied. In the long history of the Blois family, the curse continues, and her Winnie is not the first one, maybe the last one. If other female children will feel pain for this, then in fact, it will end. But, Marx, Winnie suddenly said softly, he will. Sad for this male child who forced himself into his life. Winnie didn't really know how to get along. No, she doesn't know how to get along with anyone. This has nothing to do with the so-called doom, which is entirely due to Winnie's nature. But even if she doesn't understand at all, how should she go with other people? And even some people don't like to contact others. But for Marx, she never felt any obstacles. It is a very natural and subtle feeling, as if the two are together. There is no interference between them, and they can coexist without fear. Unconsciously, Winnie silently accepted the existence of Marx. To this day, when she watched Father once again rushing out, she remembered what would happen to her. However, what she remembered for the first time was the faint silhouette of Marx. He must. Not sad. Winnie tried to use his own simple thinking to give a story that was not meant to end, and to draw a broken period. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 268. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 268. Recently, everyone feels that the surrounding air has become a lot dull. Every day, sun shone brightly. When it shines on people, it will make people want to go hide under the shade. On the road to Newark, those square houses that are square and square are mostly shrouded in a sleepy silence. Normally, the car that shines brightly, all of which are parked in the driveway all the time. The once lush grassland has a tendency to dry and yellow. When walking down the street, it is rare that there will be a gust of wind blowing through, accompanied by a warm atmosphere. It seems that everything around me silently reminds everyone that summer has arrived. Watering hoses have long been banned due to recent drought conditions. But the residents of this female road, the normal pastime is to clean the car and mowing. Now, these two things can't be done. They have to hide in their shady house. The window is wide open, and it is expected to blow into a cool breeze that does not exist. In this somewhat breathless weather, only one person is still outdoors. This is a boy in his teens. When he is lying in the flower bed outside the fort, he is a skinny boy with black hair and glasses and looks a little weak. Probably because of the fact that in a very short time, the head is too fast. The jeans on his body were broken and dirty, the shirts were loose and the color had faded, and the soles of the sneakers were separated from the uppers. But on his forehead, there is a distinctive lightning-shaped scar, which is destined to be uncommon in his life. His name is Harry Potter. The appearance of Mr. Potter is naturally unable to please the neighbors. Those of them believe that dilapidated shackles should be sanctioned by law. However, he has not been hiding in the room since this time, or lying behind this large cluster of hydrangea. The passers-by will not see him. In fact, as long as his Uncle Vernon or his Aunt Petunia poked his head out of the window of the living room and looked straight into the flower bed below, he might still be seen by them. In general, Mr. Potter thinks that he can think of what is really fortunate to hide here. If you are lying on the hot and hard soil, it is definitely not comfortable. On the other hand, there is no one here who glares at him and bites his teeth, which makes him unable to hear what is said in the news. And no one will ask him some cheeks. Problem: every time he wants to sit in the living room and watch the TV with his aunt, they always stir up his peace. In this family, Mr. Potter was not happy since he was a child. Where else can he go besides here? In particular, when his parents were brutally killed when he was a child. Fish and chips, fries and fried fish. All the gourmet treasures of England. There are fried fish in the fried fish and chips. There are also French fries in the French fries. The price of one serving is 2 servings. Strip. French fries, fried fish and potatoes. Inside the window, there was a distracting ad song. This advertisement has been very hot recently. Whether it is on the street or on the TV, it will come out from time to time, and it will be unbearable in this hot afternoon. In addition to the fish and chips, you can't eat anything else. Harry lay in the grass, his head resting on his arm, his eyelids pulling a half, and he seemed to fall asleep soon. But at this moment, this street, which was empty because of the hot weather, suddenly heard a squeaky sound. Oh, damn. This voice makes my blood pressure rise. The room stunned Harry's Uncle Vernon Dursley's complaint, and Harry heard the window slammed ping. Just then, the voice of 2 people was heard outside the flowers. Stop. Leanie Smells. Elder sister, stop. Oh. Then, with a more squeaking sound, Harry immediately heard someone coming towards him. It was discovered by Leanie. Harry was trying to get up and look at it, but he didn't think about it. He just looked up and felt it in head. The next second, Harry's stomach suffered tons of damage. What? Just now, he was only feeling drowsy because of the dull and hot air, but now, he only felt black in front of him, and almost fainted. Next. Calm down. Harry lifted his right hand and patted the ankle, still stepping on his stomach, and said weakly, "Hey, humans are really fragile." Harry Potter is so famous, I thought it must be slippery and tender. It's not so thin, it doesn't look good. It was just standing on Harry's belly, and it was the werewolf young girl who was turned back by marks. She wore a thin, short-sleeved dress, her arms and ankles slender and white, and her lovely look made it impossible to imagine that she was a werewolf. Before, she had been stalking around in Hogwarts Castle for a while, but not many people to know. This time I saw Harry for the first time. After all, this crazy girl often swears hoo-hoo, and her strength is much larger than that of the ordinary person. She has been bullied by many boys, but she has not seen anyone who is willing to be friends with her. Just as Harry rolled his eyes and looked fainting, elder sister Lena spoke. Mr. McClawn said, "We can't eat anymore." Lena is also the same as in the past. When there is a need, the acting is also very good, but the nature is always this unsmiling look. Lenny is wearing this and can't help but lick her lips. Okay, Lena understands. She said so on her mouth, but she was still awkward. It seemed that she was not addicted. She lifted her right foot and squatted. Ow! Harry couldn't help but hurt and finally fell to the flowers with his waist down. Hey, is this dizzy? Lenny squatted down, pointed out her index finger and poked Harry's cheek, and then snorted with dissatisfaction. It's boring. Take it away. Outside the flowers, elder sister Lena said softly. Okay. Lenny was not willing to jump from Harry's stomach, then reached out and grabbed Harry's collar, and slid directly to him and jumped out of the flowers. On the street outside the flowers, elder sister Lena is riding on an old-fashioned bicycle. The hot short jeans are particularly prosperous in her legs. It seems to be even higher on her feet. A bit. Seeing the younger sister taking Harry out of the grass, Lena calmly waved her hand and gestured to the younger sister to hurry back to the back seat. Lenny nodded. The mood seemed to be better again, as if any bad things would not make her depressed for more than 3 minutes. Jumping to the elder sister. Poor Harry was like a rag. Even if she was kneeling in her hand, it was not miserable. Lenny came to the side of the bike and then jumped on the bicycle's rear seat bracket. Lena just walked on the ground with one foot, but it didn't move under Lena's jump. Set off. In the screaming of Lena's rushing, Lena slammed her pedals, and with a more squeaky snoring, the bicycle swayed forward. Looking at this momentum, I can't help but worry that this bicycle will be overwhelmed and may be scattered at any time. But when Lena stepped on a distance, she saw her sticking out a finger bell, accompanied by a crisp sound of ding-ling-ling, and even the car was blurred, then suddenly vacated and went to the sky, flew far away. Oh! The window above the flowers was reopened, and Harry's Uncle Vernon extended his fat face and looked at everything outside the window with a puzzled look. Without any discovery. Damn, who is doing it? If I got caught. Ding-ling-ling. In a familiar car ringing, the squeaking sound rang again outside the burrow. Not long after, Lena clenched the brakes and parked the bicycle in front of the gate. It's coming. Lena slammed her into the car and slammed into the door of the burrow, and dong 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 slammed the door. Come back! Come back! Lena is back. The two sisters have been living in the Weasley family this summer. The empty rooms are quite adequate. Although they are smaller, they can care about them. It was Lenny's unusually irritating temper that made Mrs. Weasley feel a little bit uncomfortable, and called the home with a more tossing person than the twin brother. However, it can be seen that Mrs. Weasley, who has always liked small children, does not hate this messy family atmosphere. Oh. Come in, come in. Go wash your hands. Mrs. Weasley slammed the door open and then said, "Today our dinner time must be a little earlier, and we should go to Gilderoy in a while. Mr. Lockhart's personal audiovisual show." As she spoke, she suddenly saw Harry being in his hand by Lenny. Oh, Merlin's chin. Mrs. Weasley was surprised. Isn't this Harry? What happened to him? Lenny simply put Harry in the arms of Mrs. Weasley. Lenny accidentally stepped on Mr. Potter's belly, but who knows that Mr. Potter fainted without stepping on it? He said as he walked inside. Leine. Mrs. Weasley was holding Harry in the fainting. Took a deep breath, then shouted and started the usual roaring training. Lena quietly stopped the bicycle against the root of the wall and then walked toward the gate without delay. Mother. In Lena's impression, she and Lena's mother, perhaps it should be like this. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 269. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 269. Even in the evening, the heat that is exclusive to the summer day still exists, and the dull air and the worms are mixed. But it does not hinder people's enthusiasm for the upcoming event. In a wilderness of the wilderness, the faintness of the night, a huge outline looming, covering the last glimmer of the sky. The building resembles the circular medium of the Quidditch World Cup, which is more compact and flatter than that, as if it were a giant fruit bowl situated on an open space. That was the scene of the open-air audio-visual that Marx built with the financial resources of the Werther family. Although the sky is not yet completely black, the magical photosphere for illumination has already floated in the field. Under the radiance of magic, the front of the entrance looks like a crowd. The hired staff was busy in the crowd, and the voice shouted to be hoarse, in order to inform the end of the guests to be patiently queued. Around the venue where the Lockhart Personal Audio-Visual Club will be held, a variety of booths and more crowds will almost fill the open space. The heat of the masses is like a transpiration, and it is as strong as a cloud. Next to the valley that was chosen as the venue, Marx stood on a mountain and quietly looked at all the prosperity in the valley. This is obviously a self-contained activity he organized. He even provided a plan that was not exhaustive at the beginning, and entrusted the entire event to a manager. But when the activity really begins, it is more than the people who think above. Not only the audition itself, but even many businessmen and families of Magic Circle have heard of the business opportunities. The crowds have joined in and formed a real national event. Marx looked at the crowd like the ants in a moment, and the right hand gently stroked the wand in the left sleeve. The rough texture of the stick was slender and clear, as if all the things in front of it were linked together. Located above the valley is a dark grey cloud made of magic. Seeing the time is almost the same, Marx finally took out the wand, pointing high to the center of the cloud. At the same time, his feet lit up with a fascinating blue glow, covering his entire body. The sun has already gone down, so I still can't see it clearly. But at that time, the rays of light are bright, but it can be seen realistically. Under his feet, there is a complicated and detailed rune map. To be honest, this rune array of laymen seems to be mysterious. But Marx is very clear, it is only because he cannot be further simplified to look so complicated. At least, it is enough to make this event a success. 5.4.3.2 As a thin, magical light beam goes straight into the sky, a circle of colorful magic power brilliance emerges in the dark gray clouds in midair. Soon, someone in the valley noticed that everyone raised their heads and gave a pleasant cry. The color is monotonous and faint, and the magic cloud, which almost blends with the sky, is like an extremely large curtain. The light from Marx's wand is a peculiar brush, which is drawn on the curtain, a dazzling color of another circle. Marx always pays attention to the situation of the crowd in the valley. When most people have raised their necks and stared wide-eyed watching the air, he has lowered his head. He moved slightly under his feet and stepped on two other runes. Then, when he raised his head again, the colorful circle of ripples in the air suddenly spread and became a variety of slogans. The fonts are constantly changing, the colors are constantly flowing, and finally turned into a familiar picture. It was once a commercial photo posted on Daily Prophet, a silly silhouette of a lonely person. Gilroy Lockhart. I don't know who screamed first, and then many people were infected. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. Although most of the time at this moment, people just follow the wind and the general mood, but Marx knows that this event itself has actually been half successful. Even the real audition will not even officially start. Marx waved wand again, and the picture dissipated, turning into a colorful stardust falling down, and turning it into nothingness in the laughter of the guests. At least tonight, everyone will be happy. Suddenly, the space next to the rune map was slightly distorted, and a man in a black wizard robe suddenly appeared there. Notify guests that they are all admitted. Marx did not accidentally tell the sentence, the man gently nodded, and then disapparition left. Just then, the two were suddenly apparition, but another member of Tunks and Order of the Phoenix, Diddle-o-Didge. The west-south side has an unidentified wizard appearing. The two said almost simultaneously, "Quantity, is there an action?" Marx asked. "There are more than 20 people in the west. There is no action yet. The number of people in the south is not certain, there is no movement." "Then wait and see," Marx said. "If the other side chooses to attack, be sure to drag them within the predetermined range, don't be radical, and fight. This action was originally centered on Marx's plan. He is the main person in charge of this time, and controls the pace of the whole situation. Tunks and Diddlo got the order and immediately left the dagger to inform other Order of the Phoenix members. Sure enough, Marx leaned against his chin and said to himself, Voldemort will not miss such a good opportunity. He also needs to create momentum and influence ordinary wizard with fear and awe. He paused and hesitated and shook his head. I don't know. Voldemort will come. The people in the valley knew nothing about the Death Eater in the outer mountains. The crowds were crowded to the venue. The commotion of the audience is not only a sound, but also a faint vibration. Although it is slight, almost everyone can feel it. The heat rose up bit by bit, and even the Marks standing on the mountain peak could clearly feel the warmth. Members of the Order of the Phoenix in the mountains continuously conveyed the latest news, and Marx secretly issued a path of action instructions, just like a conductor of a symphony orchestra, mobilizing the entire Order of the Phoenix in an orderly manner. It's up. The glory of the curse has begun to flash in the mountains, marking the beginning of a battle between the Death Eater and the Order of the Phoenix members. Marx relighted the clouds in the air at the right time. The dazzling brilliance completely obscured the brilliance generated during the war. All the audience did not find any anomalies, and the audience was proceeding in an orderly manner. There are a lot of people in the south, about 30 wizards, and some Dementor, and the situation in the west is not very good. The other side has a dark wizard, added McClawn. There was someone injured in the south and lost the fighting power. The enemy attack in the west is strong. South, west. The messages that were conveyed one after another were circulated and intertwined in Marx's brain, turning into a detailed and accurate map of the war. With the increasing number of Death Eater, the Order of the Phoenix, although there are many elite, the suppression of the number makes the place a little breathless. The battle situation is constantly going to the Order of the Phoenix. Dumped. Fortunately, Marx's fighting command has been fully implemented, and at least until now there has been no human sacrifice. It is a blessing in misfortune. But even if the battle is not good, Marx is still unmoved. He is waiting for the most appropriate time. Finally, the Black Robe Witch who appeared at the beginning appeared again. His appearance means that all the audience have already entered. Soon? It's coming soon. Let Lockhart enter the scene. The event tonight is officially opening. The next moment, Lockhart's silhouette appeared in the center of the rounded field. Today he wore witty robes, and the endless stardust fluttered on his robes, looking mysterious and full of magical atmosphere. Gilderoy Lockhart is quite handsome, at the moment. Under the circumstance of the atmosphere, it is even tall and charming. In particular, he relied on the vicissitudes of acting, and instantly captured the hearts of a lot of witches. Witches. Welcome to the scene of this personal audio-visual. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, assure everyone this is an unprecedented special event. Everyone will follow my pace. Together go and enjoy a surprising and interesting adventure. Different from the past. Gilderoy Lockhart. Today, he has a gentle tone and a hoarse voice. He is like a hero who has experienced countless legendary adventures with a unique temperament. He gently said that the phrase that was not warm and the fire was magnified by the curse, surrounded by the ears of every viewer, low and full of magnetism. I think everyone is very concerned about what kind of activity is the so-called audio-visual feast. Don't worry, let me Gilderoy Lockhart. An Order of Merlin, 3rd class Medal of Recipient, Dark Force Defense League honorary member, and 5 times won the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Leading everyone to the distant unknown Orn country. Lockhart's soft, low-pitched voice settled silently, and all the magic balls in the valley were extinguished instantly. Marx on the mountain looked into a dark valley and realized that the time had come. He decisively waved wand, the clouds in the air scattered silently, and the entire valley was accompanied by a part of the surrounding mountain range, completely shrouded. At this moment, there was a silver light in front of him, which ran around like him. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 270. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 270. In the valley, suddenly it darkened, and the grey-black that reached out of the fingers did not cover the sight of Tia. This is undoubtedly disturbing her. Tia is a very ordinary female child. She grew up from small to large, and even made her want to cry a little. Tia is also a female child who is often bullied. She has been bullied since she was a child. Every bit of memory is full of embarrassment. Whenever there is a sudden change, Tia will always be helpless. Even if she had already passed 23's birthday last month, it is still the same. In 23, she had spent the 23 years in her life, but she didn't seem to grow up at all. And she was mud-headed and destitute. Yes, she grew up in a mule orphanage in Massachusetts, USA, and was enrolled at the Imag Money Magic School when she was 11. She was very difficult to complete. However, such a tragic life without a father and a mother has never been a fig leaf that she concealed her weakness. This is only because the child who has the same life and even worse than her is everywhere. Isn't the child in the orphanage where she grew up like this? She didn't complain about the money, and she didn't have the opportunity to complain. At least she thought it was like this. Other orphans can rely on their talents and hard work in exchange for the constant upward momentum. But she cannot. She is weak and helpless. But the reason is only on her own. God gave me the opportunity. Only because of my weakness, let those opportunities be lost. Tia often thinks this way, even when it is a mole, and after becoming an obscure witch, it still does. She didn't understand why the Temple of the Wampus, which represents the spirit of scholar, would scream and the Thunderbird statue representing the soul of adventure would fly as it waited for the separate house in the hall of Ifamuni Castle. She only knows that she has spent a lot of time in the magic school's learning career, barely crossed the threshold of graduation pass, and became a poor witch that can't even find a job. This time, perhaps for the first time in her life, she took the courage to leave the orphanage where she lived for the entire 23 years and came to this land that was completely strange to her. Recently, the Gilroy Lockhart Personal Audiovisual Society, which has been raging in the Britain magic circle, is almost universally known. Even if the foreigner who came from afar, it is inevitable to hear. Unlike the wizards who want to see the truth about the audiovisual and make a fuss about it, Tia comes to the free food. Tia, who had no money, had no penny as early as a week ago. If she did not find something to eat, she was afraid that she would starve to death in this strange country. She is very fortunate that there are so many free food and beverage supplies. Those rich and imposing businesses are estimated to want to take advantage of this event to promote it. But where she only knows that she can finally support her for more. In the huge building that is said to be the site of the audio-visual conference, it seems that there will be a lot of interesting activities to start, but Tia did not even look at it. What she wants to do most now is to put these free foods into the empty stomach bag as much as possible, because these things are only available on the spot. They are not allowed to be taken away. However, when Tia sat in front of a staple food stall and slammed her mouth into her mouth, she found the sky depressed. She bulged the cheeks filled with French fries, and looked up with a blank face, and immediately saw the great cloud that had settled down in the air. What happened? In her ignorant brain, she only flashed such a question, and then she could see nothing. The crowds that had been crowded around disappeared, and the noisy screams that kept echoing in the ears disappeared, and even the fries that filled her mouth disappeared. It seems even the entire world has disappeared. She squatted in the same place as before, clinging to her knees and burying her slightly dirty face deep into her arms. Don't bully Tia. Tia knows it wrong. Tia knows it wrong. In the subconscious of Tia, when confronted with danger, all resistance will lead to more rude treatment. Since she started as a child, she will never argue again, not even explaining. She only knows how to beg, only knows how to admit mistakes, only knows to tell others. She is a weak and boring female child. In this case, at least, she will not be bullied for too long. But this time, it was not the same as she expected. No mole who loves to bully kicks her and licks her hair, nor does the bad wizard use magic to let her grow a pustule or something that hurts her. In her ear, It seems that there is a faint hoof sound. Tia quietly opened her eyes and closed her eyes and shook her head. Suddenly, she was surprised to find that she was on an empty and quiet field. The green fields are bathed in the morning dew, sparkling with sparkling brilliance. The fine soil is moist and soft, leaving a fresh scent. Everything around here seems to be full of vitality. Hey! The hooves came from far away from Tia. She was busy looking back and saw a carriage briskly on the side. On the side of the horse road not far behind her, a strangely shaped farmhouse is located in the middle of a fruit forest. There is a flat dirt road that extends to the road. Xulu. The two red horses that were pulling the carriage were picked up by the driver. They ran 2 steps and stopped at the dirt road. Lockhart Master, got home. Okay, hard work. I am waiting for me on this road. I will be back soon. In the confused vision of Tia, the curtain of the carriage was opened, and then a handsome man easily jumped into the carriage. After saying goodbye to the coachman, he walked toward the farm with a steady pace. The carriage moved toward his back and nodded. And this was the reins of the reins, driving the horse to the side of the road. Tia looked at Lockhart, who was heading for the farm, and looked at the old driver sitting in the carriage and squinted. They can't see me here. She clearly squatted on the field near the horse road, but neither Lockhart nor the old driver didn't even look at her. Even though the line of sight passed by her several times, she still turned a blind eye. Although Tia's academic performance is not good, she is at least a witch who has graduated. At this moment, she finally realized slowly that she was caught in a strange magic. Who is teasing Tia? She hugged her knees tightly, biting her lower lip and thinking about the problem that made her fearful and uneasy. Even though she is often teased and bullied by others, she has never encountered this situation. Who is bullying her with such a powerful and terrifying magic? Is this worth it? Mentioning, Tia knows the wrong. No matter who. Please let go of Tia. She asked for mercy, but no one cares about her. The surrounding area is still quiet. Only the wild frogs in the field are screaming gently, and the wild is full of fun. Time passed a little bit. The old groom on the carriage was stunned, and the 2 red horses were unusually quiet. Tia didn't move at all. She didn't dare to move, for fear that as long as she moved, it would trigger terrifying things. Until Lockhart came out of the farm with 2 suitcases, put the luggage on the carriage and headed for the road. But seeing the carriage after a long distance, it suddenly vacated. At this moment, the surrounding scene suddenly became blurred, and when I was blind, I saw that everything in the field of vision changed. What is this again? It's a verdant meadow, and it seems that people are often pruned, making them look flat. A towering fenced door stood not far in front of her, looking out into the door, at the end of a winding ramp, with a stunning quaint castle. The castle's lines are rough and natural, and the large pieces of grey-black wall tiles are piled up to make them look thick and solid, as if they are indestructible. In the eyes of Tia, this is a more magnificent castle than her alma mater, Ife Money Castle. In her heart, a series of horseshoes rang from behind her. When she looked back, it was still the carriage carrying Lockhart falling from the sky and trotting stopped at the school gate. Oh! Tia was shocked and quickly went back and then scared and buried her face in the arms. The tall fence door opened and was opened by a cold-faced man. I have just said that there is no one. Where did he come from? Is disapparition? Still is. Tia is very scared. Very scared. What she fears most is a man with a cold face and sharp eyes. Oh, are you Severus Middle? Professor Snape. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, a professor at the Defense Against the Dark Arts class at Hogwarts. From today, we are colleagues. Hello there. One is a cheerful and calm voice, and the other is a cold and ruthless voice. If it is in the past, Tia will definitely be more inclined to the former, At least the Man of Sunshine will not easily bully her. I don't know how. Tia suddenly raised her head and peeked at the gloomy man again. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 271. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 271. The wizard that made the meditation basin is really a genius. There is only a small amount of regular rune in the magic text used, but it just makes it work as it should. At the top of the mountain, a bright silver light continually circulates in the rune map portrayed by Marx, emitting a tight circle of ripples until it spreads throughout the valley. Marx is half turned in the center of the array and continues to deliver magic power to the map. He kept breathing deeply, and the sweat of the beans slid down on his forehead and dripped silently from his lower jaw. The principle of meditation basins is not complicated, even if Marx can understand it now. And it is not impossible for Marx to portray a set of rune maps that increase the scope of action. However, in order to spread its effectiveness to the entire valley, it is quite consuming magic power. Nowadays, Marx, who tries to master more rules rune as soon as possible, always looks for every opportunity to conduct his research and practice, even in today's plan. There are 3 more scenes, then support it. And support it again. While paying attention to the magic power transmission cannot be broken, while also changing the modified memory segments in the meditation basin, it is impossible to say that it is not laborious. But he looked up and looked at the valley completely covered by the dark grey clouds, and the corner of his mouth could not help but slightly sing a subtle arc. The effect of the meditation pot is matched with the fog with the hallucinating ingredients, enough to get all the wizards in the valley into it. For those audiences, of course, it is an extremely novel experience, which seems to be the feeling of immersing in a holographic movie. Among these guests, it is natural to include the Death Eaters who are trying to attack this audio-visual feast. Members of the Order of the Phoenix have taken the potion he has given in advance, and they are refreshed and unforgettable. Unfortunately, they can't personally experience this wonderful all-dimensional movie, but instead, they will feel the thrill of the unguarded Death Eaters. In fact, Marx is also betting that he is not gambling. Voldemort himself will not appear. Dumbledore wants to stay with Hogwarts. It is impossible to come here. The guy must have targeted this opportunity. It is almost inevitable to appear in person. Marx gambles that he won't appear early. Marx, who had dealt with Voldemort a few times, knew that the Dark Lord was not as irrational as he had imagined. Whether it is the hidden action after returning, or the on-shot break in the exploratory attack, it shows that he is accurately calculating the gains and losses. This time should be the same. Voldemort will choose to show up at the best time to achieve the best shock. For Marx, as long as Voldemort is still a person, then the best he can do will work. Just aiming at the time difference between the Death Eater action and Voldemort himself, you can cut a large part of Voldemort's partisan to force Voldemort to lower his tone again and get more buffer time for him. Only this time, he is mostly going to officially stand on the opposite side of Voldemort. Just wait a moment for Voldemort to appear, and then he will play a show with Lockhart. Today's plan can be considered perfection. I hope now the guests can have fun. Pick out the memory fragments in the meditation basin, then put the next paragraph into it, and Marx stirs it in the pot with wand, muttering in his mouth. This personal audio-visual meeting was a combination of Marx and Lockhart's memories during the second year of the Chamber of Secrets event. In the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts Castle, he defeated Tom Riddle in the diary and succeeded in killing Basilisk. Such an exciting adventure will surely excite all the audience. And when Voldemort, whose appearance is still the image of Tom Riddle, suddenly appeared on the scene and caused commotion, the show tonight came. Even Marx didn't know that at the moment, in the valley, there was a maverick big girl who had no interest in the main story he set. The female child named Tia. The focus is always on the Professor Snape in their memory. What's going on? This man looks terrifying. But why am I going to him? At this moment, Tia was in the crowded Hogwarts Castle auditorium. She stood behind Snape and looked at the back of her face with a full expression of incomprehensibility. Come around. Get around. Can everyone see me? Can you hear me talking? Great. That's the case. Professor Dumbledore allowed me to start this little dueling club and train everyone to prevent you from one day needing self-defense, taking the way I have used it countless times. Lockhart narrates enthusiasm on the long strip of the stage, showing the personal charm that Marx needs him to show. But no matter how he lingers, Tia's gaze is always fixed on Snape's back. I will introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. He moved towards Snape on the stage. He told me that he also knows a little about the duel. He also generously promised before class. Help me make a small demonstration. I said, I don't want to worry about these little guys. After I have finished demonstrating with him, I will return your potion teacher to you in good condition. Don't be afraid. Snape moved, and he took a step forward from the crowd. Tia noticed that he was followed by a boy who looked equally indifferent. It was Marx, who was still in a state of lack of affection at the time. I said. Snape suddenly interrupted. I really know a little about the duel, but it's not me who wants to accompany you today. He took a step to the side and lit the person behind him, said with a cold laugh. It's him. In the battle that followed, Marx did not present the original memory, but instead shaped Lockhart into a powerful and child-friendly teacher. He is concerned about Marx McLawn, who is a student, and teaches him a little bit. Even in the duel, I often take time to give a detailed explanation to the students in the audience. Of course, in the end, he will show his magic level of superb. This is a complete magic circle star-making movement, and in this movie, Gilderoy Lockhart is the protagonist. I believe that after this event, Lockhart will become one of the spiritual pillars of the entire Britain magic circle, and has gained unprecedented expectations. Canty does not care about this. She doesn't care how attractive Lockhart is and doesn't care how powerful Powerheart is. What she cares about is just this man named Severus Snape. Why can't I take my eyes off? What is it? Who? Time passed slowly, and sometimes Snape was seen, and sometimes it could not be seen. The scenes are changing again and again, and the rhythm of the Diary of the Chamber of Secrets, Basilisk, and Tom Riddle is constantly accelerating, and the audience is even involuntarily nervous. The young wizards of Hogwarts, and the boy who died. The children were suffering, and Lockhart still encouraged them calmly, and did not bother to investigate the truth of the Chamber of Secrets incident. Oh, really a great man. Hogwarts students are also very strong, and Hogwarts itself is a magic school full of love. Perhaps, in the coming year, more parents will choose to send children to Hogwarts to study. Ginny. The story has gone to Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, and Harry Potter and Ron Weasley screamed and hurried to the red-haired female child lying on the floor and dying. Ginny. Oh, you don't want to die. I beg you. Ron dropped his wand and grabbed Ginny's shoulder and tried to turn her over. Harry also put the wand aside and helped him. At the moment, Ginny's face is like a marble, cold and bloodless, but her eyes are closed, so she is not petrified. Ginny, wake up! Beg you. Ron swayed her desperately, whispering. Seeing here, many slender and sensitive viewers can't help but see the wet eyes. A cute little girl child. Is she okay? Canty was standing absently, groaning and waiting, hoping to take another look at Snape's face. She wants to find a reason why she would like the man. But unfortunately, as Tom Riddle's identity was revealed, and the fierce and exciting battle ended, until the whole scene was blurred, and she was awakened from the chaos, the man did not appear again. When the movie was broadcast, almost all the audience were immersed in this wonderful story, but only Tia was lost. She looked up and subconsciously chewed the French fries that were still stuffed with the mouth, and then looked around all the way, as if everything was just a very realistic dream. That is not a dream. Everyone is discussing the story just now, and I am very interested in how interesting this visual and audio-visual meeting is tonight, praising the power and reliability of Gilderoy Lockhart. Yes, everyone has seen it. It seems that many people know the characters that have appeared in the story, then the man must exist in this world. Just at that dash, Hogwarts. Tia swallowed the food in her mouth, then licked her mouth on the sleeve and gently read the words that had been read only in the books of the school. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 272. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 272. Originally is this way. The real scene of the audio-visual meeting. The dark grey clouds have completely dissipated over the empty open-air venue. I don't know why, but the sky is still invisible to a star. It is dark clouds. The thick clouds. I don't know when it's over, and all the moonlight and starlight are covered up, and nothing can be seen. In the depths of the clouds, there was occasional blue lightning flashing through, and the scene was like a mountain of rain. The chest of all the audience seemed to be crushed by heavy objects, and even the breathing became difficult. At this moment, the sound of a gloomy sen suddenly sounded as if it was erratic from all directions, making it difficult to judge the direction of the coming person. There is no doubt that there is someone coming over. Well, in a corner of the audience, Harry suddenly felt a flash of lightning on his forehead. I haven't experienced this feeling for a long time since he practiced occlumency according to the notes Marx gave him. Harry, what's wrong? The friend next to him was caring for him, but he just shook his head in confusion. Gilderoy Lockhart. Interesting. The voice rang again in the ears of everyone, gloomy and surprised. After experiencing the audio-visual meeting, most of the audience immediately thought of someone, a person whose name cannot be mentioned. At this moment, everyone was nervous, and everyone kept whispering, and the uneasiness in their hearts would turn into action and escape from this crowded venue. To be nervous and upset, Lockhart, who is standing in the middle of the stage, is absolutely the first to bear the brunt, especially after being called by the person. But so what? Lockhart is not the original Lockhart. In the past few years, he has experienced a lot, especially this time, in order to stand here today, standing on this stage with great attention. How much preparation did he make? Maybe he is not very powerful. Maybe it's all bluffing. But his Gilderoy Lockhart is the protagonist of today, but this is an indisputable fact. It was McLawn who gave him the opportunity to get the popularity he wanted. But this and the other gas cannot be obtained by talking alone. He also needs to work hard. Everyone has a direction that is best for them, and his direction is acting. In the years after Hogwarts resigned, he was searching for himself in the camera and set table at the Muggle world. Today, Marx gave him the opportunity to stand on the stage of this life and use this method. This is his own interpretation. Who says liar does not need courage? In this world, which liar dare to deceive the Dark Lord? Deceive the entire magic circle? Voldemort. No, Tom Riddle. Lockhart pressed his trembling hands in his sleeve and applied assent to himself. Whether you are the one in the diary or the present, you are only but it's a normal wizard that twists the heart. Calm. Be calm. This stage of today is my home. Mr. Riddle, he said, lightly sighed. Do you know what you are most lacking? What you lack is love. Ahaha. If you are dying to die, even if it is such a cheeky face, it is difficult to say such a sly word. This play by McLawn is really embarrassing. HMPH. With a faintly coldly snorted sound, a lot of black gas suddenly appeared around the stage, lingering, rotating, and quickly gathered in front of Lockhart. When the black gas converges together, Voldemort steps out from the middle, bringing a black cloud of clouds. Love. His expression didn't look so good, and Marx's elaborate lines clearly smothered his pain. Dumbledore. The old man said so. You say that. Love. Love, what is that ghost thing? Love. Can let you leave here alive. Voldemort looked at Lockhart coldly, and the fierce flames in his eyes did not hide. The long-term study of dark magic's horror gas field invisibly spread out, so that the audience's heart gave birth to a single thought. Head. Move, it will really die. Correct. Get angry. Get angry. McLawn, the guy too terrifying. Everything is in his calculations. But there is no problem. Next. Mr. Riddle, what you have done is too extreme. You hurt a lot of innocent people for your own desire. Lockhart's heart is as turbulent as the sea in the wind and rain. He even has a guilty conscience. but on the surface he still maintains a calm expression. To be honest, I really want to destroy you so hard, just like I destroyed your remnant soul in Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Lockhart at the moment is simply boast shamelessly. Even the vast majority of people have a good impression on him, but in the true strength of both, to say who has the qualification to say this to Voldemort, there can be no more people besides Dumbledore. Here, almost everyone thinks this way. The lines of Lockhart continue. I believe you also understand that there are many ways to destroy a person. I have to say, just taking your life will not satisfy me. Having said that, Lockhart secretly took a step forward. It's like he didn't put Voldemort in his eyes at all. Booming in the clouds, another lightning bolt cut through the night sky just right, making the atmosphere in the field even heavier. This seemingly acquainted discourse, this déjà vu behavior, made Voldemort almost think that Dumbledore was standing opposite him. That day, that night facing Dumbledore, Dumbledore has said something similar. Then go to the world of the dead and look for satisfaction. When Lockhart took another step forward, Voldemort finally couldn't hold it. He didn't even pull out the wand, just slammed his feet and turned into a black flame and rushed straight toward Lockhart. This is the moment. The first blow is also the last blow. Only this time. Is McLawn's preparation okay? Must be successful. Third step. At the moment Voldemort's impact on Lockhart, Lockhart did not retreat, clenched his teeth and took his third step, just as Voldemort's black flame and Lockhart were only half a step away. There was a soft blue glow on the stage. At the same time, a path of clear and identifiable lines spread under Lockhart's feet, filling the entire stage surface in an instant. Numerous mysterious symbols that are difficult to understand float up and rise in the sea of the blue brilliance, revealing an intoxicating beauty. This second, Voldemort's black flame suddenly dissipated, revealing the true body under the black flame. The next second, Lockhart's horrified expression in everyone's horror, Voldemort's leg lifted from inertia, was a squat, bringing Voldemort's face into contact with his soul. In the next second, the blue rays of light on the stage dissipated completely, and Lockhart would stand firm after a few steps back, but Voldemort was directly in the center of the stage. Oh! The audience stayed for a moment and then burst into excitement. But they just shouted a half sentence, and they seemed to be stunned by the neck. This is only because Voldemort, who was on the stage, broke out with a black flame that was more violent than before. Those who were beating the black air and no wind automatically swayed on the stage. Good, very good. Voldemort, who was entangled in the black flame, slowly climbed up, and the tone changed because of extreme anger. Imagine how the next attack that will come will be violent. I don't think that there are so many powerful wizards in this world, he whispered in a hoarse voice. Good. That's great. Shame. Today, Voldemort feels an unprecedented shame. His great Dark Lord would have been slammed on the face by a nameless little soldier. First, she was killed by a baby who was still in the middle of killing Curse Backlash. Then she was taken away by Philosopher's Stone by a child. Not long ago, she was smashed into her house by a hidden family. Today, he was actually rubbed his handsome face with the soul of the bastard. Dark Lord is out of anger. He must let this act recklessly guys experience the fear of death. He wants everyone to understand that those who dare to resist his Dark Lord have only a dead end. On the other hand, however, Lockhart stood still with his glamorous face, and the sweat oozing from his palm made him unable to hold his fist. McLawn still not coming? If you want to die, you have to die. You still have to die if you don't show up. Still not coming out? I will not run out again. I think so in my heart, but on the surface, he can't do it. Not to mention that he can't escape, even if there is a way to evacuate. Can he escape? Liars' lies are deceiving others, but they are bound by himself. As long as he still wants to be a hero, he has to stand firmly on this stage and dance on the tip of the knife. Moved. Voldemort is moving. I saw him raise his hand, and the endless black flame swept toward Lockhart as if it were a tsunami. He turned into a black flame snake in midair, and opened the snake kiss to the top of his head with amazing momentum. The rune ray just scatters all the magic power in the field, and Voldemort can recover in an instant, but his Lockhart can't. Even if he wants to struggle and struggle, he can't do it at the moment. At this moment, Lockhart stood upright, and the rushing wind blew the stardust on his wizard's robe, and sprinkled as starlight on the stage. I will blow it out, and I will pretend to die. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 273. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 273. Teacher, my marks Middle.McLawn. As a student who accepts your magic inheritance, the Mr. Riddle will hand it over to me. To be honest, there were not many people who heard this sentence that night, but this kind of thing would be particularly convincing under word of mouth. In short, Marks and his teacher Gilderoy Lockhart drove Voldemort together, but this is a reality under the eyes of the public, and there is no doubt about the facts. That night, the most impressive thing was that Marks suddenly appeared, and almost everyone fixed the memory picture on the ice blue light column that was under the air. As for what happened afterwards, it was secondary. People only need to understand one thing, that is, after Dumbledore, everyone has a new reliance. His name is Gilderoy Lockhart. How do you ask him about his strength? Joke. The students he taught are so strong, he is definitely more powerful. Public opinion is always blind, but it is also full of power. This time, the Quibbler edited by Mr. Lovegood was published earlier than Daily Prophet, and with Marks as the propaganda of the audiovisual conference, Mr. Lovegood made a lot of money this time. Although this is inseparable from Marks's prior reminder, Mr. Lovegood's trust also brought him a lot of encourage. Voldemort is a strategic retreat this time. But when will it be back next time? It is still an unknown issue. However, Voldemort, who has been frustrated twice in a row, seems to be quiet, but the major event is not out. The little things are still going on, and the Order of the Phoenix has recently been more active than before. The overall situation is not going to be better because of the morale of this time. After all, the root cause has not been removed. Even if it appears to be temporarily stabilized, it is still the face-to-face. Fortunately, because of Marks's audiovisual plan, a large number of Dark Wizards and Death Eaters were rearrested. The bad effects of prisoners' jailbreaks have been reduced. This weather is really hot and hot. Marks puts down the quill side, picks up the white medicinal bottle on the table, and drops 2 drops under the foot. Suddenly there was a faint chill that rose and rose all over the body. Hey, shootin'. The hottest day in summer is finally coming to an end. After that night, Harry returned to Dursley's house and lived in the boring life in normally. The scope of his activities has remained the same, except for his own room. In fact, only the hydrangea outside the window is left behind. What I saw and heard that night had a great influence on Harry. No, it can be said that it has a great impact on everyone, and Hermione and Ron are also very surprised. But at least, they won't worry about their foreheads, aren't they? Thank God, that kid didn't come to stick one's head around to look for. Hey, where did he go? In the room, my Uncle Vernon Dursley suddenly spoke, and Harry lay lazily under the flowers, listening bored. I don't know, Petunia said indifferently. He's not at home anyway. This led to Uncle Vernon's dissatisfied mutter. That kid likes to watch the news, he said in a mean way. I want to know what he has planned. A normal little devil, who will care about the news. Dudley knows nothing about current events. I doubt he even the Prime Minister. No one knows. Hell, there is no way in our news that is related to their kind of people. Vernon, hey, said Petunia, the window is open. Oh, yes. Sorry, dear. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley finally stopped talking. While listening to a short slogan about the fruity wheat bran nutritious breakfast, Harry looked at Mrs. Fager, an old-fashioned old lady with a lot of cats on the Wisteria Road not far from here. She is walking slowly, frowns, mouth mutter incantations. Harry thought fortunately that he was hiding behind the bushes, because Mrs. Furger had recently invited him to drink tea when he met Harry on the street. Not long after, she turned around the corner and disappeared. At this time Uncle Vernon's voice floated out of the window. "Did Dudley go out for tea?" "Go to the Pox's home," Petunia said kindly. "He has made so many children. Everyone likes him so much." Harry tried to control himself, so he didn't make a noise from his nose. "It's foolish to see Deanley's couple treating their treasured son Dudley." Dudley made a stupid lie every night during the summer vacation, saying that he went to somebody in his gang of scoundrels to drink tea, and they actually believed it. Harry knew it very well that Dudley didn't go anywhere to drink tea. He and his buddies used to destroy public property in the playground every night, smoke on the corner, throw cars at the passing cars, and throw stones at children. Harry saw these acts when they walked in the little huge inn area at night. Most of the summer he wandered the streets, smashing newspapers out of the trash bin along the way. To be honest, it was much more comfortable than staying at the Dursley home. The beginning of the news at 7 o'clock was passed to Harry's ear, and he quickly erected his ears and listened with a little nervousness. The strike of the Spanish baggage handlers entered the second week, and a large number of holiday makers were stranded at the airport. "If I were, let them enjoy a nap for life." The newscaster's dons barely fell. Uncle Vernon snarled, but it didn't matter. Harry in the outside of the flower bed had fallen to the ground. If something really happens, it must be headline news. Death and disaster are far more important than vacationers staying at the airport. He slowly let out a long friendly breath, looking up at the clear blue sky. Almost every day of the summer is like this: nervousness, expectation, a sigh of relief, and then the strings are tightened a little bit, and a problem is getting more and more urgent. Why is there nothing happening yet? He continued to listen, fearing that in the unlikely event of some inconspicuous clues, the moles had not figured out what was going on, such as someone missing for unknown reasons or a strange accident. But after the news of the baggage handlers' strike, it was the drought in the southeastern region, and then a helicopter crashed in the fields of Surrey. And then a famous actress divorced her famous husband. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley's spit is as fierce and stupid as ever, compared to a straightforward news broadcast that gives Harry more peace of mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly, because the sunset glow of the sky became a bit dazzling. Finally, the Budgie Bunch found a cool new way this summer. It lived in Bunge, Barnsley's 5 Feather Streets, and learned to ski with water. Mary Dolkin gave you a detailed report. Voldemort has indeed returned, and he even saw it at the audio-visual meeting. However, Mugworld does not seem to have any bad events. Is there really nothing happened? Or to say, actually, what happened to the accident, but was covered by the Britain Ministry of Magic? Now that the Budgie sled has been said, it seems that there will be no more news worth listening to. He turned over carefully, crawling up with his knees and elbows, preparing his hands and feet and climbing off the window. However, he dared to say that he had just climbed 2 inches. With such a distance of 2 inches, several things happened one after another. It really said that it was too late. Just listening to a loud, echoing popping sound, like a gunshot, smashing the sleepy silence. A cat smashed out from under a stopped car, disappeared. Dursley's home. There was a scream in the living room, a shout, and a broken porcelain. Harry seemed to be waiting for this signal all the time. He stood up violently and pulled out a thin wooden wand from his jeans pocket like a sword. But before he stood up straight, his head slammed into it. Dursley's open window. With a bang, the Aunt Petunia was even louder. Harry's pain was smashed into 2 halves for his head, tears in his eyes. He swayed his body and looked at the street, trying to make the blurred vision clear, so that he could figure out where the sound was coming from. But he barely stood up straight, and there were 2 purple-hued big hands sticking out of the open window and clinging to his throat. "Take it up, the stick!" Uncle Vernon yelled at Harry's ear. "Come on, don't let people see it. Let open eye." Harry gasped. They wrestled for a few seconds, and Harry used his left hand to pick up his father's sausage-like fingers, and the right hand held the raised one firmly. Then, Harry had a sharp pain in his head that was so painful. Uncle Vernon yelled, like an electric shock, loosening Harry. It seems that his nephew within the body has an invisible force that makes him unable to catch him. Harry, gasping for breath, plunged into the hydrangea, then straightened up and looked at all around. He couldn't see where the sound was coming from, but there were a few faces in the various windows around him. Harry hurriedly stuffed the wand into his jeans and pretended not to have anything. What a fascinating night. Uncle Vernon waved his hand to the wife, who was squinting from the back of the mesh curtain, loudly said, "Have you heard the sound of the car tempering? I scared me and Petunia a lot." Jump it. There was always an ugly, mud-like smile on his face until the curious neighbors disappeared from their various windows. Then his smile suddenly turned into a sly anger, and he signaled Harry to come back to him. Harry moved a few steps forward and carefully stopped in time to prevent Uncle Vernon's outstretched hands from covering his throat. "What the hell are you doing, boy?" Uncle Vernon asked with a low voice that shivered slightly. "Hey, play, bother, please. You know how Hogwarts is going?" Suddenly, a soft, timid voice rang from behind Harry. "I seem to get lost." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 274. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 274. Hey, play, bother, please. You know how Hogwarts is going? I seem to get lost. Obviously, this sudden sound is actually out of date. In general, will someone choose to go to the window of a stranger to ask for directions? In particular, when Mr. and Mrs. Dursley was looking angry, it came out. So, when the sound sounded abruptly, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley and Harry had 6 eyes, all staring at the stranger. This is a woman who looks like covered in dust, but her facial features are slightly mediocre, wearing a faded print shirt and light blue jeans. A long-haired grass field is behind the back, but it is estimated that there has been no overwashing for some time. Her skin looks very white, or more accurately, pale. The malnourished skin color makes people worry about her health. In general, this is a fairly young woman. Was Harry's Uncle Vernon certainly didn't know the term well. He never cared about everything about Harry, but his Aunt Petunia was clear. "Oh, recently Owl has not come, changed to direct people, is it?" Petunia auntie, screaming bitterly. "No, I don't know her." Harry argued immediately. "I don't believe it," Petunia said immediately. "I don't believe it either." Uncle Vernon immediately followed the tough one. "We know that you have to make something special," said Petunia. "We are not fools, do you know?" Uncle Vernon said. The couple yelled at me one by one, all squinting and posing a rather unreasonable look. "I said I don't recognize it." Harry said half of it and seemed to finally realize that he and Mr. and Mrs. Dursley couldn't figure it out, so he simply swallowed the second half. "Oh, that's news for me." Harry's anger came up, and he simply yelled at Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. Then, he waited for Mr. and Mrs. Dursley to call him back. He turned and ran across the grass in front of the door, crossed the low wall of the garden, and strode to the street. "Oh, please come with me. You want to know how to get to Hogwarts? I know a little." Harry thought about it and went back to the woman to add a sentence. Then, regardless of whether people followed up, they went straight ahead. He is in trouble again this time, he knows. Although he had been stunned for a while, he still had to face his aunt and his father to pay for his rude words and deeds. Even in the magic circle, that many wizards look at each other, at the world of Mull, at the Dursley home, he is still a normal boy under the fence. But now he can't manage that many. There are more urgent things in his mind to consider. Harry can be sure that the sound was just when someone was apparition or disapparition. He has seen apparition and disapparition several times, although it seems that not every wizard will make a move. Is it that woman? Yes, isn't the woman looking for Hogwarts? Then she must be a witch. Thinking of this, Harry turned sharply and looked at the woman's road behind him, but saw that the woman really followed. Looking at her stern expression, Harry couldn't help but think she was suspicious. Why go to Hogwarts? Hogwarts was given the unpaintable secret spell, which he remembered as mentioned by Hermione. But in fact, the effect of this kind of secrecy is not too strong, but the Mull is definitely not found, but it may not be for the wizard. I am going to find someone. The woman hesitated for a while before she replied. Who? Harry asked. He. The woman groaned again and made a few voices before she made a voice. He. I heard someone call him Snape. Professor Snape. What? To be honest, Harry has always had no good feelings about Snape. That guy is always targeting him. Heaven knows why is this. Just because he is a Gryffindor. However, it is not the time to think about it. The key is, what is this woman looking for in Snape? Is it really a job to find someone? Or is it just an excuse? You just said, you lost your way? But why come to my coward and aunt to ask for directions? It was really strange that the woman suddenly came out and asked for directions. I am just wearing a normal mull. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley doesn't look like a wizard. Why did she get into the flowers to ask for directions? Perhaps because of Voldemort's relationship. Harry's nerves have been tight all the time. In this case, it is really impossible for him not to think about it. Harry asked as he turned and walked forward. He barely noticed the road under his feet, and he was still hesitant. He even considered that if the other party suddenly attacked him, he should avoid it to the right or to the left. But after all, he did not expect that the woman's answer was so direct that he was somewhat overwhelmed. I didn't ask your coward aunt, I asked you. Recently, he often dragged his heavy footsteps on these streets, and his feet automatically took him to where he loved. But now his feet are stuck. To me? Harry turned back again and asked with vigilance, do you know me? In the entire Britain Magic Circle, there are still a few people who don't know you. Harry often listens to people saying this to him. Recently, his hair grows a little longer, and the scar on his forehead should not be seen. Although he also knows that he is famous, it is almost everyone who has to see his lightning-shaped scar before he can recognize it. He has not met his face yet to recognize that he is Harry Potter. But where did he know that after the publicity of the audiovisual conference, there were really many wizards who remembered his face? It's just that he has a hard time getting touched by the magic circle in the summer, and he has been worried about the situation of Muggle World in the near future. This was not possible for a while. No. You call Harry, right? The other looked carefully at his face as if he wanted to confirm it again. I remember yours. You are a student of Hogwarts. She said that it was paused again, then hesitated. Can you tell me how to get to Hogwarts? Harry grinned and thought, the school is now on summer vacation, and I can't just go back to school. I think you can wait until the start of school. In short, let me delay. What else can he do besides this temptation? Oh, the woman is nodded, but there is no point to leave. Is it really an attempt? Harry didn't know what to do. He turned and walked along the road to the front, but the whole body was stretched tightly. It seemed that the whole person was hard and the walking posture became strange. Should you tell Hermione them? At the moment, tentatively is also an emergency. He doesn't know how to get out of it. How can he inform them? Speaking of Hermione, the good friends only returned to him after the last time they went to the audio-visual meeting. The contents of the letter also made him a little confused. Sorry, Harry. We can't talk too much. Some people told us not to talk about anything important, lest our letters be sent to the wrong place. We are very busy now, but I can't tell you more here. There have been many things. We will tell you when we meet you. However, when will it be possible to meet? No one is willing to say a specific date. Hermione wrote on his birthday card, I hope we can see you soon. However, how fast is it? Before that, although they often had quarrels, at least Hermione and Ron would not hide from him, and even the contact was almost gone. Harry can see from the clues revealed in their letter that Hermione and Ron are in the same place, most likely in the home of Ron's parents. At first thought of the two of them having fun in the burrow, but he was trapped in the way to the aunt. He felt that he couldn't stand it. He was too angry with them. The 2 boxes of Honeydukes sweet shop chocolates they sent on their birthdays were thrown away when they didn't open. But that night, after eating the dry salad that Petunia had brought out for dinner, he felt regretful. As for Marks, Harry thought about the guy, and he shook his head. Marks is good for all 3, and there is no doubt about it. Although he rarely sends greeting cards or anything, he will not hover Marks in his gift every year. I believe that if he goes to Marks for help, the other party will not refuse it, but it must be able to find him. Harry couldn't help but feel lonely. Of course he was very lonely from an early age, but when he found a good friend who could make friends at Hogwarts, he felt more lonely once this happened. He turned a corner and went to Magnolia Crescent Street. When he turned the corner, he quietly glanced back. The woman followed him. What exactly does she have to do? Does she have nowhere else to go? Or is it that her goal is me? Harry couldn't help but knock a deep breath. The irritability and uneasiness in his heart made him think a little. Go and touch the wand in your pocket. Is it a Voldemort? Is she Death Eater? He couldn't help but think about it. Halfway through the street, he passed the narrow alley next to the garage, where he first saw his godfather. Sirius, will you still appear here? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 275. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 275. I know that you must be very wrong in the near future, but as long as you are safe, everything will be fine. Be careful not to do anything sloppy. At least, Sirius seems to understand Harry's feelings. That's right. Harry sent a letter to Sirius. It must be admitted that his letter, like the letters of Ron and Hermione, did not reveal to Harry what he wanted to know, but Sirius's letter wrote some words of admonishment and relief, rather than half-deprecating, making him nervous. But then again, Harry basically did it according to Sirius's shackles. He resisted the temptation at least, and simply did not tie the box to the broomstick and flew directly to the burrow. In fact, Harry thought his performance was always very good. To know that he was trapped in Noir Road for so long, in order to hear a little words that revealed Voldemort's actions, he had to hide in the flower bed, which made him feel frustrated and angry. However, it was Sirius who told him not to act recklessly. This is really boring. He has an unclear connection with Voldemort. From the beginning of the confusion to trying to face it now, he has also experienced many messy events. Probably every one of the wizards will see him as the boy who is not dead when he sees him. Now he seems to have a sense of responsibility in his heart. No, exactly, it is the feeling of being a primary party. He can't understand why this time it seems like everyone is avoiding him. Is something happening? Harry thought so. Passing through the Magnolia Crescent Street, turning into the Magnolia Road, habitually moving towards the darkened playground. Only after taking a step, he stopped again. Do you still want to follow me? Harry found that he couldn't say anything to this seemingly shrinking woman. He could only refuse to follow each other in a relatively euphemistic tone. Even if he was suspected from the beginning, this woman is actually a wild beast that has not yet revealed a tooth decay. But me. There is nowhere else to go. The woman seems to have stepped back a little after confirming the distance. She has always been sensitive to other people's emotions, and she has vaguely noticed Harry's rejection of her. And she groaned. You just said, wait until school. I didn't say I must take you there. Harry gasped. Maybe Harry was very depressed because of his recent mood, and the woman in front of him was very inexplicable. When he said this, the volume increased unconsciously. The woman squinted clearly, and then she felt a sense of dissatisfaction with her age. Facing Harry, a boy who was nearly 10 years younger than her, she actually took the lead. Yes, sorry. The woman retired a few more steps. She looked at Harry with all her disappointment and then turned and ran away. Harry looked at the direction she was leaving, subconsciously reaching out to the back, but then depressed the half-stretched hand behind her back. What is it with? Who is she? Harry couldn't help but feel that his irritability index seems to have risen a whole level. The door of the playground was locked, and Harry jumped over and walked on the dry grass. It was as usual, and it was empty with the surrounding streets. When I came to the place where the swing was, I found a Dudley and his swings that had not been able to destroy it. He sat on one arm and looked at the ground with a gloomy look. Found today by Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, he can no longer hide in the flower bed. Tomorrow, he must come up with another way to eavesdrop on the news. For the same reason, He has nothing to count on today, and it will be a chaotic night in front of him. By the way, the scar on his forehead has started to sting again these days, which really makes him very uncomfortable. Although he also discovered that a clemency can stop the pain, but it can only stop the pain, cannot prevent. He cannot always close the brain, he cannot do. But he knows that Ron, Hermione and Sirius are probably not interested in this matter. Marks may be able to tell him anything, but he can't contact him unilaterally. What does it do? No. Just blame anyone who can't blame Marks. But the people gave him the note about a clemency early in the morning. If there is no such thing, he will probably only be more painful now. He can't be so unconscionable. However, should he wait so? This is too boring. The inner grievances are constantly accumulating, so that he can't help but want to scream out loud. He is the champion of the Triwizard Tournament. Although this champion seems to be hydrated, he can understand it. After all, to say that he won Marks, this is even his own unbelief, can say again. He is also the champion. He is also very hard. In order to pass through those bizarre and thrilling levels, he not only spent 12 minutes to prepare, but also in the underground tower. And what is the reward he got? It was trapped in the Xiohuajin district for 4 weeks, almost completely lost contact with Magic World, and had to go to the Smoky Squabble in order to hear the news of the budgie skiing. Just one after another time to participate in the audio-visual meeting, or a strange violent sister took him to the scene after stunned him. These resentful thoughts kept tumbling in Harry's mind, stirring his mind into a mess. At this time, the night has come, and a hot and soft night has arrived. There was a hot hay in the air, and only the low-pitched vehicles from the road outside the playground railings could be heard. He didn't know how long he had been sitting on the swing, and later the voice of others interrupted his contemplation. He looked up and the streetlights on the surrounding streets cast a glimpse of light. He could see a group of silhouettes walking through the playground, one of them shouting a vulgar song and the others laughed heartily. There was also a slight ding-ding sound, which was the sound of several expensive cars that they pushed. Harry knew who those were. The one who started was undoubtedly his cousin Dudley Dursley, who was walking towards the house with his gang of scoundrels. Dudley is also tall and strong as before, but with strict control over the food for a year, coupled with the new development of a talent. His physique has changed a lot. Uncle Vernon is happy to say that Dudley has recently become the champion of the Southeastern Junior Heavyweight Inter-School Boxing Competition. The noble sport that Uncle Vernon calls makes Dudley even more daunting. When Harry was in elementary school, he was the first sandbag to practice boxing by Dudley, and he felt that Dudley was powerful enough. Although he is not afraid of his cousin now, he believes that Dudley is getting more and more sturdy and more accurate, and it is not something to celebrate. The children of the neighbors are afraid of Dudley, even more than afraid of the Potter kid. The adults have warned them that Potter is a hooligan who is not taught and is being disciplined at St. Broutus's secure center for incurably criminal boys' school. Of course, Harry guessed with a semicircular part, which was supposed to be spread by his good coward and good aunt. Harry looked at the dark silhouettes across the grass, wondering if they had beaten the stop tonight. Come on, go back to my cousin, I am sitting here alone. Come over and try it. He thought, bored. If Dudley's violent friends saw him sitting here, they would definitely rush straight toward him. So what would Dudley do? He certainly didn't want to lose face in front of his friends, but he didn't dare to provoke Harry. Looking at Dudley's embarrassment, ridiculing him and admiring his unbearable discomfort, it must be fun. If anyone else dares to play Harry, he is also prepared. He has wand in his hand. Come and try it. He is eager to vent his disappointment on these men and women who have made his life like hell. But all of this is just thinking about it. Harry can't do that, and they didn't look back. They didn't see him. They were already going to the railing. Harry resisted the urge to call them back. It was not a wise move to find someone to fight. He could never use magic, or he was in danger of being expelled from school. Dudley's voice was gradually lost, and they went further and further along the Magnolia Road and disappeared from sight. You can rest assured, Sirius, Harry thought sullenly. Don't be reckless. Keep yourself safe. It's the opposite of what you did that year. He stood down on the swing from the swing and regained his body. Petunia, Aunt and Uncle Vernon seem to think that Dudley will show up at any time. This time is the time to go home, as long as it is too late after this time. Uncle Vernon once threatened to put him in the shed if Harry went home after Dudley. So, Harry resisted yawning and sullenly headed for the playground door. Like the New Road, Milan Road is full of square houses, and the grass is perfectly trimmed. Their owners are all square and straight, driving a spotless car like Uncle Vernon. Harry prefers the little Eugene area at night, a window with curtains that reveals each and every one's jewel-like patches in the dark. During the day, whenever he passes by the heads of households, he will always hear the dissatisfaction of his juvenile offender, but now there is no such danger. He walked very fast, and half of the Magnolia Road, he saw Dudley's guys again. What are they doing? Harry walked into the shadow of a large lilac tree, sticking one's head around to look for the ground and looking over it, and then showed a blank expression. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 276. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 276. I don't want to apologize to Dee brother. Oh, she is shaking. Ha ha ha. I am sure she has been scared to pee. It's so old. It's still lying on the ground like a brat, laughing at me. Ha ha ha. Oh, Gordon. Mark Evans, the sinful little devil is not like this. At the entrance to Magnolia Crescent Street, Dudley and his group of gang of scoundrels are on the side of the road, moving towards the middle of the shivering silhouette, pointing out, making a burst of rough laughter. And the object they were bullying made Harry's mood a bit complicated. It was the woman who met twice before and after, and the feeling she brought to Harry was very different. To say that before, Harry was always wary of her, and the doubts were not a little bit. He even believes that this woman is very likely to be a Death Eater trying to be against him. It is difficult to imagine that he can meet again now. A Death Eater, both cunning and ferocious, will be deceived by a group of moles. To say that he is hiding his identity from the direction, it may be that he has scruples about Hogwarts. He wants to test it clearly and start again. Can he face a group of moles and have any reason to do this? This can only prove that the woman may really just ask him for a way. Moreover, she does not seem to be a bad person, just a natural character who cringes, that's all. With this in mind, Harry couldn't help but filled with an annoyance. Dudley and his group of bad partners were bullying too weak. Hey, Dee brother. Hearing someone behind him called him, Dudley turned around. Hey, he muttered. It's you. When did you become a Dee brother? Harry, who was so upset, suddenly sneered. Shut up. Dudley muttered disgustingly. This name is pretty cool. Harry grinned, passing Dudley and standing on the side of the woman. But in my opinion, you are always a dada baby. How, again, are you bullying others? You shut up, Dudley said, and the two Jinhua ham-like hands were pinched. Yeah? Shut up, you are a skinny monkey. Do you want to try Dee's right uppercut? Some of his friends have also joined together, and you have helped me with a word. But Harry suddenly turned his head and glanced at the two guys who were the loudest. He coldly snorted. I just came back from Street Bruce Safety Center Junior School, and how many more dare to challenge me? This time, the guy who was yelling at the moment was immediately dumb, and it seemed that his whole body was tense. Harry couldn't help but blink a few more eyes, because he was just trying to imitate Marx. But it was amazing. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley's bad rumors that spread to him were one of the reasons that made Harry feel depressed. But he didn't expect that sometimes things that seemed useless would actually work when they were unexpected. My cousin, you haven't answered my question yet. Harry paused, turning his head and asking Dudley, why bully her? Don't tell me, you bullied with your so-called boxing a woman. I don't have it. Dudley gnashing teeth and looked at Harry. She didn't look at the road and bumped into me. Then she squatted there and didn't finish it. Is this related to me? He is desperately trying to restrain himself, not to smash Harry. It seems that he needs all his self-control. Is it? Harry did not believe curl one's lip. "I bumped into you, and then I am afraid of being here." "Are you teasing me?" I just yelled at her. Can anyone guess that this woman would be so timid? Dudley said eagerly. If he looked closely, he could even find that the muscles on his cheeks were twitching. "What do you want?" "Kind. Tell you, Potter. I am not afraid of you." "Don't be afraid of me." "Then what are you afraid of?" Harry smirked and put his hand into his pocket and slowly said, "Let's talk about it. If it's right, I will reward you. No, you can't. You can't use it." Dudley stared at Harry's hand immediately, and responded quickly. "I know you can't. You will be fired by the freak school you are on." What are you talking about?" A friend next to Dudley whispered. Dudley's friends saw him so timid, and his heart was even more imaginary. He didn't even dare to speak too much. After all, they are only half size, and they are so unscrupulous when they are taking advantage of Dudley's height and strength. How can they be called guilty? "Can't you? How do you know that they haven't changed the charter?" Harry suddenly he smiled, and the right hand was about to pull out. "Do not." Dudley is almost a step back in conditional reflection. The last Weasley family went to the Women's Road to pick up Harry to see the Quidditch World Cup. Fred and George couldn't make him light, and his tongue was swollen to 4 feet. I have to say that it left a deep impression on Dudley's heart. The freak who claimed to be a wizard is simply the devil. "If you don't take that thing, you don't have the courage to compete with me, don't you?" Dudley's confidence was significantly weaker. At least he didn't even dare to approach Harry half step. "Then, you need 4 guys to support you. Dare to bully a woman?" Harry said with a sneer. "I said I didn't do anything to her." Dudley said disgustingly. "If you dare to pick up that stuff, you will wait. I want to tell Father you run home to find Father, isn't it?" Harry immediately interrupted him, scornfully. "His boxing champion is in trouble. He will only get into Father's arms." Harry simply took a step forward and saw Dudley step back subconsciously, and he couldn't help but bloom. It seems that even the recent depression has vented most of the behavior with today's behavior. "Shut up." Dudley stalemated for a while, watching Harry seem to be leaning over again, rushing to swear and swearing, and then just walked back in the direction of the home. But at this moment, the street suddenly became black, as if there was a thick black velvet tablecloth falling from the sky, covering the entire street. Then, a bit of chilling chills drowned everything, and Dudley, Harry, the woman on the floor, and Dudley's group of friends all felt as if they were soaked in the water of the ice. "What have you done?" Dudley was the first to shout. He only felt that his muscles were stiff and his joints were even creaking. The sound of the car whistling in the ear, the rustling of the leaves, the sound of the insects in the summer night, all the sounds stopped. What are you doing? Stop and stop!" he shouted as he twitched, and the tone almost changed. "I didn't do anything." "You shut up." Harry stood in the ground, his hand in his pocket clenched the handle of wand, and he kept sucking the cold air into his lungs and slowly spit out, forcing himself to calm down. This feeling he is very familiar with. Yes, that's right. It should be Dementor. What? A late scream, that is a friend of Dudley. I can't see. My eyes are blind. That is another friend of his. You all shut up. Harry yelled. No, don't do this. I beg you. I know it's wrong. Harry was upset by them. He was trying to scream again, only to find that the sound came from behind him. Is that woman? He was trying to look back and look at it, but what made him wrong was that as the warmth of the atmosphere flashed past, the chilling chill was dissipated in abruptly. I will tell Father. Certainly. Dudley yelled, then slammed his big, thick legs and fled quickly. His group of buddies saw Dudley turn and ran, and he immediately became a bird and beast, and there was no shadow in the blink of an eye. Harry had no time to pay attention to them. He just looked around in confusion. His head turned from side to side, and from the left to the back. He turned around and found no clues to answer his doubts. Please don't come again. I know it's wrong. The streetlights lit up again. The stars in the night sky flashed again, and the distant sounds re-infused into Harry's ear, as if everything had returned to its original state. But the woman still groaned with her head trembling with fear. It seems that what happened just now really scared her. "Oh, I think it's okay." Harry looked at her, and in fact, some did not know what to cry or laugh, but she couldn't smile inexplicably. To be honest, the dramatic changes that made him have a goosebump, but it has not been calmed up until now. He did not understand what happened just now. Harry was a little scared when he was close to the Dementor, but it didn't really make him feel terrified. For Marx's blessing, now whether it is Harry, Hermione or Ron, there is no fear of Dementor. But the cold finally disappeared inexplicably, which made Harry a little suspicious. Why did they leave again? Is that warmth patroness charm, who actually ran off the Dementor? He suddenly discovered that although Hermione, Ron, and Sirius were not willing to explain why, the clues seemed to remain hidden by his side. "Hey, you're fine." Seeing the woman still licking goo, Harry couldn't help but shouted at the door and shouted at her. He didn't expect that. After he shouted, the woman suddenly squatted to the side, and it was so dizzy. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 277. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 277. How to do. Harry was anxiously anxious at the moment. How did the woman faint? Was it just that the Dementor's chill had caused her to be overly scared? Or was it because her physical condition was not good enough? Is it difficult for him to be too big? There is a person who falls in front of himself and is overwhelmed by the vast majority of people. Harry is one of them. Can't you take her to the Dursley home? He pondered it and simply pulled out the wand in his pocket and stretched out into the street. Although his money is still in the room, the current situation does not seem to be suitable for a person to run back to withdraw money, because this point into the Dursley home may not come out. When Sirius was jailbroken, Harry accidentally called the night bus, which was actually a familiar. It's hard to make people think about the route of the night bus, especially when you call a car at a new location. You must pay attention to the direction of the car. This is not. People can never follow the road of the mole. I saw a huge outline of a gorgeous purple suddenly appeared in the woods of the roadside, and the headlights were dazzling. For a moment, it rushed across the road, stopped by Harry across the street, and surprised him with a cold sweat. "Welcome to the night bus, an emergency passenger for a troubled witch or a wizard. Just extend your wand and get on the bus. We can take you wherever you want." "My name, yes." "Oh." The conductor suddenly panicked and looked up and down at Harry. "Hey, you are Harry Potter?" he exclaimed exaggeratedly. "Hey, I saw you on Daily Prophet." "It's really you." He remembered what Harry was like, but when he got back to Harry and took the night bus, he forgot. Also, the passengers of the night bus are not too small in normal. Can you remember them all? What's more, Harry also reported Neville's name last time. "Come up, Mr. Potter. The ticket seller is happy, hee. Where is this going?" "Hogwarts can't start school yet." When he hadn't finished speaking, he snorted again in surprise, as he caught sight of the woman who was falling behind Harry. "Oh!" Harry waved his hand. "I saw her fainting on the side of the road. I have to take her to find a place to see." "Yes." The other party was nodded. "Mr. Potter, you are so kind." "So, is it going to Street Mungo's Magic Hospital?" Harry, hearing this, he couldn't help but blink. He hesitated and shook his head. He couldn't think of where to go. Of course, in any case, the problem of where to go must be put aside. "Sir," Harry rubbed his eyes innocently. "I want to say, can I get the car at the place? I didn't bring any change." "Oh, I think this is not appropriate." The conductor was embarrassed. "We have regulations that we must pay the fare before we can start." "Yeah?" Harry patted his pocket subconsciously, but found nothing. "I am sorry, Mr. Potter. This is the rule, so I am also." This is the third time the ticket seller has been stunned today. Although he is often frightened and flustered for the reason of character, it is rare to see 3 times in a short time. Just as Harry looked back at him, he heard a scorn at the same time. Well, the woman actually woke up herself, although it still looked a little confused. But at least she woke up. "Are you okay?" This time, Harry didn't even dare to call at the usual volume, but to lower the sound as much as possible, for fear that people would faint again. The woman seemed to think that the headlights of the night bus were too dazzling. She couldn't help but look at Harry with her eyes, and then she woke up and hurried back. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I should remember what I look like." Harry shouted and gestured. "Don't you say you want to go to Hogwarts? You can go with this car," he said. The woman was secretly looked at it again, and then hesitated. "That. Do you have money?" The other person shook his head in Harry's expectation. After all, she was even worse than him, and complexion pale and hair knotted, mostly a poor man. Although it is not very good to look at people by appearance, sometimes it is also true. If that's the case, then the bus will continue to leave. The conductor also looked at Harry and the woman apologetically. After the nodded of Harry helpless, the driver greeted the driver. As another explosion rang, the night bus suddenly slammed out and disappeared into the cracks across the street at a dazzling speed. Are you okay? Harry watched the night bus leave, then hurried back and asked without hesitation. The woman seemed to be weak, and Harry didn't want to see her fainting for a while, so it's best to open the topic and ask. The woman fell on the ground, and the place was nodded, but then she shook again. To be honest, it's no wonder that Dudley will make fun of her around her. As far as her appearance is concerned, at least in her 20s, but the character is like a child. It seems quite a violation. "I am hungry," she said, as if she was afraid of getting Harry unhappy, said in a mosquito-like voice. This time, Harry understood it. He was hungry when he was together. This is easy to do. Harry felt relaxed, secretly thinking, it's hard to say anything else. Let her fill her stomach is still no problem. Although he didn't bring gold galleon or silver west, he still has it. After lifting her up from the ground, Harry led her to the outside of the community. In this year, although there is no night market in London, restaurants that can be opened in the evening can still be found. Watching her sit carefully on the side of the dining table, eating a fries in a small mouth, Harry couldn't help but press the full question. Look at her look. If I ask questions at this point, maybe she will scare her not to continue eating. When she was almost full, Harry raised the doubts in her heart. I say, well, before you said that you were going to find Snape, I can ask, is there anything you are looking for? Harry's wording is not soft. Speaking of it, the recent sorrow in this period has actually been eliminated in Dudley, and with the many things that happened just now, he is much better now. Besides, in fact, as long as the average person still has some conscience in his heart, it is very difficult to say anything to this woman. If she was catching up with Harry's suspiciousness, maybe they could get along earlier. The woman licked her mouth and hung her head. I am at that audio-visual meeting? Well, that was the time I saw him at the meeting. I felt very. After seeing her for a long time, she couldn't say it. Harry couldn't help but say, what? I can't tell. She seemed to think about it and couldn't ask for it. She finally had to shake her head. Speaking of the audio-visual meeting, Harry suddenly understood where she saw Snape. For Harry, the focus of the audio-visual session was on Voldemort's debut and Lockhart's amazing performance. It can be said that the previous stereo movie, he actually experienced people who are a bit flattering. After all, there are really a lot of places that don't fit the reality. I can think of the event that was made by Marx, and the three people laughed and that's all. With a little thought, Harry looked at the woman sitting opposite. When I got here, Harry didn't want to ask any more. In general, for things about Snape, he doesn't always want to blend in. In short, I will send you a letter to help you contact me. Although I don't know who I can still contact, you better not have too much hope. Although Harry is kind, he is now trapped in the Xiohuagin district. To put it bluntly, he has no place to go, not to mention the help of this woman. Because the bottom of my heart is a little awkward. Harry is not wanting to go to the Burrow, and Hogwarts hasn't started school yet. Where else can he go? He can only listen to Sirius's words, and he stays in the Dursley home. And he is a baby who doesn't make trouble. I will give you some money. You will find a hotel first to stay. Harry sighed. Would you deal with Mull? Seeing that she had nodded, Harry couldn't help but stretch out. and then he started again. He should return to Dursley's house. Not surprisingly, Harry returned to the Dursley home last night, and Harry was noisy for a long time. Dudley was still on the sidelines, fearing that his parents were not strong enough to teach Harry enough. To be honest, for Mr. and Mrs. Dursley's rebuke, he has long been used to it. Although it will still be annoyed by a lot of harsh words, in general, sleep will pass. It was only in the matter of writing to whom Harry had made a real mistake. After thinking about it, he sent it directly to Hogwarts. However, not to mention whether the letter is throw a stone and see it sink without trace in the sea. The woman first lost. Last night, he said good to the woman. Today, after waiting for him to send a letter, he went to the playground yesterday. But who knows, Harry waited until noon to see half of the silhouette. Have she got lost again, or is it another trouble? Two completely strangers suddenly met, and the reason may be just accidental. It can be accidental, and it will become a necessity. Harry guessed it, and it won't take long for him to meet again with the fateful woman. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 278. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 278. Lenny is working hard. Mix the ball marks. Let it be a little farther away from Lenny. In the study of Black's old house, Lenny is standing on the wooden ladder to clean the bookshelf. At her feet, the big spider was barking fangs and brandishing claws, and she used her forefoot to lick her calf, scaring her to shake the wooden ladder. Don't care. Xiaoki actually likes you. Behind the desk full of books and materials, Marx's slow sound sounded. What a big spider likes, Lenny won't. Marx actually likes this stronghold. Although the various structures are a bit aging, they have been cleaned up recently, but they can still see some of the glory days of the year. For example, in this study, the thick double-layer velvet curtains cover the windows, and the refined magic lamp on the desk flashes brightly. In this light, everything in study is illuminated. The warm wooden bookshelves radiate a faint glow in the rays of light, and the ancient and fine carvings show its value. The ground is covered with the velvet cargo woven by the fur of the mortar rat. It is not only delicate and soft, but also has the effect of enhancing the curse and the resistance of bad luck when stepping on it. Just as Marx casually and Lenny mixed his mouth, there were two loud knocks at the door. Please come in. After Marx answered, Study's door was pulled from the outside, and a female child wearing a wizard's gown around an apron came in with a tray. Mr. Lawn, just cooked Gurdy root infusion. Marx, who was burying his head, kept raising his head and looked at the slightly pale pink color in the cup, as well as the shimmering crystal, which could not help but laughed. Is this time adding some fruit of a bubble pod? Yes. Marx took a sip and took a sneeze. There were a few bubbles of soap bubbles in his nose. Try it a little less next time. He put the cup back in the cup and said, Lena, take a break. The pack is almost the same in the room, don't be busy. Hey, mixed ball Marx, you are eccentric. Lenny, who was standing on the wooden ladder, was immediately upset. Why is the elder sister able to rest, and Lenny can't rest? Lenny also has to rest. You can take a break. Marx saw her suddenly look happy, but added a hand and added, if you can sit quietly. You let it leave Lenny and sit down. Lenny immediately took the foot of a Cromantula Xiaoki, loudly, but Marx didn't even lift his eyelids. Do you think I will believe you? At this time, Lena, still standing at the desk, said softly, Mr. Lawn, I don't have to rest. In fact, I really like this kind of life. It's also wonderful, and the characters of the werewolf sisters are almost two extremes. Younger sister Lenny is just a monkey jumping up and down, no matter where she is, she can't stop for a while. But elder sister Lena seems to like the quiet and leisurely pace of life. Preparing meals and drinks can be said to be her the only hobby. From this point, we can see how much she loves her lively and powerful younger sister. For this younger sister, she can live in the turbulent werewolf group for so many years without a complaint. Let's sit down first, Lena. Marx pointed to the sofa next to him and waved at the spider at Lenny's feet. Small 7. come over. Use the reduction spell to reform a Kramanchalaxioki into a fingernail size, then gently return it to a pen holder on the table. Lenny, you come over and sit down, he said. Wait a trick with me. I can finally go out again. Lenny threw the whole body into the sofa and asked a few times before she asked, mixed ball marks. Where are you going to take Lenny? Go where you should go. Where? Lenny was eager to say, what are you going to do? Marks looked up and rolled her eyes at her. Go apologize. 30 minutes later, in the suburbs of London, Xiohuijin district. Mix the kid. Where are you going? In the living room of the Dursley family, Harry was about to go to the door, but his Uncle Vernon was irritatingly holding the wall against him. Dudley looked at Harry smugly, and apparently the cause of the fuss also had his share. You listened to the kid. This summer, you have to stay in your damn room, nowhere. Why? Harry gasped. I said it. The day was not related to me. Do you understand? It's not about you. Don't be kidding. Vernon Dursley shouted. Do you think you deceive me? Dada told me that it was your second day of burning. He just had a cold that night. It was cold, understand? Harry irritated. Do you want me to say a few times to understand? Let's cool. In such a boring and hot summer? Petunia screamed. You want to make a story and make an excuse to choose a better reason. Harry was also anxious, and really, he didn't know how to explain it. Yes, on a hot night, Darren suddenly caught a cold, which is really unreasonable. What about that? He was so upset by Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, and suddenly he swayed. Even if I tell you why, can you understand? Yes. Dementor has appeared. Can you understand? Photo. What a messy thing. Photo. Soul. Strange. Harry said slowly and word by word. What kind of weird thing is this Dementor? They guard Azkaban prison. Aunt Petunia is subconscious. When the words were exported, it was 2 seconds of silence, and then Petunia slammed his hand on his mouth, as if he had accidentally said a disgusting swearing. Uncle Vernon looked at her with wide eyes, and Harry's mind was even more chaotic. How do you know? He was amazed, stared wide-eyed. Petunia aunt seems to be frightened by herself. She was trembling with fear and glanced at Uncle Vernon with apologetic eyes. His hands slightly sagged, and his mouth was open with his mouth open. A lot of years ago, I heard of the terrifying boy. Told them about her, she said intermittently. If you mean my mother and father, why don't you name them? Harry asked aloud, but Petunia ignored him. She seems to lose one's head out of fear to the extreme. Harry was shocked. A few years ago, Petunia's aunt broke out and screamed that Harry's mother was a monster. In addition, Harry never told her to mention her younger sister. However, she actually remembers the details of Magic World and has not forgotten it for so long. Harry was really amazed. Usually his aunt always tried his best to pretend that Magic World doesn't exist. Uncle Vernon opened his mouth and closed it, then opened and closed again, apparently struggling to figure out what to say. The third time he opened his mouth, his voice hoarsely said, so to say. Say. They. They. Really exist, they. These dead souls. Petunia's aunt moved the chin slightly and seemed to be nodded. But at this moment, there was a loud noise in the kitchen. Petunia immediately screamed and Uncle Vernon yelled and bent over to avoid it. Dudley had already stuffed his round body under the table. And what about Harry? He is looking for the source of the chaos. In a few moments he immediately noticed that a dizzy, feathery barn owl was squatting on the windowsill outside the kitchen. It just hit the closed window glass. Uncle Vernon said in pain, "Owl." Harry ignored him. He ran straight to the kitchen and opened the window. Owl stretched out a leg with a small scroll parchment on it. It shook the feathers, and Harry took it and took it away. He gently shook the roll of the parchment with a few lines of words written in black ink and grass, stained with scabbers on the paper. Harry, we already know what you have encountered. Don't leave your aunt and uncle's house. Don't apply magic. Someone will pick you up soon. Arthur Weasley. Oh, finally, tell me the specifics. Harry calmed down immediately, and he calmed down. "Someone pick me up? It looks like it shouldn't be Mr. Weasley. Who will come then? And also, don't apply magic." He ignored the screams of Mr. and Mrs. Dursley and whispered to himself, "Does he have anywhere to apply magic, used to teach these three unreasonable guys in the living room? Or—" Harry suddenly had a bad feeling. Sometimes, good things are not easy to fulfill, but bad things can always get worse. Just in the evening of this golden place, the window of Dursley's house suddenly became dark, and the cold of that night was once again filled in the Dursleys' house. The darkness is condensing, and the frost spreads on the surface of all kinds of furniture in the house, as if the whole world has fallen into an extremely quiet cold. Vernon looked at the mist in his mouth and scared him back a few steps. He threw himself down on the floor. "And come again. Stop!" Dudley screamed and buried his face deep in the corner under the table. And Harry's Aunt Petunia is white. Surprisingly, although she was trembling, she leaned against the wall and widened her eyes, looking around at all around. At this moment, the window of the living room slammed open and attracted everyone's attention except Dudley. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 279. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 279. Click. Perhaps because of the sudden cooling of the environment, the window glass facing the street suddenly appeared a crack and continued to spread down. As the crack spreads, the glass is finally overwhelmed and slammed into pieces. The next moment, the brothers around it seemed to be in response to it, bursting open. It should have been a glittering glass shard that was inconspicuous in the dimly lit room, splashed and voila, covering the entire floor near the window. The first piece of glass may be due to cracks caused by sudden changes in temperature, but this time, it seems to have suffered some kind of impact. In the moment the Dursley family screamed and shouted, Harry subconsciously pulled out the wand and pointed the tip at the window. "Don't apply magic, someone will pick you up soon." In this rather urgent moment, Harry's brain flashed the words on the note from the barn owl. Mr. Weasley knew in advance what would happen. He had no time to think about it, but he saw that the original dark window suddenly appeared one. No, it was a few familiar silhouettes. The coldness seems to be heavier. What is there? Uncle Vernon's shouting was almost exhausted, and the fear contained in his tone seemed to overflow at any time. Is it? Photo, Dementor? Petunia Aunt hugged her arms and trembled. At this moment, Harry almost thought that the mole could also see the outline outside the window, but when the next second came, he realized that Mr. and Mrs. Dursley was just guessing. Peng! With the loud noise, the window frame with the bolt was knocked open by a strong moment, and several tall silhouettes bowed down from the window. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley was obviously shocked, but their eyes remained on the window that was opened and did not show any signs of seeing the hooded monsters coming in. Harry held the wand, and the fingers that clenched the handle of the stick lost their blood because of force. At this point, he has to spend a lot of willpower to suppress his impulse to cast Patronus Charm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A whole 5 Dementor. In the past, in order for them to practice Patronus Charm, Marx brought a Dementor for practical exercises every day, and changed an energetic practice object every day. If you have to say something, he has actually seen a lot of Dementor. Maybe he has been very nervous, or there is no comparison. Until now, when 5 Dementors were around him, he discovered that these Dementors were not as varied as he was. Although they are all wearing a ragged black hooded cloak, the fingers of the corpse are abnormal, but in fact each one is different. Harry continued to retreat under the pressure of the 5 Dementors, but in a short while he was forced to lean against the wall. There is no way out. It doesn't work. If it doesn't work, then you can only cast Patronus Charm. Harry licked his lips, gasping hoo-hoo, and the white mist spewing between his nose and mouth even hit the chest of the Dementor. How to do? Do you want to use it? In the current situation, I have to use it. The Dementor gathered a little bit, and the strong chill made him a goosebump, a desperate breath constantly infesting his tight nerves. No, if you go on like this, you can't use it anymore. Harry's wand was on his chest, and the tight hand grip made the tip tremble constantly. trying to defend the last few inches of hope. Suddenly, Harry slammed deep into a deep breath, then shouted loudly, "Who God protects!" Ding dong, the mantra in his mouth was half finished and was interrupted by a sudden ringing of the door. Ding dong, the doorbell rang unsteadily, and it was particularly awkward at this moment of urgency. This feeling is like an extremely important test site. When the invigilator teacher just came to you, someone suddenly handed you an answer to the cheat sheet. Maybe you really want to pick it up, but you don't have this bare heart leopard. Petunia aunt. Open the door. When Harry stepped back step by step, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley stared at him like a monster, and when the doorbell suddenly rang, the couple were even scared. Want them to open the door? What kind of joke is this? Bang! There is no need to worry about this, because the door panel has been unloaded by the outside person and flew directly to the center of the living room. Slightly. Don't you pay? An unusually familiar voice sounded from the door, and Harry felt his tears flow. Lenny doesn't care. You pay for it, you lose it. Mix the ball marks. Of course I lost it. You have money? You. Oh, good afternoon, everyone. This time running for a guest. It is really bothering. In the horror of Mr. and Mrs. Dursley's horror, one tall and one short two shoulders came in from the dark door, and the atmosphere of the walk was as if it was just a visitor. Please allow me to introduce myself. The person gave a little nodded and smiled. My name is Marks McLawn. Although the words are spoken, Marks's actions are not delayed. I saw his right hand suddenly filled with a silver-white brilliance, the fine light particles lingering between his fingers, like a silver flame. As he reached for a wave, the flames rushed out and turned into an eagle in the air, and suddenly swept past Harry. For a moment, the 5 Dementors were smashed out and fell like a rag in the corner of the living room. In an instant, the dim and quiet space seemed to be completely shattered, and the entire living room was lit up. The sunset outside the window was poured into the room, and everything around it was plated with a golden layer. Only the broken windows and the gates that landed on the ground kept telling Mr. and Mrs. Dursley that everything was just a nightmare. Marks. Harry suddenly felt a loose body, slipped against the wall and sat on the floor, and he was fainting. Sleep you, get up. Marks walked up to him, pulled out a white potion bottle, and pulled the stopper into his mouth. Cough. Harry seemed to be squatting. After a cough, he stretched his tongue again. Oh, Marks. This thing is too bitter. Although he was complaining, his face showed a cheerful smile, as if he had thought of something happy. Yes? Marks took the potion bottle and clicked on the nodded road. It's really bitter. I remember Ginny said it, didn't it? He said, stood up again and looked around all around. Okay, then next. Marks took out the wand and waved it with his hand. Everything in the room seemed to vibrate. Everything that was damaged was like a rewind. The door panel floated up and flew back according to the trajectory that just flew in, and was reinstalled on the door frame. The window frame that was knocked open by the Dementor was automatically closed, and the glass slag of one place flew back into the window frame again, and changed back again. Complete glass. Even the tables, chairs, tablecloths and dishes that have been hit are reparo. When the crack on the original glass was also closed, the entire living room had no trace of being invaded. What is this curse? Because Marks didn't have a curse, Harry couldn't imagine it. What a curse could achieve this effect? It's just like the time is back. Marks turned back and shrugged. You also learned? This is a repair spell. Reparo? Harry was shocked. Marks nodded, sitting on a chair next to the dining table, and then looking at Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. Don't you want to give me a cup of tea? Who will pour you tea? You are an illegal invasion. You will give me out. Vernon. Mr. Dursley's words were interrupted by his wife. Mike. McLawn. Madam. Yes, Mr. McLawn. Petunia forced herself to calm down. She paused. Although I am very grateful to you just now. But can you explain what you mean? Marks stared at her for a moment, and then smiled and said, I came to pick up Harry. I believe you saw it. He seems to be not safe here. But you have nothing to go. What do we do? Petunia felt that she couldn't calm down. She was excited with her fist. Is there a Dementor coming in? Is it going now? Will it come back? Marks waved his hand. Don't worry, Mom. There are people outside, and we will arrange for you to move to a safer place as soon as possible. He paused and added, of course, I mean, if you agree. Petunia stared at Marks tightly, and it took a long time to let go of her tight hands and turned to go to the kitchen. Vernon seems to have gradually calmed down from the beginning of the panic, but just sat down on the sofa. By the way, Dudley, who was drilling under the table from the beginning, has only slowly climbed out until now. Not long after, Petunia came with a teapot and a teacup, and poured a hot black tea on Marks. Perhaps because Marks deliberately put on a high-end mull dress, he is actually much more normal in the eyes of Mr. and Mrs. Dursley than other wizards. How can it be normal is also a wizard, which is still unacceptable in the mind of Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. Thank you, Mom. Marks took the teacup and took a light sip. Speaking, the lady seemed to have been the two. To shut up. As if to guess what Marks wanted to say, Petunia suddenly shouted hysterically, and the sharp voice seemed unusually harsh. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 280. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 280. On the side of the dining table in the living room, the Marks, who is drinking tea, and the eagerly shivering Petunia are in stark contrast. Vernon, Dudley, and Harry looked at them both in a puzzled look, wondering what they were talking about. In fact, after Petunia screamed to stop it, Marks didn't go on. What he did was nothing more than giving Harry a little warning. Nowadays, even if the broken things of Chenguzi's rotten sesame seeds are said, it doesn't really make much sense. Or, unless Petunia is willing to take the initiative to say something, it will not be able to reflect its true value if it is faked by others. Harry, go to pack and have your luggage. It's time to go. Harry, hearing this, stunned, seeing no one to stop him, but instead felt a little uncomfortable. After he nodded a little, he turned and ran to the second floor. In the following time, no one spoke again. During this moment of silence, Marks slowly drank the black tea and then returned the empty teacup to the cup and saucer. At the same time, Harry just took a big suitcase and walked down. Thank you for your hospitality, madam. Marks stood up and politely said, so, we are rude. He gestured to the Dursleys, slightly nodded, and then he walked back to the gate, and Harry and Lenny hurriedly followed. But when Marks walked to the door, he seemed to think of something, and he paused. Harry, don't talk to your coward's aunt. Well, is there a cousin? No need. Harry turned back subconsciously, but before he could say anything, Vernon in the living room shouted out loud. Instead, his Aunt Petunia didn't say anything, just looking at Harry's eyes with a look of inexplicable sorrow. Hey, I don't think so. Harry replied sullenly. Marks shrugged, whispered, this is your decision. I just want to remind you that these few people are the only relatives you have in this world. After all, he no longer cares what Harry thinks, and he wants to see the lively Lenny stepping out of the Dursley home. This time, Marks's words rarely have any deep meaning. He just stated an objective fact, that's all, in a plain tone. As for how to choose, that is Harry's own business. Even if others are close, they can't, or have no right to make any choice for him. It didn't take long for Harry to come out with his suitcase and take the Dursleys' door. On the outside street, Lena is standing quietly on the side of a vintage bicycle, holding a large paper bag full of fruits and vegetables. It's pretty fast. What to eat tonight? Marks asked with interest. Marks. Lena was trying to answer, but was interrupted by Harry. The few Dementors in the living room. Marks certainly knows what Harry wants to ask, and he waved his hand. The dead Dementor magic power will continue to dissipate, and if it is not processed in time, it will soon disappear completely. Seeing Marks, while taking out a heavy magic book, Harry quickly asked the second, and he most wanted to know the answer. What happened recently? Why is the Dementor appearing one after another? He hesitated. Is it Voldemort? Marks threw the magic book forward, suspended it at the foot, and then randomly positioned nodded. Who is he? Who can be? He said, lifting his leg to stand on the magic book, and then urging him, "Don't ask, take your broom out, wait a while, you can just ask." "Come to the place?" Harry asked with a slight uneasiness. "Where are we going? The burrow?" "No, it's not the dot. It's not safe." Marks looked at Harry across the broom and reached out a wand and clicked on his head. "Follow me, Harry." Just as Mark's wand's tip touched Harry's head, he felt a warm coolness that soaked his entire body from head to toe. Harry looked down at his body. Now it looks like it doesn't belong to him at all. It is not invisible, but the color and texture are just like the surrounding environment. Marks applied disillusionment charm to a few people, and the spell seemed to be very powerful, and only a very close distance could reveal a slight twisted outline. "Go. Remember, follow up," he reiterated. "I remember. You are flying very well, aren't you?" To be honest, riding the broom mobiliar bus at Mole World is really fresh. But Harry didn't have time to enjoy the joy of flying. It's hard to imagine how Marks flew on a magic book, and it was amazingly fast. Marks's disillusionment charm is more powerful, and Harry is flying in order to not lose. Fortunately, the speed was faster and the time spent was shortened, and soon Marks greeted Harry and swooped down. The face of Grimmauld Place's house is still gloomy sen, maintaining the appearance of being rejected by beyond 1,000 miles. The windows of some houses were broken, and the glory of the streetlights that were just lit up. The paint on many of the doors was peeled off, and several of the front door steps were filled with rubbish. Several people stood in front of two equally dilapidated houses, and Harry looked puzzled at the rusted iron fence and stared blankly at Marks. "Remember to keep your address in mind for a while, so as not to find the door when you come back," Marks said, extending out a wand and waving his hand. The house in front of him immediately violently swayed and panned to both sides. Not long after, a broken old house with the same appearance would be restored from the squashed state, appearing in the middle of the two houses before it. "Let's go," he called Harry, who was licking God, and he lifted his leg and walked forward. At this point, the two sisters, Lenny and Lena, had taken the first step and pushed the mottled door away. As he walked into the foyer, Harry suddenly opened his mouth in surprise. It couldn't be said that he made a fuss about nothing, because the appearance and interior of the house were so different. A row of refined magic hanging lights on the wall lit up, casting a soft light, and the beautiful wallpaper and the new carpet in the long foyer were clearly visible. On top of the head, a gilt-like chandelier with silver glimmers with a shimmering luster. The walls are lined with 2 rows of magical oil paintings based on landscapes, and even the branches inside are slightly swaying with the wind. Everything here was tidy and glamorous, making Harry feel like he was in a museum. With a rush of footsteps, Ron's mother, Mrs. Weasley, walked out of the door at the other end of the hall. She walked towards them in 3 steps and 2 steps, with a warm smile on her face. However, she seems to be thinner and paler than in the past. "Oh, Harry, it's so happy to see you," she whispered, pulling him into his arms and almost smashing his ribs. Then he pushed him a little more and looked at him carefully. "You look slim and need to eat more," Mrs. Weasley said quickly. "Oh, Lena, go to the kitchen first. I will come soon." After all, she turned to Marks again and whispered in a hurry, "He just came. The meeting has already begun." "Is it?" Marks nodded, said, "Okay, madam." "Harry, are you coming together?" "No." Mrs. Weasley immediately glared at Harry. "He is too young, and those things are for him, madam." Marks didn't know whether to cry or laugh. "I don't think there is anything wrong. You see me. I am as big as Harry." Mrs. Weasley opened her mouth, but her hand was still clutching Harry, obviously not wanting to let him go. "No, no matter what, only members of the Order of the Phoenix can attend the meeting," she stubbornly said. "Ron and Hermione are upstairs." "Harry, you can wait with them until the end of the meeting, then we can have dinner." "It is okay, okay." Marks spread his hand. "Harry, or can you go up first?" "Actually, it doesn't matter if you go in with me." But Harry tried this and couldn't help but tighten his lips. "Okay. Let me tell you where you should sleep," Mrs. Weasley said, darting, pushing Harry to the stairs. "We will explain it later, now I have to hurry." In the past, I should also be at the meeting. Marks looked at Harry's sullen look, and he couldn't help shrugged him. Speaking of it, Marks can handle it well for anyone, but can't cope with Mrs. Weasley. For her goodwill, Marks never refuses and does not know how to stop or oppose it. He himself vaguely understands the reason, perhaps because Mrs. Weasley is indeed a model of good mother. Gently opened some of the thoughts in my heart, and Marks walked toward the opposite reception room. Perhaps it was because I knew that Harry was coming over today, and the reception room was very lively. Many people came and huddled around the long table. At the end of the long table at the door, Snape was coldly facing Marks. "Good evening, Professor." Marks laughed. "Let's stay for dinner tonight." "Hey, McLawn." Sirius at the other end stretched his face. "I don't think Snivellus would want to stay for dinner." HMPH. Snape coldly snorted. "Even if you ask me, I won't stay." Sirius has a hand. "Hey." Marks can't help but sighed. This is a legacy of history, let alone whether there is any misunderstanding. Even if it doesn't, he doesn't think Snape and Sirius will get together. What's more, Snape's identity as a double-faced spy does require a certain distance from the people in the organization. This job is really suitable for him. Well, let's go, then. The meeting begins. Marks clapped his hands and screamed, "Professor Snape, you will read the secret first." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 281. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 281. Ron and Hermione will explain everything to you clearly, dear. I really have to hurry, Mrs. Weasley whispered distractedly. "Come on." They came to the tuned-layer platform on the stairs. "The second door on the right hand will open me and call you." After that, she hurriedly went downstairs again. Harry walked over the bright and clean stairway, put his hand on the door handle of the bedroom in the shape of a snake, and was about to turn it and open the door. Click. Harry couldn't help but hear the sound. This is undoubtedly the door opening, but he hasn't turned the door handle yet. No, the sound came from the left. Harry turned his head subconsciously to see it, but saw a door and clicked and shut it. A second before the door was stitched together, he seemed to see a familiar silhouette. The whitewashed shirt and jeans, and the long hair of a shawl, although this time did not bunch up, but the thick black, but now very familiar. It was the character-weak woman who came to him to ask for directions. How could she be here? Harry muttered with suspicion, although he is very keen to know the reason now, and even has some itch in his heart. This is pure curiosity, but it seems that it is not a good time to ask. Since the other party is here now, it seems that he still lives. After that, I have to find an opportunity to ask if there should be no problem. Thinking of it, Harry shook his head and opened the bedroom door in front of him. He had only had time to glance at the room that was illuminated by the magic light, the high ceiling, and the two single beds that were discharged. The next moment, Harry heard a shrill scream, a sharper scream, and then a lot of furry, messy hair appeared in his sight. Hermione slammed into front of him and scared him back a few steps. Ron's little owl, Pigwidgeon, excitedly leapt around their heads. "Harry." "Ron, he is coming. Harry is coming." "We didn't hear you coming in." "Oh, how are you? Are you all right? Are you angry with us?" "Definitely angry. I know that our letters are useless nonsense. But we can't tell you anything. They want us to swear nothing to say." "Oh, we have too many things to tell you, and you have a lot to tell us." "Dementor." "We heard that. You met the Dementor on the street. It was really terrifying, but fortunately Marks sent Kingsley to protect you secretly. And today, they received news that there is a Dementor. Let him take a break, Hermione," Ron said as he smiled and closed the door behind Harry. Ron's eyes seem to be very fast recently, and he seems to grow a few inches longer during the time they are separated, which makes him look slimmer and more clumsy than before. But the long nose, the fire-red hair, and the freckles on that face are still exactly the same. Hermione was still interrupted by Ron, but before she could say anything, she heard a slight hoo-hoo sound. a white thing flying over the dark black wardrobe and falling lightly on Harry's shoulder. Hedwig. Harry stroked the feathers of the white owl, his mouth groaning, and gently licking Harry's ear. "It has been irritating," Ron said. "When it came to your last two letters, it almost killed us half. You look at this." He raised the index finger of the right hand and showed Harry that there was a wound that was about to heal, but it was obviously deep. Harry said, "I'm sorry, but I want to get a reply, you know." To be honest, his mood is actually much better now. If a few days ago, when Mrs. Weasley had to push him up, he would definitely argue more. But he was not comfortable in his heart. But he did not say much, because even Marks tried to speak for him. But after the previous encounter with the 5 Dementor, he once again understood his lack of strength. Marks can cast magic outside without hesitation, because he has enough capacity. He can even release Patronus Charm without wand. This gap is not enough to make Harry unwilling, and there is no other unnecessary feeling besides being motivated. In fact, the stimuli of Hermione and Ron have been even greater since the wake of Harry's waking. You know, Marks is the only commander in this Order of the Phoenix. And what can he do to make so many adult wizards take action? He relies not only on magic strength, but also on his wisdom and leadership. Most of Marks's commanding actions have not been glaring at Hermione and Ron recently, and in such a tight task schedule, he even has the resources to explain some of the tasks to Hermione and Ron. Not to mention Ron, at least in the process, Hermione did have a lot of gains. However, one thing made Hermione very dissatisfied. The last time she had the courage to come up with a declaration of love, but Marks decisively refused when she met for the second time. Although the rejection was very simple, she was quite depressed in her heart. But she thought about it carefully. If Marks didn't say anything, would she be more upset? Of course. Does this want this young lady to retreat? I am Hermione Jane Granger, not a female child who will retreat so easily. Hermione. What? She jerked back to his senses, only to find that Harry was staring at her with a worried look. Hey, I am fine. Nothing, Hermione said with a slight sigh. Where did you say that? Of course, she did not confess to Marks's strong confession. Ron said that even though Ron was agitated, it would be a bit shy to say it. At this time, Ron didn't care about anything. He took Harry's words and continued to talk. In fact, we also want to give you a reply, buddy, Ron said. Hermione is worried. She keeps saying, if you have been stuck there, you can't get any news. You will definitely do it. What stupid things come. But they are forcing us. Swear not to tell me. Harry shrugged. Yeah, Hermione has already said it. After all, I was excluded from being alone, and it was still a bit sullen. For a moment of dull silence, Harry gently stroked Hedwig and fell into a little thought. They seem to think it's the best thing to do. Hermione didn't seem too happy to see her friend. She couldn't help but explain again. I mean Ron's parents. Ron is also helpless and nodded. To be honest, he has some doubts about who is the Weasley family's child. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley seems to be a bit overprotective against Harry. Yeah? Harry noticed that Hermione had a scar on his hand that had been bruised by Hedwig, and there was another apology in his heart. Forget it. Nothing, I was just a little. But he was talking, but he suddenly saw a glimpse of what seemed to be generally frowned. Wait. Harry said suddenly. Hermione? Did you just say that? Marks sent someone to protect me? Yes. His name is Kingsley, a dark-skinned Auror. I heard that it is an elite. Hermione nodded. At first, Sirius wanted to arrange another person, but Marks replaced him with him. No wonder that day. Harry immediately recalled the first encounter with the Dementor. Although the Dementor did not really appear that night, he also realized that there was a familiar warmth. It must be the Patronus Charm that Kingsley released. So, why do they have to keep me in the dark? Harry opened the dissatisfaction and wondered. Have asked them. As soon as he looked up, he saw that they had exchanged a look. It seemed that some of them were unspeakable, which made him even more puzzled. In the end, they nodded, and then Hermione spoke up. It's Marks's decision. He Hermione hesitated. He said, Harry isn't in good shape right now. He needs to get rid of the shadows in the top 3, or he won't be involved. The shadow in the top 3. Harry understood the meaning of the Mark's sentence at once. Yes, he understands. And unfortunately, he has not been able to get out of it until now. In the case of Luna being seriously injured, Harry always condemned himself in his heart. He couldn't do it. If the Gryffindor sword is now inserted on the floor in front of him, he will even escape from the bedroom and escape with the slightest hesitation. Gryffindor's sword can't be picked up by anyone, and he can use it to kill Dragon, but now he doesn't even have the courage to look at it. A Gryffindor who lost courage? Or Gryffindor? Marks is right. Harry couldn't help but sigh. I'm not as smart as Hermione. If you want to come in handy, you can only rely on magic and Gryffindor swords. But now, don't say that. Ron scratched his head, full of complex face. At least you are stronger than me. I am the one that should work hard. No. Harry blinked and looked at it carefully. You play chess much better than me. Hey, don't comfort me. Ron sighed and sighed. What's the matter with chess? I can still kill you with a chess piece. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 282. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 282. Where is it here? After the trio reviewed each other, Harry calmed down and finally threw the question to Ron and Hermione. Order of the Phoenix. Ron answered without hesitation. What is the Order of the Phoenix? This is a secret society, Hermione explained. It was originally created by Dumbledore. Some of the people who fought against you know who were the last time. The current head of the staff is Marks. Marks. Yes, Marks. Harry stopped and walked back and forth, thinking for a moment and then saying, who is inside? Sounds like there are better people. We've seen 20 of them, Ron said. But it's definitely more than that. And then? Harry squinted and tried to calm himself down. Where is Voldemort now? Why did he send a Dementor to attack me? Is anyone else okay? No, in fact, the recent attacks have suddenly become less. Hermione shook her head, and the tangled hair was coming and going, looking like a bunch of dry seaweed. Ron also whispered, as for you-know-who. After the audio-visual meeting, he never appeared again. Death Eater's activities seem to be hidden a lot. Do you all know so clearly? Harry wondered. It seems that you are not allowed to participate. Oh, what about the Order of the Phoenix? Yeah, adults are mostly not allowed. Hermione nodded said, but Marks didn't look at us. At least, the Order of the Phoenix's action report won't stop us from looking over. I'll take the initiative to ask for some details. At that time, he will explain it to me. Of course, we still can't get in the meeting. Ron spread his hand, but leaned down, mysterious and sly, but we can know a little. How do you know? Fred and George invented the telescopic ear, understand? Ron said. That little gadget really works. Flexible. Yes, telescopic ears. Ron waved his hand and motioned Harry to get closer. But we better not use them because Mother found out. She was terribly angry. Even if I heard something, it doesn't really make much sense. Hermione didn't seem to like the props very much. She waved her hand. Many missions have action reports at Marks, more detailed than what was said at the conference. Too much. As recently, the main task is to attract more people to the Order of the Phoenix, Hermione added. Some people are standing guard, Ron said. What is the guard task? You know, guard mission? Harry thought for a moment and said, oh, are you saying protecting me? I think. Yes, that's it. Ron looked at Harry's reluctant face and didn't know what to say to comfort him. Harry put away the troubles that had to be tumbling, and he continued to squat in the circle in the room. So, what are you doing recently? He asked. You said that you have been very busy. It's very busy. Hermione hurriedly said, this house has been empty for many years, and it breeds a lot of messy things. I have been with Ron, Marks, and Lenny Lena, and Miss Worthing has been here some time ago. We have brought a thorough clean-up to the house, and it has only recently been almost finished. Hermione counted the number of fingers, and finally added a tone of voice. Marks is always lazy, saying that he does not listen. We are all exhausted, and he slips away from time to time. Really? Pa. With two harsh bangs, Ron's two twin big brothers, Fred and George, suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. Little Owl Pigwidge and Zizzy screamed more flustered, flying over the go with Hedwig and stopped on the top of the closet. "You are like this." Hermione turned and screamed at the Weasley family's twin. Since the situation can be confirmed, it will be a lot easier to deal with. For this matter, we don't need to do anything for the time being, just wait for them to show their own feet. The original reception room has now become the conference room and command room of the Order of the Phoenix. After listening to Snape's secret report, Marks looked at the information report and said calmly, "But wait for them to show their feet. Is this reliable?" Tunks sitting on the side looked puzzled. "Why don't we take the initiative?" Marks laughed and pointed to the events on the table and recorded, "First of all, Voldemort is obviously going to be steady and steady. He is reducing irregular harassment." But instead, halfway through the flower, Marks suddenly took the message and glanced at the closed door. "Fred, George, this meeting is a bit special today. You should put the thing together first." Marks's words made Mrs. Weasley suddenly angry again. He had to shake his hand at Mrs. Weasley, indicating that she should not be busy with Rebuke's restless twin brother. Cough cough, I went on to say. Marks cleared his throat and continued. "In fact, it's plain. Any organization will not be a piece of iron, even if it's Order of the Phoenix. Isn't it the case with Pettigrew Peter? This time Voldemort intends to use wisdom to create a situation that is good for him. This is not a bad thing for us," he explained. "Since he has chosen to use the rules of Magic Circle to do things, then how he did it means that he will also be bound by the rules." Having said that, Marks knocked on the table and looked around for a week, which emphasized, "And, whether it is recruiting members or negotiating with other forces, we all need time, let alone." He looked at Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and said, "Percy, we can't just leave it alone, don't we?" "Don't worry about the kid. I will be Arthur." As soon as he heard Percy's name, Mr. Weasley shivered immediately, and Mrs. Weasley was even more red-eyed. Tunks couldn't help but glance at Marks, and hurriedly ran to appease Mrs. Weasley. In fact, Marks doesn't really want to mention this. There are some things, not that it can be done without it. On the contrary, it must be put out in front of everyone, so that everyone will regret the future because of the momentary deliberation. "Okay, then. Is there any doubt?" Marks said, and looked at everyone present, and found that no one raised an objection. He sang, "So, today's meeting is here. Sirius, I will go to your room tomorrow morning to get a new report. Let everyone prepare. Open the meal." After all, he saw that Snape was trying to leave silently and suddenly stopped calling him Professor Snape. Marks said, "Don't you really stay for dinner?" No, Snape didn't even return, and he would go out with his legs up. Wait, Professor. Marks was busy chasing him up. "Professor, since you don't stay for dinner, just come with me." "What?" Snape frowns said. "Before Kingsley came back to a woman, she said that I am looking for you. Don't you go see it?" Marks pointed to the upstairs. "Woman?" Snape frowned more tightly. "Who?" "She said that she is called Tia, saying that she came from the United States and graduated from IFAMO. Marks shrugged said. US Snape thought for a moment, and shook his head again. "No impression." "Then go and have a look." With a little impatient Snape coming upstairs, Marks rang the door of the bedroom. Who is there?" There was a slight voice in the room, and it sounded a little trembling. "It's me, McLawn," Marks said. "You don't want to see Professor Snape?" "I brought him." Marks's voice didn't fall, and there was a slap in the foot, and then the bedroom door was opened with a door slit, and a black eye slid into the gap and looked out. When she caught sight of Snape, the door was finally opened, and Tia slammed out of the door and looked forward to Snape's face. Snape looked up and down Tia with a puzzled look. The brows and wrinkles became tighter and the face gradually became irritated. "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" He did not seem to know Tia, and he did not seem to have any affection for this woman. However, Under the question of Snape, Tia was brief remark. She just looked at Snape's face as if she was holding her attention on Snape's face. I am asking you questions. Seeing that Tia stared at him like this, he seemed to be more impatient and raised the volume, said coldly. No. You. Tia was shocked by him, opened her mouth and became incoherent. Miss Tia, Marks had to remind her. Are you not seeing Professor Snape now? Calm down. No one here will bully you, you can say slowly. What are you looking for in Professor Snape? When Kingsley brought her back, Marks was also very inexplicable. I heard that she has been wandering in Xiohuagin district, and she is said to be lost. But the day she got to Harry and asked for directions, it happened to be a Dementor, and it looked suspicious. Coupled with her strange character, it is really hard to doubt her. For such a strange woman who suddenly emerged, Marks had no choice but to leave her under her own eyes so that she could keep an eye on her behavior. However, the more you observe, the more doubt Marks is. What is this woman doing? You are looking for Professor Snape. What's the matter? Marks put the tone softer and asked again. No, don't know. Tia's answer made Marks unable to hold his eyes. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 283. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 283. Miss Tia, since you want to see Professor Snape, why did you see him and said nothing? Snape has left. If he uses his words, it is I don't have that time spent with others. You see me, I see you. Maybe it's in the face of Marks. Maybe it's another reason. In the end, he didn't say that. I don't know what to say. Looking at the curious Marks leaning against the wall by the door, Tia replied slyly. So. Professor Snape, you have seen it. What are your plans? Marks looked at Tia, who was shrinking, and could not help but laugh. Don't be so nervous. I won't do anything to you. Tia licked her thin lips and covered the hair in her eyes to the back of her ear. The line of sight was not afraid to look towards Marks. Did I grow terrifying? Marks touched his cheek, strangely. Finally, after hearing this sentence, Tia glanced at Marks's face. No. Seeing Marks towards her, she was busy looking away. But the tone of her speech was flat. Mr. McLawn looks very kind and not terrifying. To be honest, Marks is the first time I hear someone use the word health to describe him. For a time, he doesn't know whether he should be happy or sad. Is it? Marks nodded. Yes, you said you came from the US, right? Then why is your accent? Tia bowed her head for a moment and could see that she didn't seem to want to recall those past events. I am a big Hortonhead, and the nun who teaches us to speak is the Britain Church Orphanage. Marks thoughtfully said. That's not a good place. This may sound like a nonsense, but in fact, Marx's meaning is not just as simple as it seems. Let's not mention what his childhood was like. At least he used to make some male aristocrats take the initiative to pick up the pound, and deliberately went to several orphanages to do some trivial little things. In those orphanages, he saw the so-called orphanage in person. In combination with the various manifestations of Tia, Marks has a little bit of understanding, whether she is a Voldemort or not. At least her strange character does explain it. Yeah? Tia gently nodded. That's not a good place. You graduated from Ifamoni. How is it? What are you going to teach? Marks asked the previous topic and asked. The conversation between the two people has always been that Marks is guiding, and the conversation is very scattered. There is no one to talk about, which makes Tia gradually relax. Not long after, Mrs. Weasley hurried up from downstairs. Dinner was ready. By the way, Marks also vaguely heard that Harry had two buzzing sounds in the bedroom they were waiting for, probably the Fred and George brothers and Disapparition. Do you want to go down to eat today? Marks laughed. The rest of the people here are also good people and will not hurt you. Yes, sorry. Tia seems to be nervous again. Marks quickly waved his hand. Nothing, don't be reluctant. Then let's talk about it next time. I will let Lena send it up later. Thank you. After whispering, she retracted into the bedroom and closed the door tightly. The meeting is over. Now you can go downstairs to have dinner. Mrs. Weasley stood at the door of the bedroom not far away. "Everyone wants to see your style, Harry." "And who is it? Are those shampoos left outside the kitchen?" "Crookshanks." Marks vaguely heard Ginny's voice. "It likes to play with those things." "Oh," Mrs. Weasley said, "I think it might be Cretcher. He always likes to collect this weird thing." Now everyone remembers to keep the sound down in the kitchen. She paused again. "Ginny, your hand is dirty. What have you done? Remember to wash your hands before eating." Then, Mrs. Weasley turned and went downstairs, and Ginny quickly followed. When their mother and daughter were walking down the stairs, they all smiled and waved at Marks, indicating that he also came together. Marks nodded, let them go first, and walked to Harry's bedroom. "Seeing my style." "What style, Harry?" Harry's slightly sulking voice and Hermione's helpless voice almost simultaneously entered Marks's ear. "Yes, I know," Harry sighed. I am angry with myself," he thought, and curiously asked, "Who is Cretcher?" "The elf who lives in this old house," Ron said. "Maniac. I have never met an elf like him before." Hermione frowned at Ron. "He is not a madman, Ron. His goal in life is to cut his head and hang it on the plaque like his mother." Ron said anxiously, "Is this normal, Hermione?" "Cut your head down, hang on the plaque." Harry stunned. "The plaques have been removed by Marks, or you can see them on the wall," Hermione explained, then stubbornly said to Ron, "I think that's not normal, but that's not its fault!" "Okay. Yes, he's just a little weird, but that's not his fault." Ron blinked at Harry. "Hermione, she's still like this, isn't she?" "Is there anything wrong with this?" Hermione said excitedly. "Not just me. Isn't Marks wanting us to treat Cretcher kindly?" "Marks can only say don't care what Cretcher said," Ron muttered. "If you are willing to treat Cretcher kindly, I think it's also good." Marks suddenly walked to the door and smiled. "Well, let's go downstairs. I think Harry must be hungry." "Oh, Marks." Harry was a lot honest when he saw him. "Yes, I am hungry to die." When the four men came downstairs, they saw Lupin, Mrs. Weasley and Tunks at the front door. After some members of the Order of the Phoenix left, many of the big locks and bolts were relocked. "We ate in the kitchen below," Mrs. Weasley whispered as he met them under the stairs. "Harry, dear, I think you have to pick up your toes." After walking through the corridor, the kitchen is at the end, behind the door. "Pick up your toes?" Harry wondered, but his voice did not fall. Everyone heard the walla sound. The voice is not big, but it is enough to attract everyone's attention. "Tunks." Mrs. Weasley turned back and cried angrily, "I'm sorry." Tunks was lying on the floor. He smiled. "It's all stupid umbrella stand. I've been stumped for the second time." However, the words behind her were overwhelmed by a horrible, screaming scream. "It's a portrait. Sirius's mother." Marks shrugged, said, "She cast a permanent paste spell on the back of her portrait, which is really not easy to take." "That's what it is, but it's actually Marks and doesn't want to take down the portrait." That's one of the few remaining thoughts of the old Cretcher. Before some things are done, Marks thinks it's better. Harry looked at the probe and found that in the portrait-sized portrait, an old lady with a black hat was screaming loudly, as if she was being tortured and generally terrifying. "That is Sirius's mother?" Harry was surprised. The old lady was drooling, she turned her eyes, and the sallow skin on her face stretched out as she screamed, looking like a cold shivers down one's spine. Lupin and Mrs. Weasley rushed forward, struggling to pull the curtain to cover the old lady, but the portrait's own hook was a bit loose. "Not so good." The old lady yelled louder, and she waved her skinny paws as if to tear their faces. The fifth time. "Damn. This is a nasty and dirty byproduct. You half-demon, mutant, deformed. Get out of here. How dare you lick my father's umbrella stand in this house dash." Tunks apologized over and over again, rebuilding the huge, heavy, giant-legged shelf. Mrs. Weasley temporarily gave up the heavy curtains and continued to hang up. She pulled out the wand and seemed to want to fix the hook that had gone wrong. At the same time, a man with long black hair, facing Harry, ran out from behind a door. "Shut up, you terrifying the old witch, shut up." He grabbed the curtains that Mrs. Weasley gave up, and the old lady's face suddenly became pale. "Oh, it's you." She squinted her eyes and stared at the man's loud roar. "The pure-blood traitor is really annoying. I am ashamed of you." "I said it." "Closed mouth," the man snarled. After Mrs. Weasley refixed the hooks, several people worked hard again for a while, rehanging the curtain, and the portrait of the Hyde was finally covered up. The old lady's screams disappeared, and there was no echo. The hall was silent. The man gasped slightly. He wiped his long black hair from the front of his eyes and turned his face to Mark's. "Hello, Harry." His anger was still not gone, and he was annoyed. "I think you have seen my mother." Oh. Serious? Harry wondered. "I think so. But why is your mother's portrait here?" "Have I said that?" Marx said. "This is the old home of the Black family, which was left by Sirius' parents." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 284. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 284. The atmosphere of this dinner was really good, with Fred and George living together, plus Leanie and Tunks. At least on the surface it was really lively. However, everyone sitting around the dining table probably understands that this is just an illusion that everyone has created invariably. And let's not mention Percy's business. The Mad-Eye Moody disappearance has no clues until now, and it is enough for everyone to be upset. To be honest, Marx is also a headache. Moody is a pillar of the Order of the Phoenix. Many of the original on-site matters were decided by him. His importance is even more than that of Dumbledore. If Moody is still there, Dumbledore will not put the burden of Order of the Phoenix on Marx's shoulders so early. At this moment, just across from Harry's seat, Tunks was eating, making her nose deformed and making Hermione and Ginny happy. Every time she closed her eyes tightly, revealing a painful expression, her nose suddenly stretched like a bird's beak, and it looked like Snape's nose. She suddenly retracted and became the size of a round mushroom. And then a lot of nose hair appeared in each nostril. This was a regular entertainment show during a recent meal, and soon Hermione and Ginny asked her to make a favorite nose. "Change a pig's nose, Tunks." Tunks is happy to do it. Harry looked up, and at that moment, he thought that a female Dudley was smiling at him across the table. On the other side, Mr. Weasley, Bill and Lupin are having a heated discussion about Goblin. They are still not one drop of water can leak out. "Nothing to say," Bill said. "I still don't know if they believe that he is back." Of course, they probably don't want to support any party, don't want to get it. Here is the head. "I believe they will never fall to you know who." Mr. Weasley shook his head and said, "They are also very heavy. Remember the goblin that he killed last time, just near Nottingham, I think. It depends on what price people have given them." Lupin said, "I am not talking about gold. If someone gives them the freedom we have not given them for centuries, they will probably resist. Can't stop the temptation." "Really?" Marx suddenly snapped. "We can't ask Goblin to have the same idea as the wizard. As far as I know, what Goblin really value is not freedom, not gold. But magic item." He forked a sausage, took a bite, and chewed and said, "That is Goblin's nature, and it is also a tradition. I dare say that if the Gryffindor sword is paid to the goblins, they even dare to help us to push Voldemort's nest. Is this no reason? Lupin will be suspicious." Marx hearing this, laughing and waving. "Don't try to go with different species to reason. This is like Centaur in Forbidden Forest, and how many years of neighbors Hogwarts have done. But even the signs of subtle influences are pitiful." He said, when it comes to faith, the truth is nowhere to be said." Faith? Seeing the three of Harry, and Leanie, Tunks and the others were also attracted by his words, and they all looked like an ignorant look, and Marx couldn't help but spread his hand. "This is the same as the question of whether Santa Claus exists. It is clear that no one has ever seen it, but someone will really believe in its existence. This is a belief, and when this belief is repeated, deepened, strengthened, after affirmation, it is possible to evolve into a belief." "Santa?" Hermione stared wide-eyed. "He does exist. He was a bishop of Nicholas in the 4th century and, because he liked to help the poor secretly. Later he was nicknamed, well, yes, Hermione, you know so much. Marx laughed at her, and that continued. But I am not talking about Nicholas. But that Christmas is going to be private in the middle of the night, going door to door. The white-bearded old man rapped in the stockings on the fireplace. I never received Christmas gifts when I was a child, so I never believed in the existence of Santa Claus, he said. But I know that there are many mole parents who will let their children believe that Santa Claus is always there. And children like gifts, which is the same as goblins like magic item. But the beliefs are much stronger. Marx said while eating. He stopped talking and said, didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and looked at them. I just talked about a topic. Are you not hungry? Marx, I actually have a problem. I have been very curious. Ron sighed. Why is the magic circle to Christmas? I heard Harry say, isn't this a mole festival? Ron, the Christmas of the mole and the Christmas of the wizard are not the same thing. Hermione rolled her eyes. I will not copy it for you later, a history of magic homework, otherwise you will not be able to finish it. Of what? There is this in a history of magic? Ron looked amazed. He couldn't help but grow up, and half of the chicken legs fell back into the plate. Wizard's Christmas continuation is the custom of the ancient princes, hanging mistletoe and making Christmas trees. Marx explained. Do you know that the masters of the world, Merlin, is the last religion of the religion, inheritance? Oh, it sounds so cool. Ron nodded. At least the next exam, I will definitely not forget it. I don't think so. Hermione immediately habitually poured a cold water on Ron. 3 pieces of butterbread crumbs, followed by egg milk cakes. Everyone felt that it was really impossible to eat. But Marx is still plugging his mouth. Although he seems to eat very calmly, but in fact, there is nothing less than other people here. All finished? Marx looked at everyone because everyone was watching him. Oh, I think so. Ron groaned around. Giggle. Mixed ball. Marx. Ha ha ha, you can really eat? Leanie smiled and smiled happily. Wasting food is the worst thing. Marx didn't think he was. He said it should be by rights. When Marx finally put down the spoon, the conversation on the dinner table gradually calmed down. Mr. Weasley leaned back on the back of the chair, eating and drinking, and relaxing. Tunks yawned with a big mouth and her nose was back to normal. Ginny led Crookshanks out of the cupboard, sitting on the floor with his legs crossed, rolling some of the butter beer's cork, and let Crookshanks chase it. It's almost time to go to bed, I think. Mrs. Weasley said, yawning. Not yet, Molly. Sirius pushed the empty plate in front of him and turned to look at Harry. Do you know, I am really surprised at you. I thought that the first thing you did here was to ask about the situation of Voldemort. The atmosphere in the room suddenly changed, and the speed was so fast that it was thought to be the Dementor. It was so easy and leisurely a few seconds ago that it was drowsy. Now everyone is becoming alert and even nervous. Hearing Voldemort's name, there was a shudder around the table. Lupin just picked up the cup and was about to drink, then slowly put down the goblet, showing a vigilant look. Only a few people in the audience were still relaxed, but they were a little quieter. I asked. Harry mentioned again, and again. Harry was filled with a bit of trouble. I asked Ron and Hermione, but they said that we were not approved to join the Order of the Phoenix, so. They are right, Mrs. Weasley said. You are too young. She sat straight in the chair, her fists clenched tightly in her arms, and her sleepiness disappeared without a trace. When did we start to join the Order of the Phoenix to ask questions? Sirius slammed the desk away. Harry was stuck in the Mull's house for a whole month, and he had the right to know what happened. Wait a minute. George interrupted him loudly. Why can Harry's question be answered? Fred asked. For a month, we have always wanted to ask something from your mouth, but you are not willing to tell us anything. George said. You are too young, you didn't join the Order of the Phoenix, Fred said, and the sharp, thin voice was his mother's, and it was incredible. And Harry hasn't even grown up yet. No one tells you what the Order of the Phoenix is doing. Can't blame me. Sirius said quietly. That was your parents' decision. Harry was different. You don't need to decide how to be good for Harry. Mrs. Weasley snapped, and the expression on the normal and amiable face was scary at the moment. The heads of Ron, Hermione, Fred and George turned around between Sirius and Mrs. Weasley, as if watching the back and forth on the net. Ginny asked in a pile of discarded butterbeer corks, staring at them and talking, his mouth slightly open. Lupin is staring at Sirius with a squint. Who would smash the internet first? Marks thought about it, and picked up a milk cake to eat. He can decide a lot of things on a normal task, but now he doesn't want to manage it, and he can't really manage it. This is one of the things that Harry should face. I just intend to tell Harry what he needs to know, Molly, Sirius said. He should be the one who has the most power in the world to know about Voldemort, isn't it? He is not a member of the Order of the Phoenix, said Mrs. Weasley. He is only 15 years old. And, McLawn, what do you think? Sirius suddenly raised his head and asked Marks, who was sitting at the other end. I remember, you seem to have never said anything about it. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 285. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 285. McLawn, what do you think? Regarding Harry should know the status quo, Sirius was very cunning to hand over the words to Marks. For Marks, almost everyone in Order of the Phoenix is convinced, and no one can treat him as a normal Hogwarts student. Since Marks regained Philosopher's Stone from Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, every encounter between him and Voldemort was admirable. He was the head of the Order of the Phoenix and was personally commissioned by Dumbledore, and his own strength even almost obscured the fact that Voldemort's current strength is far beyond that of the year. There is no doubt that Marks, who is at the forefront of Voldemort, as Harry's peers, is the best person to decide whether Harry should know the status quo. Moreover, it was Marks who originally decided to conceal Harry. It's just that almost everyone thinks his reason is similar to Mrs. Weasley, so that he ignores the fact that he actually has not explained anything. What Marks really thinks, under the reminder of Sirius, everyone can't help but have a bit of curiosity. Harry, Marks thought. He put down his custard cake and put his smile on him calmly. What do you want to know? Marks's tone was easy, as if to ask Harry what to eat tomorrow morning. I don't know why. Harry, who had previously felt a little sullen, was silent at the moment. I want to know, where is Voldemort? And why did he let the Dementor attack me? Harry spoke very slowly, and the hesitation in his heart was obvious. Although Marks is as calm as ever, as long as Marks is standing in front of him, he can't bring courage to face everything. Is he really qualified to face Voldemort? If you know where Voldemort is, what are you going to do? Marks asked again. Of course it is to knock him down. Harry bit his root. It was he who killed my parents and killed so many innocent people. What do you want to do to knock him down? Marks continued to ask calmly. Harry's breathing was getting heavier and heavier. His head, and the bangs on his forehead almost covered his eyes. I don't know. Then you still want to know where he is? After Marks's questioning one after the other, Harry couldn't help but recall what Hermione had mentioned, the phrase from Marks. Harry isn't in a good state right now. He needs to get rid of the shadows in the top 3, or he won't be able to get involved. It was another repressed silence. Harry clasped his hands, and after thinking for a long time, he raised his head sharply. Think. He paused and looked at Marks firmly. If you don't understand him, you never know how to use it to defeat him. That's right. Sirius's face flashed a satisfying smile. Marks also nodded. Since you are willing to use your brain, it will not be a bad thing to know more about some things. Mrs. Weasley, sometimes it is more dangerous to know nothing. I believe you understand this. Harry has already been involved in this whirlpool. If he doesn't swim on his own, if we try harder, we may not be able to push him out of the whirlpool, isn't it? Well, Mrs. Weasley took a deep breath, and she glanced around the table. Okay. It seems that my opinion has been rejected. I just want to say, at least some for those who are dangerous and uncertain, It is best not to let Harry know that I am a person who cares about Harry's immediate interests. He is not your son, Sirius said softly. But it's about the same as my son, Mrs. Weasley said angrily. Who else? He is me. Yeah, Mrs. Weasley grinned. The problem is that you are locked up in Azkaban and it is difficult to take care of him, isn't it? Sirius couldn't help but jump from the chair. Molly, there are more than one person on this table who cares about Harry, Lupin said seriously. Sirius, sit down. Both Mrs. Weasley and Sirius licked their lips and slowly sat back in the chair. As Marx just did, I think it's best to respect Harry's opinion, Lupin continued. He's not too young. He can decide for himself. Yes, I want to know, Harry said immediately. He didn't look at Mrs. Weasley. Just now Mrs. Weasley said he was like her own son. He was very touched. But at the same time, he was also a headache for Mrs. Weasley's overdoting. He agrees with Sirius that he is not a small child. Very good. Mrs. Weasley's voice was dumb. Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George. I want you to leave this kitchen, right away. Immediately, the room was like a bomb. We are grown up, Fred and George shouted at the same time. Harry can know why I can't, Ron yelled. Mother, I want to hear too, Ginny screamed. No, Mrs. Weasley loudly roared, standing up, his eyes rolling round. I definitely don't allow. Molly, you can't stop Fred and George, Mr. Weasley said tiredly. They are grown up. They are still at school. But they are legal adults, Mr. Weasley said in the tired voice. Oh, well, Fred and George can stay. Mrs. Weasley's face rose red. But Ron and Hermione, you know enough recently. Harry will tell us everything you said anyway, Ron said indignantly. You will? He greeted Harry's gaze and asked one with no confidence. In an instant, Harry wanted to tell Ron that he wouldn't tell him a word, and let him taste the taste in the drums and see how it hurts. But when the two eyes looked at each other, his kind of careful impulse suddenly disappeared. Of course I will, Harry said. Ron and Hermione suddenly beamed. Very good, Mrs. Weasley shouted loudly. Very good. Ginny, go to bed. Ginny is not leaving. When they heard her go upstairs, she yelled at her mother and shouted. In the foyer, Mrs. Black made a deafening scream, making the noise more unbearable. Lupin rushed out and he had to calm the portrait again, or he couldn't keep talking. At this time, Marx also stood up and said, Then you continue to talk. I have to go to bed first. That night, everyone finally disclosed some of the real situation in front of the children. Although Hermione and Ron knew some things in advance, many of them did not know. For example, some changes in the Ministry of Magic and some of the latest actions Voldemort has taken. To be honest, the situation is actually very complicated, especially on the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Weasley and Tonks, Kingsley and the others who work in the Ministry of Magic are not clear about the situation. They only know that someone is putting pressure on Daily Prophet to prevent them from reporting any news about Voldemort, which is undoubtedly a dangerous sign. Fortunately, the audition before Marx will be very effective. It not only sets up the image of Lockhart, but also reminds the magic circle of the wizards that Voldemort has returned. This is an unchangeable fact. So, the news that Voldemort is back is already out, isn't it? Harry frowned. So why should he still have to cover it? Voldemort didn't sway to the door of someone else's door. Bang Pen knocked on their door. Harry, Sirius said. He applied magic to them, chanting curses, coercion and temptation. He has a very good set of secret activities. In any case, snare followers are just one of the things he is interested in. He has other plans. He can top secretly implement the plan, for which he needs to be as low as possible to drive down the bad effects. What else does he want in addition to the followers? Harry asked responsively. He seemed to see Sirius and Lupin exchange their eyes quickly, and Sirius answered, A thing that only gets sneaky to get. Seeing Harry still confused, Sirius said again. Such as a weapon, something he didn't have last time. When was he in the past? Yes. What kind of weapon? Harry said. Is it even better than the Avada Kedavra curse? Enough, Mrs. Weasley stood in the shadow of the door loudly said. Harry just listened too carefully. He didn't even notice that Mrs. Weasley sent Ginny upstairs and was back. She held her arms and her face was angry. I hope that you will go to bed quickly, everyone will go. She added, squinting at Fred, George, Ron and Hermione. You told Harry that there was enough. Mrs. Weasley said to Sirius again. Go ahead. You can immediately recruit him to join the Order of the Phoenix. Why not? This sentence turned around Harry's mouth and was swallowed back by him. He thought of Marks, although Marks was not here at the moment, but he still remembered him. Harry understood that he was not qualified enough to join the Order of the Phoenix, at least not now. I think Molly is right, Lupin said calmly. Sirius, we have enough. Sirius was slightly shrugged, but didn't say anything more. Mrs. Weasley greeted her few sons and Hermione arrogantly, and they stood up one by one, and Harry had to stand up and reluctantly. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 286. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 286. We are not a place to hide stolen goods here. Early the next morning, the sun just rose, and the loud voice of Mrs. Weasley spread throughout the Order of the Phoenix. I really like to hear Mother rushing at others. Fred squinted as he smiled with a satisfied smile. It's not bad to change the taste. George took the lead with skill. Since the pair of twin brothers passed the dissiparation exam, they used it everywhere. For example, now they have just been woken up by Mrs. Weasley's big voice, and they landed on Ron's bed and woke up their poor younger brother forcibly. Hey, it just happened to me. Ron groaned in pain. Yeah, no way. We just woke up, maybe not aligned. Twin explained without any sincerity. Fred ran to open the door an inch or two, so that the voice of Mrs. Weasley could be more clearly passed into the house. It's totally irresponsible. It seems that our troubles are not enough. You have to drag this pile of stolen cauldron into the house. Which fool is it? How can he make her angry with temper? George shook his head and said, I must divert her attention early, or her anger will grow bigger and bigger, and it will last for hours. Sirius's mother is screaming again. Fred shot his forehead. Indeed, with the harsh, screaming sound, Mrs. Weasley's voice was almost completely submerged, too terrifying. However, at this same time, there was no sound in the study of Marks. Since the number of people has increased, the house has never been quiet again. Tunks, who is losing money, will always be stumped by something, or she will stumble over something. Mrs. Weasley always growls because of various large and small things and can't stop all day. Lenny, her elder sister, always staring at it, but she has always been quite doted to the younger sister. In this case, it is usually not very useful. This little girl is full of haunting. From time to time, Mundungus will get back a lot of messy things, and the warehouse in the back house will be treated as a dedicated pirate warehouse. Marks doesn't really hate this kind of environment. If it's a bit more lively, it will always make life more human, but it won't bother his precious sleep time. So he used to put a ban on the room before going to bed. At this moment, Study's door was slammed open, and a petite silhouette walked in cautiously. Of course, all this is silent, as if playing a funny mime. Marks is shrinking on a couch full of books, notes, and manuscript papers. The gentle, deep breath and the slightly undulating chest, and the closed eyes, prove that he is asleep. The little silhouette stood by Marks, bent over and gathered, then reached out and pointed to Marks's head. The coming person is of course the most irritating Leanie in normally. A few days ago, she was caught by Marks for several times because she had stunned Harry. Now she is obviously coming to find the scene. However, today she rushed to run early in the morning, but found that she could not play in a few positions. She thought about it, and finally sat down on the ground, and slammed her mouth. Smelly Marks, mixed ball Marks, big bad guy. Today is Lenny's good mood. Let me go once. If you dare to play Lenny's forehead next time, Lenny really wants to take revenge. Under the effect of the ban on the curse, how she swears, how arrogant, will not wake Marks. Lenny cannot help but more happy, pointing to Marks's nose, laughed heartily up, giggling. Mixed ball marks. You get up. Let's play Lenny's brain. Look at whether Lenny will pop your brains. Kneeling, Lenny suddenly found that something was wrong. Her smile immediately froze. When? Is there a voice? Marks, who still has his eyes closed, suddenly yawned. Of course, I am going to hear what you are saying. Yeah? Lenny quickly jumped up and threw her legs and wanted to run, only to find herself floating in the air. What? I want to sleep with Xioki, Marks said with a sleepy look, lazily. Don't you? Lenny shouted for help. Lenny is not going to sleep with the big spider. Mix the ball, Marks, you demon. Let go of Lenny. Marks took back the wand, and Lenny immediately flexed her posture and stood on the floor. I don't want to sleep with Xioki. They can take the tales of Beedle the Bard on the shelf. He waved his hand. Do you want to copy the book again? Lenny said with a sad face. Don't want to copy? Marks gave her a meaningful look, and Lenny shook her head immediately. Copy. Lenny copy. Lenny likes to copy books, she said as she rushed to the side of the bookshelf. So, don't call them out. Let them go to sleep. Like the last time, pick a favorite story, copy it again, check it out for me. After all, Marks stood up and stretched and walked outside of study. Behind him, Lenny angrily moved towards Marks's back and made a face, then reluctantly holding the Tales of Beedle the Bard, squinting on the coffee table next to the sofa. Good morning, Lena. The washed Marks came to the kitchen and just wanted to reach out and take the plate that Lena came over, but she was avoided by the other party. Mr. Lawn, you can sit down, please let me do these things, Lena said quietly. This is what I want to do. Marks can feel that she really likes to do these ordinary chores, but it is not exactly what she likes. Needless to say, she must have done this for the younger sister Lenny, who loves to make trouble. Marks shrugged, sitting on the side of the dining table, waiting for Lena to bring the breakfast to the table. At the other end of the table, Lupin is watching the new issue of Daily Prophet. Although there has been nothing to watch recently, it can be used to pass the time. Outside the kitchen, the snoring of Mrs. Weasley and the screams of Sirius' mother continued, and there was nodded pain. In such a noisy atmosphere, Marks did not care to finish the breakfast, and tried to find Sirius to take a new mission report. At this point, Mrs. Weasley seemed to have finished. Sirius also reopened the portrait, and the room finally became quiet. Then, Marks met the twin brother on the second floor stairs, and the three Harrys, who seemed to just get out of bed. Harry was so sleepy that even the eyelids were still pulling. Good morning, Marks, Hermione said immediately. Oh, good morning, Marks said with a smile. It's really so busy every day, isn't it? Sorry, Mother is always like this. No. What Ron just wanted to say was interrupted by Marks. Don't apologize, I think it's better to be busy, he said. At least it's a home feeling, I like it. A few people talked a few words, and they passed by. Marks was about to continue to study, but heard a low-pitched snoring behind him. The disgusting old ruined family, leading his little nephew to spoil my mistress's house. Oh, my poor hostess. If she knows something underground, if she knows what kind of dregs they put into her house, what would she say to the old creature? Oh, really shameful. Mudblood, werewolf, liar and thief. Poor old creature, what can he do? It was an old house elf, and his body was almost naked except for the dirty rag around his waist. His skin was loose and wrinkled, and although his head was as bare as all house elf, the two large bat-like ears grew a lot of white hair. The eyes were full of blood, the water was grey and the nose was very big, and it was like a grey carrot. The elf seems to be just passing downstairs, not paying attention to the rest of the people going down the stairs. He was like seeing them, bowing his back, dragging his feet, slowly and step by step toward the other side of the corridor, while whispering with a hoarse, low voice like a bullfrog. Good morning, creature. Fred's voice was more than usual, and apparently expressed his dissatisfaction. House elf suddenly froze, no longer muttering incantations in his mouth, but made a very obvious, but very suspicious look. Krecher didn't see the young master just now. He turned and bowed to Fred, but his face was still facing the carpet, and he said in a voice that everyone could hear, "Oh, it's the nasty little scorpion of the old tyrant." "I'm sorry?" said George. "I didn't hear the last sentence." Krecher said nothing. The elf bowed again to George, and then said in a light but clear voice, "This is his twin brother, a pair of weird nephews." The elf straightens up and looks at them all with vicious eyes. Obviously they can't hear him, because he continues to read. "There is that mudblood, carefree, standing there unscrupulously. If my mistress knows." Krecher. Marx poked his head upstairs and waved at him. You can help me put the latest mission report in Sirius' room into study." "Oh, distinguished Mr. McClawn." Krecher immediately recognized Marx's voice, and he snorted deeply. His body was so funny that the big nose was almost flattened on the carpet. "Yes, old Krecher is willing to help you," he said with respect. He immediately disappeared in place. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 287. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 287. Who can tell me how the house elf is so respectful of Marx? Harry looked at the others blankly, only to find that everyone was looking at the face I want to know, and couldn't help but scratch the scalp. At this moment, a footstep came from the corner of the corridor on the first floor, and there was a familiar voice. "I think there is always reason, Sirius." Harry turned his head and looked over there. "Don't pay attention to Krecher, he has been alone for too long," Sirius said as he walked quickly and absently. "I accepted some crazy orders from my mother's portrait and spoke to myself, but it used to be a hateful little, if you let him free?" Hermione said hopefully, "Maybe. We can't let him go free. He knows too much about the Order of the Phoenix." Sirius said rudely, passing by the children. "And he called you mudblood. Are you not angry?" "It's okay," Hermione whispered. "He's not normal, he doesn't know what he's saying." "You don't deceive yourself, Hermione, he knows what he is saying." Fred was angry. At this time, Sirius had already reached the corner of the stairs, and he suddenly turned back and left the last sentence. "In any case, just that shock will kill him." If you don't believe it, you can try to ask him to leave the house and see how he will react. Hermione, who is familiar with a history of magic, knows what it is like to do this. For House Elf, it is tantamount to depriving them of the meaning of survival. Compared with the elves in ancient times, perhaps there is no difference in appearance between them, but their hearts have long been two different creatures. From the moment when the sensibility and rationality began to fight, Hermione was no longer the childish little girl with only black and white in her eyes. "I'm stupid." Hermione deeply took a deep breath and slammed her foot. "Harry." They all looked at her in surprise, but she just shook her head and went to the kitchen first. "What happened to her?" Harry wondered. Ron was shrugged and pondered for a while before speculated. Is Hermione really trying to find a way to give Krecher freedom? Oh, Harry immediately nodded. With her character, it's really possible. When Harry went to the kitchen to have breakfast, Sirius had already ringed the door of study. "Please come in." The door was opened and Sirius strode in and looked straight at Marx, as if to see something from his face. "What's wrong?" Marx looked up from the back of the pile on the desk and was puzzled. Sirius was silent for a while, and then he frowned. "Do you have anything to look at me?" The atmosphere became a bit more serious, and Lenny, who was copying the book on the other side of the sofa, curiously sneaked a glance at the side, and then quickly lowered her head. "There are a lot of things that are glaring at you," Marx thought, and stood up again. "Let's go, change the place. Let's have a chat." Krecher. The voice did not fall. The space in the middle of the study was slightly distorted, and the aged house elf appeared on the back. Mr. McClawn, may you ask what is your old Krecher?" The loyal house elf of this black family, back to Sirius, respects Marx. "What is going on with Krecher? Why are you?" "Sorry, young master." Krecher heard the voice and immediately turned his head and bowed deeply. Old Krecher just didn't see young master here. Although he said so, his expression is a look of disgust, as if he saw something dirty. Young master is a nasty, ungrateful slab that hurts his mother's heart. Krecher once again lowered his voice and screamed, as if he really thought that no one else could hear it. My mother has no heart, Krecher, Sirius said coldly. She lives entirely by resentment. Krecher then bowed again, guarding the unique rules of the Black family that house elf must talk to when talking to the owner. No matter what the young master said, Krecher muttered indignantly. Young master didn't even give him a mother's heel. Oh my poor hostess. Okay, Krecher. Marx interrupted him and reached out to the door and gestured. Sirius, let's go to the living room on the second floor and talk. In this old house, only the living room and another room have not been moved. Although Marx doesn't think it's necessary to let Sirius know some facts, it doesn't mean anything like this. If you say it, you can let Sirius reduce some of the musty. This is a long, high-ceiling room on the second floor with dirty tapestry hanging from the olive green walls. When they put their feet on the carpet, they raised a small amount of dust, and their long, yellow-green velvet curtains creaked as if there were many invisible bees flying inside. There are all foxes in the curtains, and they can be collected back as potion materials. Marx laughed when passing the curtains. Sirius didn't have the time to pay attention to this kind of joke. Marx didn't care. He went straight to the other side of the room and took a closer look at the giant tapestry that covered the entire wall. The tapestry looked old, and the color was dim. It seemed that the fox had bitten several places. However, the gold thread embroidered on it is still shining, embroidered with a lush tree spectrum picture, and the branches and leaves are incomparably detailed. The tapestry is embroidered with several characters. The noble and most ancient house of Black 2 Jewers per. Marx didn't say anything more nonsense. He reached out and pointed to the name at the bottom, Regulus Black. After the date of birth, there is a clear date of death, which was about 15 years ago. This is your younger brother. Marx stated this fact in a gentle tone. Yes. What happened then? Sirius said. What do you want to say? He joined the Death Eater. Marx said again. Yeah. They think that Voldemort's claim is correct. They are in favor of maintaining the purity of the wizard bloodline, getting rid of the man of the mole, and letting the pureblood people have the power. I think they must think that Regulus joined in the beginning. Is it a brave little hero? Sirius said irritably, and the they in his mouth not only refer to other clansmen in the House of Black. I am afraid it is specifically referring to his parents. So? He looked at the genealogy. What happened to Regulus? Remember what state he was in at the end? Marx asked. I mean, I showed up at Voldemort that I didn't have to resort to power. Under the Marx problem, Sirius gradually revealed the expression of memories. He was already very deep. Then he was scared of what others wanted him to do, and he wanted to quit. Hey, my stupid younger brother, magic innate talent is really good, but far from you. He paused and shook his head again. He can't even hand a resignation report to Voldemort. If he doesn't have the strength to break free, he will either sell for life or just end one. Yeah? He only has a dead end. Marx nodded, but half of it was a turn. But he didn't choose to die. What do you mean? Sirius turned his head sharply, staring at Marx's side face. Your younger brother Regulus cannot say. The house elf Krecher, who has always spoken only in a low voice, shouted for the first time, so shouting, just to stop Marx from telling the truth about what should have been buried. Abiding by Master Regulus's order, you can't say to anyone in the distinguished House of Black. This is Master Regulus's last order. Krecher's sharp, rough voice seemed to rub against Sirius' nerves. Krecher, I ordered Sirius. Marx waved his hand at Sirius, and then went on to say, Krecher, it is your business to keep the secrets for the Master. You don't have to say, but it is obvious that there is no problem. Krecher swallowed a hard air, and the skinny chest quickly undulating. Then he suddenly closed his eyes and no longer made any noise. Sirius, this is a secret about Voldemort, Marx said calmly. So far, this is only me and Dumbledore know. it is not appropriate to disclose it. So I can only tell you about part of your younger brother. Sirius took a deep breath, and reorganized the mood, which was nodded. In fact, since Marx has already said this, he actually has some hunch. I am afraid that my younger brother has also done something that everyone did not expect. It can be said that it is a good thing or a bad thing, but people can't help but hesitate. Say it, said Sirius. Marx reached out and touched the name on tapestry, and the uneven embroidered marks seemed to tell everything about the year. At the time, probably a year after your younger brother joined Death Eater, Voldemort told his Death Eaters that he needed a house elf. So, your younger brother took the initiative to recommend Kreacher to Voldemort. At the time, it should still be at a time when Voldemort did not reveal his ambitions. Is it? Sirius squinted and said, I'm really enthusiastic. My stupid younger brother. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 288. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 288. On the second floor of the old black house, which has been refurbished, the dilapidated living room, under the map of the sun, reveals the past. The shredded dust flipped and shimmered in the beam of light projected from the window, and there was a faint musty smell in the air, which seemed to reject everyone who came here. The long-term uninhabited house is a place where all the past burial is carried out. Even if you try to dig out the tired bones, it will bring nothing more than a heavy one from many years ago. At the moment, the heavy bones dug out by Marx did not help in the heart of Sirius. Voldemort is a very conceited wizard. His arrogance comes from strength. Of course, it may be from his nature. In short, everything he did at the time didn't tell anyone else. It was as it should be by rights because he wanted to get the undead ability. That is a dark magic, quite evil, from the ancient times. Well, maybe even earlier than that. This dark magic I can't say more, but what I want to say is that he needs this dark magic. Hide something. Hide it in a few places that others don't know, and one of the places, the place where he took Kreacher, he needed to find a worthless creature to test whether the magic mechanism he left was perfect. HMPH, a worthless creature. Sirius coldly snorted. So, why is this worthless creature still here? Of course, of course. Marx turned his head and looked at Kreacher, who was bowing his head. Because he was worthless, Voldemort ignored a simple fact: house elf's magic and wizard's magic has a decisive difference. Having said that, Marx seems to think of something funny, laughing. If Voldemort takes a normal wizard as a testing tool, then you may not hear this story now. Kreacher escaped. Come back. I used a simple disapparation. When it comes to the word simple, Marx can't help but pump. You mean, there is a magic that prohibits disapparation in that place? Sirius said with a smile. This is really very Voldemort. He is like most pure-blood wizard, conceited, arrogant, even the wizard group divide a 399, etc., not to mention house elf. Yes, that's right. Marx spread the handkerchief. So Kreacher went back home and returned to here. He said, but he turned the subject again. Yes, Sirius. I don't know if you have it. Interested to find out. Why is Kreacher coming back? Not for escape? What an odd thing. Sirius suddenly glanced and frowned at Kreacher, but Kreacher still closed his eyes as if it were a small statue. It seems that you have noticed. How can house elf escape? Marx said, Kreacher will return. You don't have to say it. Sirius suddenly became annoyed. What do you want to tell me? Wrigley's and a house elf? Of course not only. Marx turned to look at him. To be honest, the magic innate talent of your younger brother may not be strong, but his pursuit of magic is solid and persistent. What do you mean? Sirius wondered. Marx pointed to the name at the bottom of the tapestry and said word by word, the stupid younger brother in your mouth, Regulus Articus Black. I am afraid that this is the first wizard in the world to discover Voldemort undead mystery. Marx added a tone of repetition. The first one. Sirius turned his head and looked at the familiar and unfamiliar name Marx pointed out, and the anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. What about that? Sirius waved angrily and shouted. Regulus was a kid who was only unassuming to his parents and family. He was weak, unprejudiced, and what others said. He found Voldemort's secret, and then he was killed. This ridiculous ending. Hey. Is very much in line with his weak and useless character, isn't it? As he spoke, Sirius suddenly clenched his right hand and slammed his fist on the tapestry name. Under this fist, the dust on the tapestry fell and fluttered in the sun. Yeah, it was killed by Voldemort. As far as the results are concerned, it can be said. Marx seems to agree with the general nodded, but continues. But, in terms of process, his death it is worth everyone to remember. What? Sirius suddenly turned his head and his eyes were faint. Regulus asked Kreacher to take him the once and then replace that thing with an identical fake. And then? Sirius seemed to understand something. He grabbed Marx's arm tightly and almost snarled and snarled. And then? Marx allowed Sirius to grab his arm and shrugged. Of course it is commanding Kreacher to come back. Just like the previous command, Kreacher came back. You know, how Self can't resist the master's orders. In Sirius's gaze, Marx calmly said, as for your younger brother, he can't escape. The magic left by Voldemort is not something that ordinary wizard can escape. Sirius was silent, and his hand glared at Marx gradually loosened. The slightly trembling hand was not known because of excessive force, or because of other reasons. Marx pulled his arm out, rubbed his teeth and licked his eyes, then turned his eyes to tapestry. Sirius lowered his head, and the long hair of Messi covered his eyes, making him unpredictable. At this moment, Sirius's appearance is strikingly similar to Kreacher standing behind. For a long time, Sirius suddenly looked up and hoarsely said, "Where is that place?" "Hey, this is one of the reasons why I am staring at you," Marx said without looking at him. He just calmly said, "What do you want? Is it going to take back the bones of your younger brother? Or want to put your younger what did the brother leave for Voldemort?" "I can't leave my younger brother in that ghost place," Sirius yelled. "It's pointless," Marx said. "You thought, why Regulus ordered Kreacher to keep this secret, and why did he order Kreacher, saying that it is not allowed to let anyone in House of Black know?" "I don't care about this," Sirius said wildly. "Isn't it dangerous?" "When did Sirius fear danger?" You still don't understand?" Marx licked Sirius's collar and stared at his eyes. "You younger brother, he is scared. He is afraid that this thing will be your big fool." "No, so far, we can't know if Regulus first joined the Death Eater. Is there any other idea? Maybe he is pure pride, or maybe he is for other reasons," Marx said in a word. "But at least, his last order must have been set for your big brother. He knows that you are impulsive, reckless, and dead-minded, and you can dash on bravely with no thought of personal safety. Once you know this, you will definitely go. But what's the use of you?" Marx said unceremoniously. "You can only do bad things. This is the only thing that Voldemort doesn't know. It's possible to get the most out of the moment." Sirius, you understand? After all, Marx loosened Sirius's collar and sorted it out for him. He didn't go back to the door. At this time, in this dilapidated living room, there are only one big and one small, two lonely silhouettes. They each stood in the same place, letting their hearts become more and more heavy. This is a silent confession sent by a younger brother to a big brother, separated by a dozen years. Marx is right. Regulus's ideas have been buried in the dust of history, and only the remaining words can only be harvested with no evidence. Even if it is only speculation, it is also a speculation that touches the truth and is a guess of the new meaning given to the words left by the deceased. For the deceased, this kind of speculation may be just a lie that is flawed, but for the living, this lie represents hope. Some people say that in this world, only two professions can give meaning to the deceased's past, that is, detectives and scammers. Only detectives can excavate them from the grave and organize them into truths. Only the liar can make them distorted in the grave and turn into lie. And Marx is a big writer who is downright, big liar. At the end of the living room, the bright sun gives the interior a touch of warmth. Regulus. Sirius stroked the name on tapestry. Powerless. "You are stupid. You are stupid. Behind him, House Elf Cretcher fell on the dusty carpet, and the tears of crystal could not stop flowing from his closed eyes. He kept hitting the carpet with his head, bang bang bang, and raised a fine dust. Looking out of the window, the sun has climbed into the air without knowing it, and it exudes its light and heat, but it does not dispel the gloom of the heart of this big and small two different creatures. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 289. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 289. For Marx, Regulus's story should never end in his mouth. The story belongs to Regulus and Voldemort. He is not qualified to end the story of Regulus. If one day, when Voldemort returns to the cave where the fake Horcrux is hidden and the Regulus's suicide note is taken from it, the story will end in the most appropriate form. As for what was written in Regulus's suicide note, Marx has long since lost it. Returning to study along the stairs, Lenny ran to him in front of him, lifting the fulfilled parchment like a treasure. Marx looked at the twisted letters above and picked it up. The Tales of Beedle the Bard is a collection of wizards' fairy tales. The stories collected in it all convey positive and positive information such as good and good, evil and cannot abuse magic. Because they are all fairy tales, the stories inside are not long. Even if you copy the longest Third Brothers legend, it won't take long. Lenny copied it. Lenny went out. The little girl saw Marx pick it up. When she said it happily, she turned and wanted to leave. And many more. What's the matter? Marx waved at her and then sat back at the desk and sat down. Although Lenny was full of reluctance, she had to obey and moved to the desk. Women's hairy heart. Marx looked at Lenny's copy of the parchment volume and asked, I asked you to pick a favorite copy, right? Yeah? Lenny stared at the watery eyes and nodded. In fact, in the Tales of Beedle the Bard, the story chosen by Lenny is one of the darkest, and its purpose is to warn young male witches not to use dark magic, because the content of this story is too bloody. When the parents of the cheese are reading the bedtime story for their children, the story is usually skipped directly. In this story, the young wizard who is the protagonist is handsome, rich and intelligent. He believes that emotion is a weakness of human beings, so he uses dark magic to block all his emotions and eliminate the possibility of falling in love with others. However, when he was immersed in his perfect living alone, he found that his two servants were talking about himself. One of the servants sympathized with him, and the other servant even laughed at him, and even his wife could not find. It seems that the sorcerer who feels that his self-esteem has been trampled is determined to find a good woman who makes them all awkward to be their own wife. Soon, he was lucky enough to meet a woman who was both beautiful and rich, and the magic innate talent was amazing. Although the wizard can't tell if she likes her, it doesn't seem to matter. He just wants a good wife and makes others jealous. He began to find ways to please the woman, but it did not seem to work. At this time, the girl spoke up. I only believe in the love words you say when you feel that you have a heart. The wizard took her to the dungeon of the castle and showed her a crystal scorpion that had been applied with a magical heart. But because the heart has been isolated from the body for too long, it has become shrunk. And because of the dark magic, there are a lot of long black hair on it. The girl asked the wizard to put the heart back to its original place. The wizard agreed, and he put the long-haired heart back into his chest. However, this heart has been imprisoned for a long time by dark magic, becoming reckless and barbaric, and its desires become fierce and embarrassing. The wizard found that he had to abandon it immediately, or he would take control of the body from the heart polluted by dark magic. So he pulled the girl's heart out and tried to replace his own hair heart with it. But the long-haired heart is already very powerful. It does not allow the wizard to use magic to take it out. The wizard naturally did not want to be controlled by her own heart, so she struggled to pick it out from her chest with a dagger. As a result, he fell on the girl's body, holding a very different heart in each hand. Then you said, "Why do you like this one?" Marx slammed the parchment and immediately looked at Lenny. Marx thought she would say because this one is the shortest, or Lenny would like to lick the heart. Lenny is the character in Normally, and never likes to think about it too deep, Marx doesn't expect her to copy it, wants to understand what makes sense. Unexpectedly, this time, Lenny's reason is not as simple and straightforward as he imagined. If Lenny is telling the truth, you can't punish Lenny again. Little Ho pointed at Marx's nose loudly said, "If you want to say something, you can say oh." Marx nodded, "I will not punish you." "Because?" Lenny laughed. "Because the wizard, it seems to be saying you." Seeing that he finally died, Lenny is happy. Marx hearing this suddenly, and then frowned slightly. To say that he is like the protagonist in that story. There is some truth. He did lose emotion. But that was before the encounter with Lenny, and there were very few people who knew that he had lost his emotions. Where did this little girl know? Then you said that, where is the same thing as the wizard? Marx thought, suddenly asked. You and he have no heart, Lenny said, and carefully stepped back a few steps. It seems that because of the subtle changes in Marx's expression, I was worried that I would be punished again. No heart? Marx subconsciously touched his chest and suddenly noticed the true meaning of Lenny's truth that seemed to be a joke. Lenny may not have said this because she knew her past, not to say that he really has no heart. What she wants to express is probably that he always hides his true feelings. Hey, mixed ball Marx. Lenny stared at Marx with her head down, and reached out and gently pulled his jersey hem. You said good. Say good, Lena. Marx saw her timid look and couldn't help but laughed. Well, don't punish you, play it yourself. Remember not to mess with others, do you know? Know it. Lenny immediately waved her hand and ran out of study with a smog. Marx leaned back on the back of the chair and looked at the parchment roll in his hand, gradually falling into meditation. He was used to camouflage at an early age, but when he really lost his emotions, he became more and more aware that he could not live without them. The problem is, if a person's emotions are hidden for too long, will it produce an unknown mutation like the one mentioned in the witch's heart? If the answer is yes, what changes will happen? Is it a good change or a bad change? After thinking for a long time, Marx did not come up with any reliable conclusions. In this world, emotions and emotions are closely related to magic. If Marx wants to continue to study magic, it must not be able to avoid this complicated and elusive subject. Wait, emotions and emotions? He seemed to think of something, quickly took a note from the pile of books in front of him, and carefully looked up on the table. At the same time, the dust on the second floor was in the old living room. Sirius, what's wrong with you? Is it okay? In the deepest part of the living room, Krecher is no longer there, but Sirius is still standing in front of the tapestry, stunned. Harry wanted to ask Sirius to ask some questions, but after he found Sirius's back here, he saw the stunned expression on his face. Sirius turned to look at her godson and then shook her head slightly. Oh, Harry, I'm fine. Harry looked over at the tapestry, which was embroidered with genealogy, and hesitated to nod it. He thought Sirius was remembering his childhood. You are not here. Harry saw the lowest in the tree-like family tree, but did not find the name of Sirius. It used to be on the top, Sirius said, pointing to a small round hole in the tapestry that looked like a scorch of cigarettes. After I fled from home, my dear old mother destroyed me. Krecher liked to whisper the story. Speaking of Krecher, Sirius glanced back at the back. There was only one print that was ejected by the elf with his head, and a pool of dusty, wet water stains. You escaped from home? Harry wondered. I was about 16 that year. Sirius said, I am fed up. Where have you been? Harry asked, staring at him. You father home, Sirius said, revealing the expression of memories. Your grandma is very understanding. They almost treat me as the second son. Yes. When I was on school, I lived in your father's house for the time being. At the age of 17, I found a place for myself. My uncle Alfred left me a considerable amount of gold. He was also cleared from here, probably for this reason. After that, I took care of myself. But Mr. Potter and his wife always welcome me to dinner at their home every Saturday. But why are you? Harry asked euphemistically. You mean to leave home? Sirius smiled bitterly. combing his long, tangled hair. "Because I hate all of them. My parents are crazy about obsessed with pure blood. They believe that being a black family born to be noble." By chatting with Harry casually, Sirius gradually let himself out of grief and anger. Just then, a burst of shouts suddenly sounded downstairs. What happened? Sirius was bored. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 290. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 290. When Marx sat in the study at the desk and concentrated on the information, there was a sudden knock at the door. After he didn't lift his head and said "Please come in," Lena took a letter and walked in, gently handing the envelope to Marx's hand. "Mr. McLawn, is a letter from Hogwarts," Lena said. "Hogwarts?" Marx stunned, and the quill in his hands continued to stop. "When did you send it? Just now?" "Yes." Lena nodded. Marx took the envelope and flipped it over and looked at it. Then he picked up the letter opener from the table and picked up the wax seal with the Hogwarts coat of arms. "The person who wrote this letter is Dumbledore, which is quite formal regardless of format or wording. If Marx remembers it correctly, this is probably the most formal letter Dumbledore sent to him since the admission notice. However, the content is really confusing. Hogwarts Magic School. Dear Marx McLawn, the letter has been read. Your wishes have been clearly understood by my school. I personally have heard about your reputation and academic achievements. If you are free, you are expected to have lunch at the school's dining hall at 12 noon on the receiving day. I believe that those guests who are visiting today will also be happy for your arrival. If possible, I also hope that after the meal, I will take a little step and enjoy the colorful scene of the school garden. I look forward to your arrival. You are sincere. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. If this letter falls in the hands of others, I am afraid that no matter whether the enemy or the enemy will be confused. Marx will be nodded. Lena, wait a minute. Seeing that she was about to go to the door, Marx was busy yelling at her. Is there anything else, sir? Lena turned her head back and asked quietly. Is preparing lunch, right? Marx said. My share is gone. I have to go out at noon. You and Mrs. Weasley also talk about it. Okay, sir. Lena nodded slightly, then opened the door and left. When the door was closed again, Marx looked up at the wall clock on the wall and stood up and walked to the door on the study side. Behind it is a small porch that leads directly to the bedroom, but Marx often spends the night in study, and generally does not go to sleep in the bedroom. So even though Marx stayed here for a while, the door was barely opened a few times. Click. Unscrew the door handles and Marx went straight through the short porch to a bedroom that didn't have much size. In the past, this room was actually used as the common room attached to study. In fact, its use seems to have almost no change. Walking to the closet on the side of the bedroom, Marx stretched out the door and pulled out a set of costumes that barely passed through. Today is a preview, he said, pulling out wand and gently waving. The old wizard robe on his body automatically untied the drawstrings and buttons, and the snakes twisted like a snake. Not long after, the Order of the Phoenix members, who were sitting in the reception room downstairs, and the Harry, Hermione, Ron and the others, heard a regular footstep on the stairs. Probably because there are so many people who have lived here recently, everyone is familiar with the pace. So almost everyone does not care. Only Hermione immediately turned her head and looked at the door. Listen to the footsteps, Marx, she said excitedly. How did you hear it? Ron glanced at the door and then looked forward to Hermione. In the middle of the place, only Marx and Lena's footsteps are very stable, and Lena is even lighter when she walks. So, it must be Marx. Hermione didn't notice Ron's expression at all. She just stared at the door and explained it casually. I really admire you, Ron shrugged said. This can all be her. Hey? When he hadn't finished talking, he looked at Marx, who had just appeared at the door, and he was so surprised that he even forgot to say it in the second half. Marx, you are. Hermione was also surprised. After both of them were frightened and flustered, Everyone in the reception room turned their heads and then they narrowed their eyes. Standing at the door of the reception room at the moment, it is not the usual Marks who speaks and does things very casually, especially the set of refined dark wizard robes on his body. No matter the style or workmanship, every detail highlights a low luxury. Let's not mention the high level of design. It is enough to let people know that it is not a fabric at all, because it is covered with a layer of fine dark green material. As for what it is, no one in the field is aware of it. I want to go out. If there is anything important, let Marv contact me. It knows where I am. Marks smiled and nodded, and then continued, "What else is there?" "No, there is no major event for the time being." Sirius said, "Where are you going?" "I went to a show." Marks thought, "Private luncheon?" "Oh, okay." Sirius looked at him with a puzzled look, and then looked at the inexplicable nodded. "You dress up? I thought you were going to attend the most outstanding Wizard Awards ceremony in the world." "Is it?" Marks smiled. "Listen to what you said. I am relieved. I am still worried about whether this dress can hold the floor." He was paused and turned around and said, "Then I am leaving." Everyone looked at Marks with a strange look. After hearing the sound of closing the door, they turned their heads to look at each other in dismay. It was the first time I saw Marks wearing such a meticulous look. Ron's heart was still stunned and he said with amazement, "I bet that the wizard robe must be expensive." Mundungus expressed his envy with exaggerated movements. On one side, Tunks suddenly asked Thief. I said, "Is McClawn very rich?" "Don't discuss it." Sirius waved. "The set of wizard robes is mostly private. You can't discuss anything and discuss the results." "When did McClawn start playing the pure blood wizard?" "Already." At 12 noon. Marks appeared on the doorstep of Hogwarts School on time. As he emerged from the distorted space, he stuffed his hand into the pocket of the wizard's gown at a very fast speed. Then, he looked up and waited for Snape waiting at the door to greet him. "Good afternoon, Professor Snape." Marks nodded at Snape. "Good afternoon, Mr. McClawn." Snape's corner of the mouth twitched. "Please go here." When the two walked side by side to the castle, Snape always looked straight ahead, but the words in the delicious did not stop. "You are really Loke." Snape lowered his voice. "The next time will be special. My age is already a weakness. In order to be able to live in the scene, I have to show some momentum that conforms to the mainstream concept, isn't it?" Marks is also quietly answered. "Apparel is only superficial," Snape said, and couldn't help but coldly snorted. "I understand this," Marks said, slightly nodded. "But in the face of real strength, that's just the pure blood families, that's all." "Professor, if you are willing to disclose some of the research results." "I don't have time to think about it now," Snape curl one's lips said. "But you said it is good. If there is a chance, I am willing to help my future child's godfather." Marks joked, but Snape just laughed inexplicably and didn't continue to say anything more. Soon, the two came to the door of the auditorium, and Marks looked at him in a random way, only to find that there were already many people inside. In fact, this is a private luncheon hosted by Dumbledore. Since the nature is not a real official, the invitations to other guests have not been named to the Hogwarts Magic School, so today's luncheon can be said to be private. However, this after all is a luncheon hosted by Dumbledore, even though most of the auditorium has a certain status and voice in the magic circle. No one will care too much about it. Or, people who are accounting for these little things will not be invited by Dumbledore today. In the auditorium, Marks has recognized many familiar faces, but more are strangers. He said goodbye to Snape at the door, and he walked into the auditorium with a calm and precise pace. Speaking of it, although the wizard robe he wore today has been praised by the make a fuss about nothing in the Order of the Phoenix, but now it is not so conspicuous in this auditorium. Snape said that his look makes sense, because among the extravagant pure blood wizards, the attention to the costumes has even surpassed the pursuit of magic. Those who want to face the pure blood family, I don't know when it has become this vanity accent. Compared with them, Marx's wizard robe seems to be a high-profile sign at first glance. "Hello, Headmaster Dumbledore." Under the watchful eyes of many people, Marx had a smile on his face and calmly walked to the deepest part of the auditorium. Dumbledore was sitting in the middle of the main guest seat and talking softly with Professor McGonagall. "Oh, Mr. McLawn." Dumbledore looked up and greeted affectionately. "I am very glad that you can come to this luncheon. Have you been okay recently? You can't go too. I am very excited to attend your private party." "I am very excited, you see. I have come to lunch today." Marx smiled on his face, but he talked about cold water joke. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 291. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 291. To be honest, today's weather is really good. The midday sun is projected straight from the center of the sky, and the windows on the back wall of the auditorium are transparent. The leaves outside the window are green and oily, reflecting the dazzling golden brilliance in the sunlight. The mottled tree shadows are obliquely projected on the stage behind the main guest table, and the people on the stage are covered in a layer of scattered light and shadow. Just as the outdoor is bright and quiet, the auditorium at the moment is full of people. The guests in the hall sit on the 4 long tables under the stage and talk softly between each other. If you want to be born, these guests can be roughly divided into 2 groups. One is mostly pure-blood family, while the other is mostly half-blood or mole, and if they are to be divided by power, they can roughly be divided into 3 factions. One is standing on the side of the anti-Dark Wizard with the same position as Dumbledore, and the other is secretly drawn by Voldemort, but the most numerous is the wise and neutral. But it can be said that today, at this private luncheon hosted by Dumbledore, no matter which party, it is a wizard that is well known throughout the magic circle. Among them are officials who have served in the Ministry of Magic, businessmen who have had a great influence on the economic flow of the magic circle, and scholars who have achieved success in various fields. And these people, regardless of their friendship, are wizards who have an intersection with Dumbledore. At this point Dumbledore is standing on the stage behind the main guest seat, greeting the opening of the luncheon to these familiar or unfamiliar friends. Although Dumbledore is talking about some irrelevant rhetoric, the wizards on the field are not anxious and dissatisfied, because they all understand that the greatest white wizard in the world is impossible to hold this noon for no reason. Feast. They don't have to worry, let them know, Dumbledore will say sooner or later. Something has been very lively recently, just like the previous personal audiovisual meeting. In fact, I didn't have time to experience it that day, but I am quite sorry. I heard. Marx sits on the far right side of the main table, and he glances calmly at the scene, and the meaning of the sights that pass from time to time is intricate. The person who is sitting on the main table with him, the youngest person, is already privacy mottled, and he is undoubtedly the most eye-catching one in the audience. But if you have to say it, in fact, the wizard sitting next to Marx, his eyes are not too small. The wizard looks tall and thin, with short white hair, a thin chin on a chin with a tipped goatee, and some sharp eyes seem to hide some restless turmoil. Karkaroff, I didn't expect it. You dare to come over? Marx calmly observed the guests on the sidelines and whispered to the acquaintances around him. After leaving France on the same day, Marx went straight to Durmstrang, in order to induce Karkaroff to complete a major event for him with this new identity. Although he was also prepared to accept Karkaroff's escape from fear of Voldemort, it was clear that under his guidance, Karkaroff still did not choose the obvious idea. McLawn. Karkaroff, gnashing teeth. Authentic. Don't forget what you promised me. Marx shook his head with a chuckle and said, don't you think that the choice I made for you is actually good? HMPH. Karkaroff coldly snorted. Then he turned his head slightly and stopped talking to him. So, it's my pleasure to take the time to attend this luncheon today. Well, I believe everyone is hungry. On the stage, Dumbledore ended his casual chat. He took out the wand and waved it. The long table under the stage was immediately enriched by countless foods. Today's luncheon is officially started. Please let me relax and eat happily. After all, Dumbledore returned to the seat in the middle of the guest table with a relaxed pace. After several wizards in the seats greeted each other, they raised the goblet and gestured to the audience. Marx also lifted the goblet and smiled and sipped. The luncheon was naturally rich and luxurious, and in this case Dumbledore didn't save money. But of course, everyone's attention will never be placed on those refined and delicious food. While maintaining the proper dining etiquette, the wizards seemed to talk casually with other people in the nearby seats. The collision between the goblet and the goblet is mixed with the low-pitched voice, and not any high-end banquet. Big difference. As the mealtime passed a little bit, everyone gradually put down the tableware and entered the post-meal exchange. At any time, the main role of this type of banquet is to provide a reasonable place for communication. Almost no one is really coming to fill the stomach. Just then, Dumbledore suddenly stood up and looked at all the guests on the field with a smile. "I don't know if you are satisfied with today's meals. At least I personally think it's not bad, isn't it?" When Dumbledore spoke, everyone stopped talking to each other because they all knew that the topic of today's luncheon was finally over. "Although today is just a private banquet held in my own name, the purpose is nothing more than to give everyone a chance to get together, but there are still a few more important things to be announced here today." Dumbledore was talking, suddenly left the seat and walked to the rear stage. First is the first thing. He stood on the stage, then suddenly reached out and gestured to the right side of the guest table. "I will tell you about this. This is what I studied at my school." And then I turned from the school to the young wizard of the Durmstrang Magic School, Mr. Marx McLawn. Marx, hearing this, got up, first slightly nodded to the wizards on the main table, and then gave a little courtesy to all the wizards on the field. When everyone was confused about Dumbledore's introduction, he listened to him and went down. Yes, in recent years, Mr. McLawn has made a name for himself in the magic circle, whether it's imprisonment in Azkaban, or the jailbreak harassing the Quidditch World Cup finals, or even his personal audio-visual conference recently. It's all extraordinary, striking. But what I want to say is that when he was still at Hogwarts, his intelligence and his growth have already surprised me. Unfortunately, because of some Dumbledore deliberately paused, and continued. For some reason, Mr. McLawn left Hogwarts and went to Durmstrang to study. This is indeed a big regret for the school. So today, I hope that under the testimony of everyone, I can reissue 2 awards for Mr. McLawn. Dumbledore said, "Mr. McLawn, please come on stage." Marx looked around at the wizard, then left the seat and walked to the center of the stage at a steady pace, standing with Dumbledore. As a friend of love, respect for professors, adherence to etiquette, and excellent character, I am awarded the Excellent Medal on behalf of Hogwarts Magic School. There was a burst of applause from the field. Obviously everyone didn't have much interest in this medal. Marx took the medal from Dumbledore and, after a slight acknowledgement, was not on his chest. Then Dumbledore continued to speak again. For the first year period, expelled Voldemort, who was attached to the school's defense against the dark arts professor, Quirrell Quirrell. There was a bang in the air. For the second year period, assist Gilderoy Middledot Professor Lockhart to eliminate Voldemort remnant soul, kill Basilisk, and close the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. The noise of the field gradually increased, and everyone whispered their views, and the expressions on their faces were different. On behalf of the Hogwarts Magic School, I am awarded the Special Contribution Award to the school. Thank you for protecting all the teachers and students. Thank you for protecting Hogwarts. Marx took another trophy and thanked Dumbledore. However, there was a perfunctory applause from the previous time, but there was only a low-pitched argument in this episode. The presence of wizards with identity, status, and cultivation. They would not be like a normal wizard when they heard the word Voldemort. But at this moment, they obviously can't maintain a steady state of mind. However, Dumbledore did not seem to want to let them go. He raised his voice and said, "The next thing is today. Please ask the director of the International Wizard Federation Review Division, Babaji Dakinbad." As the wizards moved their sights, An African-born black old wizard came out and walked to Marx with a steady pace. He and Dumbledore pointed to each other, nodded, and then Dumbledore reached out and gestured for Akinbad to make the next announcement. Akinbad lightly coughed, and then raised the voice, "Investigate Azkaban and undercover Voldemort. In order to repel the re-entered Voldemort with Gilderoy Lockhart, let the presence of the wizard avoid disaster. International Wizard Union will be solemnly decided to award Mr. Marx McLawn Order of Merlin Second Class Order of Merlin." It was a purpley gold shield medal. The Merlin wizard cap and the two crossed ones were refined, and there were two sparkling silver stars on the top, which was still very eye-catching in the sun. As the halo circulates, the face of the medal seems to flash a ray of light, making it seem more mysterious. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 292. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 292. Order of Merlin represents honor. For a wizard that doesn't value honors, it's just a rare collection. For those who see reputation as lifelike wizard, it represents at least the recognition of the magic circle across Europe. The Order of Merlin will not bring the most direct benefits to the recipient, but with this medal, it will be much easier to seek benefits. Marx picked up the little medal from the box that Akinbad picked up and gently buckled it on his chest. The streamer on the surface of the medal lingered around his chest, as if he himself seemed more upright. The youngest holder of the Order of Merlin in history was quietly born at such a private luncheon. At the end of the day, Marx's former medal is actually closely linked to Voldemort. It represents not only the merits and honors of Marx, but also the fact that Marx officially publicized willpower with the boundaries of Voldemort. At this moment, a group of wizards are constantly whispering. They are measuring the gains and losses of the current position, and carefully consider the road to be selected next. Among them, the lofty people must of course consider the safety of themselves and their families, but more powerful members need to consider the development direction of their own forces. Until now, Dumbledore's private banquet, the intentions of it have been clearly revealed. After he and Marx continued to repel Voldemort's offensive, and after the fact that the audiovisual hosted by Marx would Voldemort is not invincible, Dumbledore apparently had to chase after the victory and reshuffle the current forces. This is a direction and a necessity. But Dumbledore and Marx certainly understand that this is not an off thing. Today's luncheon is just the beginning. Not long after, the luncheon was finally over in the hearts of people. Under the introduction of Dumbledore, Marx is familiar with many of today's famous wizards. No matter which side of the wizard is currently on, in the complicated magic circle of interest, the current enemy may not be a friend of the future. In this regard, Marx can understand it. Watching the so-called celebrities leave one by one, Marx stood beside Dumbledore, quietly thinking about every step that he would take next. "Dumbledore, McLawn." A voice rang behind them, and Dumbledore and Marx turned back at the same time, smiling at the man and nodded. "Karkaroff." Dumbledore smiled. "I don't know what happened today. Is it what you want to see? At least, can you feel at ease?" Marx followed. Karkaroff looked at her face in front of her, and suddenly she was deeper or a deep breath. If the two wizards stood together, Voldemort would never have a hope of victory. He came back and forth and looked at Dumbledore and Marx for a while, finally took out a small metal tube from his arms and handed it to them. "I am still saying that. Don't forget to promise me." After Marx reached for it, Karkaroff turned decisively and quickly walked away from the school gate. "Marx, do you remember what I said in the letter?" The two stood quietly for a while, and Dumbledore suddenly started talking. "Of course," Marx nodded. "If the professor wants to take a walk, I can accompany you at any time." In the past 2 years, Marx's figure has been raised a lot, but he is even worse than Dumbledore, who is even taller. As far as this momentum is concerned, Marx estimates that this life will not be as high as Dumbledore, but in the eyes of Dumbledore, Marx is constantly growing. Dumbledore and Marx walked in the garden on one side of the castle, watching the surrounding flowers and beautiful, and the mood of the two seemed to become clearer. "How is it today?" Dumbledore asked with a smile. "Not bad. Marx shrugged said. But in general, I prefer to have a bunch of magic books in the room instead of a large black pressed head. Yes, many people want freedom, but sometimes it's not easy to get what they want. Dumbledore shrugged said. The two walked in the garden, and there was nothing to talk about. It was a perfect look. Speaking of it, the conversation between the two seems to involve little business, especially during this kind of walk, mostly chatting casually and saying something plausible. In fact, for both of them, what is most needed is really a distraction. Both are very purposeful people, and what to do and what to think about has already been decided. It is because both of them know each other that they rarely interfere with each other's intentions. Until the end, Dumbledore looked at Marx and asked, "Are you ready?" Marx raised the metal tube in his hand and helplessly said, "To tell the truth, I really don't want to. I have been here until now, and I regret it later." "Then you can do it yourself." Dumbledore smiled and then simply turned and went to the castle. McLawn just returned to Black's old house. Marx was stopped by Sirius. "I think you have to look at this." Marx followed Sirius to the reception room, and a letter was immediately put into his hands. "Our letter from Ministry of Magic," he said. The letter was carefully read carefully, and it was nodded. "Marx, you don't mean..." Harry, who was sitting on the side, was hesitant. "This is my negligence," Marx calmly said. This letter is familiar to Marx, because he has received similar things. Specifically, this is a notification file. "Dear Mr. Potter, according to relevant information, the Mole family home you belong to has traces of activity of the Dementor. In this regard, the Division Magic Department of Magical Law Enforcement tasked her conducted on-spot investigation and discovered 5 miraculous biological bodies suspected of Dementor. Therefore, you have been included in the list of suspects who have colluded with the Dementor and invaded the Mole crowd. In view of the fact that the case is too serious, we regret to inform you that you will be tried at the Ministry of Magic at 9:00 a.m. on 8 Pierce Sinkins. Ministry of Magic, Magic Department of Magical Law Enforcement, our office. "Harry can't go," Sirius said firmly. "Ministry of Magic is clearly having problems, now Fudge is." "No," Marx retorted. "Harry must go. Do you understand what you are talking about?" Sirius grabbed Marx's arm and shouted, "Ministry of Magic, you should be the clearest. Have you forgotten Snape's secret report? Because of this, Harry should go even more." Marx didn't change his face. "If you want him to be like you can't go out and hide here, then you can keep him." "Sirius, Marx is right." Lupin frowned and looked worried. When Marx finished, he stopped looking at the silent Sirius, but turned his head and looked at Harry. "Harry, let me tell you one thing first. According to Snape's secret report, the Britain Ministry of Magic has been infiltrated by Voldemort's forces. He has buried his own people in it long ago. More precisely, the current Ministry of Magic is indeed very dangerous." Harry looked at Sirius and clenched his hands subconsciously. "You don't have to worry about what Sirius said," Marx said calmly. "I have already said it. If you don't go, you have to hide here. If you go, I have prepared a task for you. Now, Harry, you decide to do it yourself, go or not." After throwing this test to Harry, Marx turned and left the reception room. He knew that Harry needed a little time to think about it. In the hallway outside the meeting, Hermione suddenly chased it out and screamed at him. "Marx, you just said, is your negligence?" Hermione didn't believe it. "Yeah? Can't I be negligent?" Marx turned her head and laughed at her. Hermione licked her thin lips and argued, "I don't think it is your negligence. Don't think that I am too perfect, there are always people who are missing, aren't they?" Marx shook his head at random. Hermione didn't think of curl one's lip, pointing to Marx. "Do you think I haven't seen you when you made a mistake, N?" Marx, hearing this, can't help. The first time he thought of Luna's injury, but for Hermione, she was most impressed, but it was at the end of the first year. The look of Marx at the time was enough to make Hermione inscribed in her life. Okay, I admit that you guessed it well this time," Marx whispered and smiled and waved at her. "First go to study with me, Let's go there and talk. Even though Harry didn't sleep too hard at night, he sometimes thought about problems that seemed to be far away from him, but he was happy for the first time in the summer. Living here is still very easy. Everyone is gathered together and there is a dependency between each other. But today, he was lying in bed, looking at the ceiling that was blurred because of the night, and remembered the terrifying that was about to go to the Ministry of Magic. Has the Ministry of Magic been controlled by Voldemort, or is he on the way to control? Even Marx said that it was dangerous, wouldn't it be? At the thought of this, fear pierces his heart like countless needles. These sudden things were terrifying, and he didn't dare to say it out loud. Even Ron and Hermione didn't dare to say it. And the two of them, although Harry saw them together when they were dinner, from time to time to cast a worried look toward him, but also like him, not to mention this matter. What exactly? What should I do? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 293. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 293. Hermione, sit down first. Marx returned to study with Hermione, and he sat down on the couch. To be honest, members of the Order of the Phoenix know that Marx has always been very busy, because every time they come to study, they will see him in the hill formed by the magic book and various documents. It's busy all day and night. Marx seems to be sleeping for a short time every day, although sometimes people are worried about his physical condition, but after discovering that he is in good spirits every day, he is used to it. At least, if it's okay normally, everyone is used to not disturbing him in study. This holiday started from here. Hermione has not come in a few times until now, but every time I come in, I will find that the space here is constantly becoming crowded. Is there something more and more here? Hermione curiously picked up a notebook piled up on the sofa and flipped it over, only to find symbols and formulas that seemed to be confusing. I think so. Marx shrugged said. But there is at least a place to sit, don't care if it won't mess up, and push it away. I think this is messy enough. Hermione was dissatisfied. You won't pack it? They are neat in my heart. Marx smiled. Don't say this first. In fact, I was going to find a long time ago and you will talk to you. It was just an opportunity. The opportunity? Hermione wondered. Is it that I have seen your lies? No. Marx shook his head. I mean, I want Harry to make a choice. Say, you, me, Harry, Ron, and of course other students. In these people, only you are the one I think is the smartest. Upon hearing that Marx was so rare to praise her, Hermione immediately reddened her face, but immediately proudly raised her head. Really? Her lips showed a happy expression. Of course it's true. Your strengths are obvious, smart and hardworking, and meticulous about learning. But, equally, your shortcomings are obvious. You are not very good at understanding things that lack logic, right? Oh, after you say this, it seems like this. Hermione angrily grabbed her messy hair. Because of this, you can quickly remember all kinds of magic knowledge, but you can't study them more deeply. Because the knowledge about magic mostly needs imagination and sense. Unconsciously, Marx led Hermione into a state of learning class, and time passed gradually, and soon it was time for dinner. When Hermione unconsciously glanced at the wall clock on the wall, it suddenly returned to sobered up. Oh, why are we always talking about learning and researching? She wondered. I thought you were going to talk to me about Harry. Some things, Harry needs to face it himself, Marx said solemnly. We have been fighting against Voldemort's return, and you and Harry are the people I think are the most likely to be the power to protect everyone. At least there are a lot of people and things I want to protect, and I believe that Hermione is the same. So, I hope that you can grow up as soon as possible, learn magic knowledge more specifically, and turn them into your own strength. Now Voldemort is temporarily lurking, and we are not sure when he will make a comeback, but it is foreseeable that when he appears again in our sight, the danger will become everywhere. Harry finally got the courage to accept Marx's mission, although he still has a heart on the upcoming Ministry of Magic, but at least he has already taken first step on his willpower. On Wednesday evening, Mrs. Weasley turned his face and said softly to him, "I have already ironed your best clothes. You will wear them tomorrow morning, Harry. I hope you will wash your hair tonight. A good first impression is that it will make a miracle." Harry heard this and felt like a brick broke into his heart. Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and Ginny all stopped talking and looked at him. "In fact, I don't have to worry too much. Voldemort can't completely infiltrate the entire Ministry of Magic. Calm down, and do as I say." Harry nodded, still want to continue to eat his ribs, but the mouth suddenly became very dry, simply chewed. "How do I go?" He tried to make the sound less interesting. "Arthur takes you with you when you get to work," Mrs. Weasley said softly. Mr. Weasley smiled and encouraged Harry across the table. "You can stay in my office first, and wait until the time for trial is over." Harry looked at Sirius. But without waiting for him to ask, Mrs. Weasley replied, "Sirius certainly can't accompany you, isn't it?" "I think this is very correct." Sirius gritted his teeth and sullenly plunged the fork into a potato. At 5:30 in the morning, Harry slammed completely, as if someone had shouted in his ear. He lay there motionless, and slowly, the matter of going to the Ministry of Magic was filled with every cell in his brain. When he felt that he couldn't stand it anymore, he simply jumped out of bed and put on his glasses. Mrs. Weasley had put the new jeans and shirts on the edge of his bed, and Harry fumbled and put them on. Ron stretched his arms on his back and his mouth was wide open and he slept soundly. Harry crossed the room and came to the landing on the door. The backhand gently closed the door, and Ron on the bed never moved. He walked down the stairs with a light hand and went to the kitchen below. He had thought that there was no one in the kitchen, but he had just walked to the door and heard a low voice coming from behind the door. He opened the door and saw Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley, Sirius, Lupin and Tonks sitting there as if they were waiting for him. Marks and Hermione are also there, and they seem to be talking softly on a few notebooks. They are all neatly dressed, only Mrs. Weasley is wearing a purple pajamas. As soon as Harry entered, she stood up, "Eating breakfast," she said as she pulled out the wand and hurried toward the stove. "Good morning, Harry," Tonks said yawning. Her hair was golden this morning, with a lazy roll. "Did you sleep well?" "It's good," Harry said. "I didn't have a night. Didn't sleep," she said, and she shuddered and yawned. "Come and sit down." She pulled out a chair and overturned a chair next to it. "Tonks, don't be busy." Marks looked up and shouted, "You don't always complain that you will always touch something. The best way is to not touch them. You can manage it." Tonks didn't even have the strength to argue. It seemed to be really sleepy. "What do you want, Harry?" Mrs. Weasley asked aloud. "Porridge, muffins, smoked fish, ham and eggs, bread." "Just come on the bread, thank you," Harry said. Lupin glanced at Harry and said to Tonks, "What did you say about Scrimgeour?" "Oh, right, that's it." "We need to be more careful. He started asking me and Kingsley some weird questions." Tonks waved. Marks thought about it and said Wand repeated, "Let's pay attention to whether he has a sly expression when he is not talking." Scrimgeour is still very principled. If he is not controlled by the powerful Imperious Curse, his credibility still relatively high. Kingsley thinks the same way, but Imperious Curse is not easy to see. Tonks said bitterly, "This is really not a good way, only to observe more." Marks shrugged. They didn't ask Harry to join the conversation, which made him subconsciously relaxed, and his heart was always uneasy. Mrs. Weasley put 2 slices of bread and orange sauce in front of him. He ate hard and chewed wax. Next to it, Mrs. Weasley sat down on his other side and began to pay special attention to his shirt. "I stuffed the label in a while, and then flattened the seams on my shoulders." To be honest, Harry really wished she didn't do this. Marks seems to see his thoughts, laughed. "I really have to pay attention to the appearance. Those guys are very concerned about these, so when you pay attention to what you say and behave better." "Marks, I can't work night shifts tomorrow, I am too hard. It's too tired," Tonks said, and made another big yawn. "I will come for you," Mr. Weasley said. "I'm fine, I have to catch a report anyway." Instead of wearing a wizard robes, Mr. Weasley wore a pair of thin pants and an old short jacket. He turned his gaze from Tunks to Harry. "How do you feel?" Harry licked his head, and although his heart was full of uneasiness, he really didn't know what to say. "It will end soon." Mr. Weasley cheered him. "In a few hours, you have nothing to do. Don't care too much about the task. It doesn't have to be done, not?" Harry grinned and looked at Marks again, saying nothing. As Mr. Weasley said, the task Marks gave him was not incomplete, but he felt that this was actually an opportunity Marks gave him. A breakthrough self and a chance to regain courage. He really wants to hold it firmly. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 294. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 294. When Harry and Mr. Weasley came out of Black's old house, the sky just gave birth to a little light. Looking up, a grey, the air seems to be soaked by the night dew, revealing a cold in the early morning. The two men staggered, gently bypassing the square and walking outside the residential area. "Where is Ministry of Magic? How should we go?" 2 steps silently, Harry seemed to want to loosen his tight nerves and suddenly asked. "The exact location is unclear, only knowing that it is deep underground. Our staff is usually disapparition to go to work," Mr. Weasley explained casually. "But obviously you won't, and we'd better go through the visitor's entrance. After all, you are going to be tried. You can use it without magic, to avoid leaving a bad impression on the normal Ministry of Magic staff." Mr. Weasley walked in the jacket with one hand, and Harry knew that he must be holding the wand in his hand. Almost no one on the rundown street, some wet on the floor tiles. It seems that there was a light rain last night. However, when they walked into the shabby and inconspicuous subway station, they found that they were already crowded with the Mole passengers who went to work in the morning. Mr. Weasley has always been particularly fond of Mole and Mole mechanical products, which is the biggest reason he has stayed in the misuse of Mole artifacts office without complaining. Now, both are in order, and it's no wonder that he's a bit hard to suppress his deep interest every time he finds himself close to the Mole who is dealing with everyday affairs. "It's incredible," he said, pointing to the ticket vending machine in front of him. "It's amazing." "It's broken." Harry pointed at the sign. "Yes, but even so," Mr. Weasley said as he looked around at the ticket vending machines. "We have to buy a ticket." "I mean, Mr. Weasley." Harry had to pull Mr. Weasley to let him look away from the ticket machines. "Mr. Weasley," Harry asked helplessly, "you see, we have to buy tickets." "Oh." Mr. Weasley came back and said, "Yes, buy tickets." "I probably remember," he said, taking a pound from his pocket and looking over and over again. Although I have been pondering, I still don't know the face value of these Mole currencies." "Let me come." Harry reached for the colorful pound and asked him. "Yes, where should we go?" "London City Centre," Mr. Weasley replied immediately. "Well, if I remember correctly, I was the first time I went from the visitor's entrance." Listening to Mr. Weasley, Harry couldn't help but pray in the bottom of his heart, "But I hope I won't be late because I can't find the entrance." I bought a subway ticket from a sleepy administrator. After 5 points, they boarded the subway. The old subway carries them, and the locals drive to the center of London. In the subway carriage, Mr. Weasley checked the subway map over the window over and over again. Harry carefully pushed the right hand into the left sleeve and quickly pulled it out. On his face, there is a faint flash of expression. There are 4 more stops. Harry has 3 more stops. There are 2 more stops, Harry. In the curiosity and nervousness of Mr. Weasley, the surrounding Mole passengers looked at him with a puzzled look. Obviously, his neurotic snoring has become so dramatic. "Mr. Weasley, don't miss the sight. Let's just sit down." Harry couldn't help himself, but he had to lower his voice and reminded him, "They are watching you." "Oh, really?" Mr. Weasley immediately pulled his gaze back from the road map and looked around. "Really, I actually want to make a few Mole friends." They got off at a stop in central London. The subway station in the city centre is of course bustling and crowded, and there are crowds of people. Harry and Mr. Weasley are pushed out of the subway by countless well-dressed men and women with briefcases. Oh, if I didn't know that the mole wouldn't be magic, I would really think it was a magic staircase. And Harry stood on the escalator, and Mr. Weasley lamented the opportunity. Wow, this little thing is awesome. As they passed the turnstile at the ticket gate, they personally experienced Mr. Weasley, who had swallowed the ticket at the ticket gate, and even couldn't help but clap his hands and clap his hands. When they left the subway station and came to a wide street, the sky was already bright. On both sides of the street are majestic buildings, a variety of shops along the streets and large billboards, and the streets are already busy. What is this place? Standing on the street, watching the crowds and vehicles coming and going, Mr. Weasley was amazed. What? Harry thought that despite Mr. Weasley's frequent check of the subway map, they were still in the wrong station, and suddenly the heart stopped beating. Fortunately, then Mr. Weasley said again, "Oh, yes, go here, Harry," he said. He turned and led Harry forward a distance, then turned into a street ramp. I'm sorry, unlike Harry's nervousness, Mr. Weasley was very excited. I have never taken the subway, and, with the sight of Mole, everything is completely different. To be honest, I almost thought I had become a mole. They continued to move forward, and the buildings on both sides of the street were generally much lower. Both Magic Circle and Mole World are like this. When people deviate from the concentrated area of money, mediocrity and even simplicity are the main tone of this world. Finally, they came to a bleak little street with only a few ragged offices, a small pub and a dump truck full of spills. On the opposite side, there is a small parking lot with only one dilapidated private car parked. Harry thought that the Ministry of Magic was in a much more stylish place. It seems that they are more concerned about avoiding excessive contact with Mole. Come on, Mr. Weasley said happily, pointing to a dilapidated red telephone booth. Several pieces of glass were gone. The telephone booth, with a smeared wall on the back. In an inadvertent glance, Harry also saw some small rectangular stickers attached to the wall. The pictures on the stickers made him blush and then looked away with difficulty. You go ahead, Harry. Mr. Weasley stepped forward and reached for the door of the phone booth. Harry walked in doubtfully. When he was puzzled, Mr. Weasley squeezed in and stood beside him, and closed the door with his backhand. It's really crowded. Harry was squeezed to the wall-mounted coin-operated phone, and the phone slanted to the wall, as if a guy who had destroyed the property had tried to pull it off. Mr. Weasley reached over Harry's shoulder and barely picked up the handset. Mr. Weasley, Harry couldn't help but say, I think this call may be broken. No, like this important magic item, Ministry of Magic will send people to check and maintain it regularly, Mr. Weasley said, holding the microphone over his head and looking at the rotary dial. Let me think about this. Then this is. And this, and this. As the dial cacker was turned again, and then automatically reset, an indifferent female voice was heard in the phone booth. Harry thought that the sound was not coming from the microphone that Mr. Weasley was holding. It was loud and clear, as if an invisible woman was standing beside them. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and reason for your visit. Mr. Weasley looked at the receiver in his hand and looked at the skewed telephone. Obviously, he was not sure where to speak. After hesitating a few times, he still leaned his ear on the mouth and said, Arthur Weasley, misuse of Mole Artifacts Office, came with Harry Potter and asked him to come to the trial. Thank you. The indifferent female voice, guest, please pick up the badge, don't be in front of your clothes. As Ding-Woo slammed, Harry saw a small thing slipping out of the metal groove of the coin-returning mouth. He picked it up. It was a square silver badge with the words Harry Potter, Trial. When Harry took the badge to the shirt, the woman's voice rang again. For the guests of Ministry of Magic, you need to check at the security checkpoint and register your wand. The security checkpoint is at the end of the main hall. The voice did not fall. The ground of the telephone booth suddenly shook, and they slowly sank into the ground. Harry was surprised to see the sidewalk outside the glass wall of the phone booth getting higher and higher, and soon the surroundings became dark and nothing could be seen. In the darkness, only the harsh rubbing sounds that continue to linger in the ear prove that they are still moving. If you want to ask if you are still moving vertically, Harry will not be able to answer it. The time passed is probably more than 1 point, but it gives people a much longer feeling than that. When a thin golden light hits Harry's foot, he involuntarily sighed in relief. Then the golden light gradually widened and extended to his body. Soon, Harry had to pick up his eyes to adjust to the sudden light. Ministry of Magic wants you to have a good time today. The last sentence of the indifferent female voice finished. The door of the telephone booth slammed open. Mr. Weasley took the lead and Harry followed, looking at the surrounding scene and being almost surprised. Even so, he subconsciously touched the sleeves. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 295. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 295. For those who first learned about the Ministry of Magic building structure, it may be difficult to understand in an instant. As the face of the Ministry of Magic, it is located underground 8-layer, and the entire Ministry of Magic looks like a total of 10 floors. But if you pull the entire underground layer to 8-layer out of the ground, it is not much different from the layering concept of the Mole building. After gradually adapting to the surrounding brightness, Harry found himself standing in the middle of a wide, long passage. Although the passage is actually very spacious, it can be crowded and crowded. On both sides of this arched passage, which is made of unknown black bricks, countless gold-plated fireplaces are neatly arranged and extend forward and backward. Every few seconds, with the poor light sound, the flame of fresh green rose, and a wizard suddenly came out of a fireplace on the left-hand side. On the right side, every moment seems to be in the crowd, sprinkle the flu powder and leave. In such a busy scene, Harry intuitively felt that the Ministry of Magic really is the central institution governing a country's magic circle. No wonder Marx will say that Voldemort can't fully penetrate the Ministry of Magic so convinced. He looked at the crowd around him and his heart sighed. Walking on the dark wooden floor that is polished, the top of the head is a black brick dome with a glittering golden symbol. The symbols are constantly moving and changing, like a huge high-altitude bulletin board. If you go further, you will soon see a circular fountain with a huge set of pure gold statues in the middle of the pool. The tallest is a graceful wizard who holds the wand high and the tip points to the sky, surrounded by a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin and a house elf. Centaur, goblin, and house elf looked at the two wizards with infinite worship. A path of shining water columns from the wand tip of the wizard, from the bow arrow of centaur, from the tip of goblin's hat, from the house elf sprayed out in both ears. In the vicinity, the sound of water in Hualala, the bursting sound of disapparition, and the clutter of hundreds of male witches mixed together sounded a bit messy. Many of those wizards were meticulously dressed, but their faces were hung with the uniqueness of the morning, striding toward the row of golden gates at the other end. "Go here," said Mr. Weasley. They huddled in the crowd of Ministry of Magic staff and various visitors, some of them holding a pile of crumbling parchment in their arms, some carrying old briefcases, and some holding a copy Daily Prophet reads while walking. As the fountain passed, Harry saw a lot of sparkling silver and copper canute under the clear pool. A small sign next to a smudged scabbard said, "All proceeds from the Magic Brother Fountain were donated to Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries." If the review can pass smoothly. No, I came with a mission this time. After all, I was saving the Ministry of Magic. Probably. Harry thought about it and changed his mind. If today's mission, if it can be done successfully, I will put 10 gold galleons in. Oh, no. What are you thinking about, Harry? Seeing Harry looking down at the money in the pool, Mr. Weasley reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Although the money in this pool has not been moved for a long time, also can't hit their ideas. What? Harry seemed to be fascinated and didn't hear Mr. Weasley's words. "I want to change a greater wish, say, save the world or something." "Go here, Harry," Mr. Weasley said, leading Harry to leave the most concentrated flow of people and heading to the left. At the table, there was a sign with a safety check on it. and a wizard wearing a peacock blue robes and a badly shaved beard was sitting underneath. When Harry approached, he looked up and dropped the newspaper in his hand. "I brought a guest," Mr. Weasley said, pointing to Harry. "Come here," the wizard said with a listless tone. Harry, who had just came back to his senses from the magnificent atrium, will only see the brand when he sees it. He is even nervous. Focus and focus, Harry reminded himself. He stared at the wizard and yawned, shaking his sleeves gently, and a very small thing immediately fell to his feet. The next moment, the wizard lifted a slender and resilient golden long stick and swept it from top to bottom on Harry's chest and back. "Wand." "Security checker," muttered to Harry, letting go of the golden thing and reaching out to him. Harry was darkly relaxed, and he immediately took out the wand and handed it out. The wizard just threw it on a weird brass machine like a single balance, and the machine began to vibrate slightly. Soon, a narrow parchment spit out from the bottom of the mouth. The wizard pulled the paper down and read the words above. 11 inches, the rod core is phoenix feathers, it took 4 years. "Is it?" "Yes," Harry replied nervously. "I keep this," said the wizard, stamping the parchment on a small brass spike. "You take this back." He stuffed wand into Harry's hand. "Thank you." Harry finally released the bite that had been bitten. He licked his heel as Marx said. After 2 seconds, he lifted his foot and planned to leave Mr. Weasley. "Wait a minute," the wizard said slowly. "What happened? Did he notice it? Is there any problem?" Harry slightly came back to his senses, a little unnaturally moving his shoulders, because his scalp and back were filled with a burning sensation. The wizard's gaze was a trace of suspicion. He subconsciously went up from the silver guest badge on Harry's chest and looked forward to his forehead. "Thank you, Eric." Mr. Weasley categorically dropped a sentence, then grabbed Harry's shoulder and took him out of here to return to the crowd. "The more you go, the more crowded you are, as if the flow of people is concentrated in one place. They are almost pushed through the door by the crowd and come to a smaller hall. There are at least 20 elevators here, and the golden fence door carved with fine patterns is in the wall." Harry followed Mr. Weasley step by step and walked over to the crowd in front of one of the elevators. Next to them stood a big man with a beard and a wizard, holding a large cardboard box in his arms, and from time to time he made a burst of harsh friction. "All right, Arthur," the wizard said, yelling. Mr. Weasley nodded. "What is your head, Bob?" Mr. Weasley asked curiously at the cardboard box. "Not sure yet," the boss named Bob said seriously. "We thought it was an ordinary chicken. I didn't expect it to come out. It seems to me that this is a serious violation. Ban on experimental breeding." With the sound of a cacker, the elevator car landed in front of them, waiting for the golden fence door to slide gently. A large crowd of people rushed into the elevator. No one cares whether there will be some thrilling accidents due to overweight. When Harry found out that he was being overwhelmed by the crowd, he couldn't help but feel a small bit crowded in the previous phone booth. Several wizards around him looked at him curiously. Harry looked down at the tip of his toes, and while avoiding the gaze of others, he was especially careful to make room for his legs, so that even the messy mess had no time to take care of it. The gate closed and the elevator slowly rose and the chain rang. Then, the indifferent female voice Harry had heard in the telephone booth rang again. 7-layer, Magic Department of Magical Games and Sports, including Britain and the Quidditch League headquarters in Ireland, the official Gobstone Club and the Office of Funny Products Patent. The elevator door opened, and Harry sneaked into a messy corridor, with a variety of Quidditch posters on the wall. A wizard holding a broomstick squeezed out hard and disappeared in the hallway. The fence door closed again and the elevator swayed and continued to rise. The female voice continued. 6-layer, Department of Magical Transportation, including the Flu Network Authority, the Broomstick Management Authority, the Port Office, and the Apparition Test Center. The elevator door was opened again, and 4 or 5 wizards went out. At the same time, Several light purple paper planes flew into the elevator and hovered slowly over the passengers' heads. Harry also saw a stamp on the edge of the wing that seemed to be covered with Ministry of Magic. That's the note between the departments that is used to deliver the message. Mr. Weasley whispered to him. It used to be Owl. It was incredibly messy. The desk was full of feces. As the elevator continues to rise, every time you stop at the first floor, a group of people will go out, and the number of paper planes will be less and less. To the Magic Accident and Disaster Department of 3 Riddler, almost everyone has gone out. Now there are only Mr. Weasley, Harry and another witch in the elevator. By the way, the witch is reading a parchment volume that is so long that it has been dragged to the ground. If I was seen by Ron, it is estimated that he will not choose to work in Ministry of Magic in his life. Harry couldn't help but think so. At this moment, with another vibration, the elevator stopped rising again. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 296. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 296. Toon Lair, Magic Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Includes the ERA command, improper use of magic office, Wizengamot management. When the indifferent female voice rang, the Golden Gate door slid open again, and the witch around was busy with a long parchment and went out. We're here, Harry. Mr. Weasley greeted Harry and followed the elevator to a corridor with doors on both sides. My office is on the other side of the floor. In this corridor, there is a window inlaid on the black brick wall, and the bright sunshine shines in from there. Harry looked out, but found that he could not see the ground, only the endless clouds, and the sun floating above the clouds. Mr. Weasley, Harry asked he hesitantly, should it be still under the ground? Yeah. That's right, Mr. Weasley said as he walked. The windows are all attached with magic. The Magic Maintenance Department determines what weather we will encounter every day. Last time we scraped it for 2 months. The storm, the result is because they want to raise their salary. It's almost there, Harry. They turned a corner, passed through the heavy beech door, and entered a messy, noisy open-plan office that was divided into many cubicles. The paper planes flew in and out of the cubicles, making the interior even more busy. When Harry had just walked to the gate, he saw a skewed sign hanging from the nearest compartment, which read, "ERA command." As he passed along the outer edge of the office area, he found that the errands were plastered on their respective compartment boards. From the avatars of the wanted wizards, to the posters of their favorite Quidditch team, to the photos of their family, and to the clippings of one of the parties. It seems that from the details they can speculate the character and preferences of the compartment owner. After passing through the compartment of a purple robe wizard, Harry saw a witch with a blindfold on her eyes, and she was talking to Kingsley across the baffle of the cubicle. "Good morning, Weasley," Kingsley carefree, seeing them passing. "I have been thinking about telling you. Can you give me a second?" "Oh, if it's really only a second," Mr. Weasley said. "I am very busy right now." They talk like they are not familiar with each other. Harry snorted a little, and then remembered the understanding of the current state of the Order of the Phoenix during this time. He understands that each member needs to hide his identity outside, so he also wants to ask Kingsley for a good mood. They followed Kingsley through the back compartment and into the last compartment. Then, Harry showed the startled look on the cubicle. On the baffle of the compartment, the one that blinks from all directions, is Sirius's face. The bezel is densely packed, overlaid with clippings and old photographs. Even the one that Sirius is the best man at his father's wedding. Harry can understand the true meaning of Ministry of Magic wanted, not to mention the hunt, just because people have put their own past in the same way and put it on the partition, which has already made Harry feel a little scared. In the only piece of land that is not occupied by Sirius's various materials, a detailed world map is attached, and each of them and everyone's little red pushpins shine like gems. "Give it," Kingsley bluntly said to Mr. Weasley, and stuffed a thick piece of parchment into his hand. "As far as someone sees the message's means of flying in the sky, I need to be as far as possible. Learn more about the situation." We got the information, and Black might still be riding his old motorcycle. Upon hearing the news, Harry immediately thought of Leonla's sister. They don't know where to get an old-fashioned bicycle. Is it because they are seen? At this moment, Kingsley squeezed his eyes slightly toward Harry, then lowered his voice and said to Mr. Weasley, "Give him the magazine, he will find it very interesting." Then, he used the normal volume to say, "The time of dragging can't be too long, Weasley, the report of the flashing leg is late, and our investigation was delayed for a month. If you read my report, you will know that it is a flashing arm." Mr. Weasley said coldly, "I am afraid that the intelligence of the motorcycle needs to wait, and we are still busy." Later, he whispered again, "You are going to go back by 7 o'clock today, Molly and Lena, to make meatballs." After the routine conversation, Mr. Weasley waved at Harry and took him out of Kingsley's cubicle. They went out from another door of the elm, and then turned left and right, and came to the end of a dimly lit, especially dilapidated corridor. On the left-hand side, a door is slightly covered with a slit, which seems to be a broom. On the opposite door, there is a lacquered brass house number, "Misuse of Mull Artifacts Office." This is the office of Mr. Weasley, dark and shabby, definitely smaller than the broom. 2 tables were huddled in the office, and a row of file cabinets filled with documents were placed around the wall. There was also a crumbling file on the top of the cabinet. "I have to be careful when I want to move around here to say which room is more chaotic than here. Perhaps the study where Marx is located has this potential, but the space of the study is much larger than the office of Mr. Weasley. From the small wall that can be used on the wall, you can find something that Mr. Weasley has a special liking for. There are several Mulcar advertisements, one of which is the engine that has been dismantled. The illustrations of the 2 mailboxes are seen from a children's book in Mull. There is also a schematic diagram of how to install a household socket. On the table, the documents from the high base cannot help but wonder if there is any meaning in the bottom of the basket. Next to the basket is a Weasley family photo frame, and Harry notices that Percy has gone out of the photo. "There is no window here," Mr. Weasley said apologetically, taking off his short jacket and hanging it on the back of the chair. "We applied, but they seem to think we don't need it. Sit down." "Perkins sees it hasn't come yet." Harry barely squeezed into the chair behind Perkins's desk, and Mr. Weasley quickly looked up the roll of porch that Kingsley had just given him. He smiled and pulled out a magazine from the parchment. "Yes, he is right. Sirius will definitely find this magazine very interesting." "Oh, is the Quibbler?" Harry was surprised. "I remember that Marx liked this magazine very much. He has a subscription for each issue. I heard that he had a whole lot of dormitory in the past." "Is it?" "McLawn doesn't really want to like this kind of thing." "Hey, what's wrong?" The voice did not fall, and a note flew into the opened door, slowly falling to the top of the file pile in the file basket. Mr. Weasley opened the note and read aloud, "It is reported that a 3rd public toilet sewage recharge occurred in Bisna Greenland. Please go to the investigation quickly." This is really, the toilet sewage is back? The anti-Mull pranks did. Mr. Weasley frowned. "It happened twice last week, once in Elephant Fort and once in Wimbledon." Mull flushing the toilet. Not only did the dirty things not disappear, but... oh. Imagine it yourself. "That's really," Harry said as he bent down and licked his trousers, seemingly confirming what it was. Just then, an old wizard with a grey hair and a hunchback walked into the office, gasping slightly, and Harry sat up straight. "Harry, this is platinum." "Ah, Arthur." He looked at Harry and then raised a parchment in his hand. "Emergency message." "I already know about the recovery of toilet sewage," said Mr. Weasley. No, it's not a toilet, it's a matter of trial." They changed the time and place. At 8 o'clock, the old 10th courtroom below. Mr. Weasley heard it and immediately took the parchment and looked at it. "Oh, time and place have changed. They can't wait." Mr. Weasley looked at the watch again. "Fortunately, go out early today, isn't it?" "However, there is no time to rest." "Harry, we have to go." Perkins put his body on the filing cabinet and let out the road. The two quickly walked out of the office door. Sure enough, Marx guessed. "Don't say it, It shouldn't be mentioned here." Mr. Weasley immediately interrupted Harry's words. "There is nothing in the office. Anyway, no one will be interested in our company. But don't mention it outside." "Oh yes, sorry." Harry also realized that it was not right, and quickly nodded. Mr. Weasley stopped at the elevator and quickly tapped the down button. The elevators appeared and they appeared in the elevator. "I have to pick you up again, Harry." Mr. Weasley leaned into his ear. "That's not a must-have. Peace of mind is, remember." The elevator sank a few layers, and Harry hesitated, trying to say something, but saw a fat witch who came in with a smoked goblet, and Harry had to close his mouth again. Main hall. After a while, the indifferent female voice was reported again, and the Golden Gate door slipped open. Harry just saw the golden statues far away, and then the fat witch went out, and another frowning, thin-faced wizard came in. "Good morning, Arthur," he said in a melancholy voice as the elevator began to fall. "Recently. Don't see you down very much." "Good morning, Bode." Mr. Weasley snorted. "It's very busy recently." As soon as Harry heard the name, he suddenly felt a shock. Just then, as the elevator stopped, the indifferent female voice rang again. Department of Mysteries. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 297. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 297. Department of Mysteries. The female voice of the newspaper was still indifferent, and I don't know why. She did not introduce more specific departments of this layer, as if there is no need for any introduction at all. Mr. Weasley and Harry were not in a hurry. They let the wizard named Bode at the door of the elevator go out first, and then they looked at each other. Harry silently nodded to Mr. Weasley, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. I am afraid that even Marx could not have imagined that this mission would have such a good opportunity. The corridor outside the elevator is completely different from the corridors above. The black brick walls on either side are empty, there are no doors and no windows, nothing. Harry crossed the shoulder of Mr. Bode a little and glanced at the front corridor, only to find that there was only a simple black door at the end. Mr. Weasley and Harry followed behind each other, making it natural to walk forward, and Harry felt that his breathing had become slightly rushed. Since luck gave him such a good opportunity, he certainly wouldn't want to miss it. Harry started to get nervous. In the list that Marx wants him to recite, there is the name of Mr. Bode. Not wrong. Broderick Bode, one of the staff of the Department of Mysteries. Mr. Weasley has confirmed his identity and he is ready to take action. But is the other party loyal to the Ministry of Magic's wizard? Or is it already Voldemort's person? Is there any warning for the surrounding situation? Be sure to be alert. Harry thought hard, thinking as he walked, and halfway through the corridor without knowing it. No, I want to do it as soon as possible, otherwise I will miss this opportunity. Harry stared at the thin back of his opponent, and walked 2 steps down his feet. At the same time, he reached into his sleeve and saw something on his back. But at this moment, Bode suddenly turned back. Harry was scared and even his heart stopped. He was in the sleeves and his face became stiff. "Arthur," Bode walked forward, staring at Harry. "Is this Harry Potter? I think you know." Mr. Weasley just felt a little scared. But compared to Harry, there are some happy people in normal, but at this moment it seems more calm and steady. Bode still stared at Harry with a sneak peek at the eyes. "Yes, of course." Harry kept forcing himself to calm down in his heart, and his hand was still in his sleeve, but if he pulled it out, it would be very abrupt. So, although this action was not natural, Harry still kept his sleeves moving forward. Bode didn't stop for a while. He stared at Harry for a moment, and then turned his head to the front. "Who?" Harry silently sighed in relief, but the next moment, when he found out that they had come to the end of the corridor, his heart was again anxious. There are 3 more steps. 2 steps. 1 step. Bode stood in front of the black door at the end of the corridor, but it seemed that there was no plan to open the door. He turned again and waited for Harry and Mr. Weasley to pass. At the end of the corridor there is a gap on the left-hand side, where there is a step leading to a deeper level. The other party is watching. Is this a chance? Know this early. Don't hesitate at first. Harry silently endured the remorse in his heart, followed Mr. Weasley to the left and continued down. So good opportunity. Harry couldn't help but look back over the steps, and immediately his eyes lit up. Bode opened the door. He is going in. Although he can only see the other half of the body because of the steps, he is not throwing anything that needs to be thrown very accurately, isn't it? Perhaps the action of throwing things out has already rehearsed countless relationships in the brain, or because I really don't want to miss this day-to-day opportunity. Harry almost conditioned and usually pulled out his hand in his sleeve and threw a small thing over the steps to throw it out. A very small black shadow crossed an arc in the air, and the head was extremely poorly placed on the floor a foot away from Bode. No sound was made. Bode did not respond, but he had already entered the door at this moment, and he would close the door when he saw it. At this moment, the unremarkable black spot on the ground moved, and in the last moment when the black door was about to close, it got into the door. Boom! The black door is closed. Is the task completed? Should it be completed? Not bad. Mr. Weasley patted Harry's shoulder gently, and then urged, "Don't be dazed, then the reason for your coming. Don't let go. But don't be too nervous. Moderate. Harry was busy with nodded, and then glanced at the closed black door, then followed Mr. Weasley and continued to the lower level. They went down the stairs and walked down a corridor, exactly the same way that Hogwarts had to go to the Snape underground classroom, the rough stone wall, the bracket with a torch, and the gloomy sink. The atmosphere. Harry found that the doors they passed were heavy wooden doors with solid iron bolts and small keyholes. The 10th courtroom. I think we are almost there, right? In front of a black door with a large iron lock. Gloomy Sen. Mr. Weasley stopped and looked to the Harry who followed. Go. He shook his head toward the door. Go in. Are you not to get there? Harry snorted. Oh, no, I'm afraid I can't. Mr. Weasley helpless shrugged. Sorry. Remember to answer questions calmly. Good luck. Harry felt that his heart was particularly hard today, which was the first time he jumped into the eyes of the blind man. He swallowed hard and shook his face, reaching out and twisting the heavy, cold iron handle on the door, stepping stiffly into the courtroom. The walls of the courtroom are all made of black and black stones. Unlike the black bricks on the upper level, the stones here look large and rough, and they are not reflective at all. Those weird black stones seem to devour the light, which makes the light of the torch become darker and gloomy. Harry walked a few steps and found himself on a stone platform. On his sides, there are rows of stepped seats that rise in layers, and in front of him, the highest row of seats, there are many hidden silhouettes. They have been whispering since the beginning, and when the heavy door closed behind Harry, an ominous atmosphere shrouded. Just as Harry was blaspheming, a cold man's voice echoed in the courtroom. Are you notified of changes to the review time and review location? Yes. Harry didn't find out who was talking for a while. He looked around and replied subconsciously. It was a dull silence, and Harry understood that the reason for the emergency change was to give him a horse. This is Marx's guess, but it is obviously reasonable. Sit down, the cold male voice suddenly said. Harry lowered his gaze and looked at the chair in the center of the stone platform. The arm of the chair was a chain of left and right links. He tried to force himself to calm down, but the surrounding atmosphere and the inexplicable pressure on the stone platform made him breathless, which made him unable to keep calm. Harry walked over the stone floor and made a loud, mixed echo. He carefully sat on the edge of the chair. The chain ding-ding-dang-dang on the armrest shook, and the unknown atmosphere was extremely dangerous, as if it contained a special magic. Those chains seemed to be just shaking, and after all, they are not tied. Even so, Harry still felt dizzy and disgusting. He looked up at the people sitting on the bench of the upper panel and felt his vision narrowed. Has Marx ever sat on it? Harry suddenly thought, with his strength and the crime at the time, these terrifying chains must bind him with the slightest hesitation. It's hard to imagine. He looked up and there were probably 50 people. Those people wore purple-hued robes and a silver W embroidered on the left front chest. They all looked down at him with low eyebrows. Some of them were stern, and some did not hide their curiosity. Even Harry could see that those people must have been divided into several factions. In the middle of the front row of benches, there was a man Harry didn't know. The man kept a long hair combed back, a goatee, and looked very serious. On his left side was a square chin, wide-skinned witch, grey hair short, wearing a pair of reflective glasses. The expression on his face was stunned. And he was sitting on the right side of another witch, because she was sitting a little too far behind, and her entire face was covered in shadows, making Harry not really cut. "Okay," said the middle-aged male wizard in the middle. "The accused is here, let's get started." As he spoke, he shouted at the wizard on the farthest side of the seat, "Are you ready?" "Yes, sir." A familiar voice from Harry said anxiously. "That is Ron's big brother Percy Weasley." He was sitting on the far side of the front seat, and Harry looked at Percy, thinking that he would at least show his face, but there was no expression on his face. Percy's pupil hidden behind the horny spectacles is focused on the parchment of the desktop, and a quill is pinched in the hand and ready to write. Harry remembered the conversation that had just arrived at Black's old house. Percy, as if he really betrayed everyone. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 298. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 298. Marks, Arthur has news over there, and Harry has successfully completed the mission. Sirius happily conveyed the good news to Marks's ear as Harry was sitting on the interrogation chair in the 10th courtroom. "Harry really is fine," Marks said with a smile. "He has always been a young lion of Gryffindor, and courage is still not lacking." "That is, of course, James." "Don't mention him, father." Marks waved to Sirius. "Harry is Harry, not who's heir. In the face of evil, he just needs to be himself." After all, Marks stood up from the back of the desk and stretched out a lot. "Okay, then I should act again." He lowered his arms and looked at him. "Sirius, you first let the members of the Order of the Phoenix be prepared. During this time, I will definitely strengthen your vigilance." Marks thought about it and reminded him, "If you are in trouble, don't take Lenny and Lena sisters as cumbersome. They can't be worse than anyone." "Oh?" Sirius glanced at Marks in surprise, but didn't ask much. Pointing nodded to Sirius. Marks turned and walked to the small bedroom next to it. At the same time, Ministry of Magic, Department of Mysteries. Behind the black door where Bode walked in was a wide, round room. Everything here, including the floor and ceiling, is a uniform black, with 12 identical black doors neatly inlaid on curved black walls. Some candles with a faint blue glow swayed on the wall, and the icy and shimmering flames reflected on the polished marble floor, making the ground resemble a pool of ink. Just in the seam between the ceiling of the room and the curved black wall, a black dot that is almost integrated with the surrounding is completely motionless, only occasionally flashing a faint blue light, only to prove that there is something there. Suddenly, the blue light that flashed for a long time suddenly turned on. Although the light is still not very eye-catching, if you look carefully, you will find that the light is actually lit up behind the black spots. Just then, the black point moved. Silencio's movement, fine and rapid pace, 8 swinging slinks, and 8 pairs of grey-green eyes. That is a reduced acromantula. As it climbed silently to the ground, as the blue light flashed, several tiny refined runes flashed underneath its belly, and the space suddenly twisted. The next moment, a silhouette in a beautiful wizard robe suddenly appeared on top of it, then forked his legs and stood on the black floor in a very unsightly manner, holding a color that was particularly eye-catching orange. "Small 7, I told you when I practiced, stand anywhere, don't stand on the ground." The silhouette immediately slammed down and let the little acromantula climb into his hand. "I am not afraid that I will step on you." "What?" After all, he directly put the little spider into his sleeve, and put the cloth in his hand back into his pocket. Then he straightened up and looked around the room. The guys still managed to get Harry out of the dungeon's courtroom, but Harry really deserves to be encouraged. This task is simple, but it's not easy. This is of course Marks. He painted the rune for marking on the belly of Xioki, which is enough to use port to infiltrate those places where there is no space for confinement. He looked at the 12 black doors around. There were no door handles on it, and there was no nameplate for each room, as if anything that could distinguish them did not exist. Marx thought about it and went straight to a door, then closed his eyes slightly. Then, he gently stroked the door leaf and concentrated on the slight magic power fluctuation behind the door. After a short while, he turned and walked slowly along the curved wall. His fingertips slid across the path of the threshold and the wall, and after just a full lap, his footsteps suddenly stopped. The net is some inexplicable power. Marx opened his eyes and pushed the first door he touched, especially inside. What is this? Sure enough, the door couldn't be pushed at all. It seemed to be locked by some kind of powerful magic. Marx pondered it and eventually shook his head. Let's talk about it later. Go and take the things you took. Take a bottle of cyanian potion from the waist. After drinking it on his head, he went straight to a black door on the other side. The door was not locked and Marx pushed it away easily. When the rays of light, such as diamonds, flooded his field of vision, a fascinating magic power wave wraps his entire body. The 12 black doors have the effect of blocking the breath, but the effect is not perfect. Marx just felt the familiar fluctuation behind the door. In the regular rune chart attached to the Book of Sin, the rune that represents time is the feeling, although he still can't understand the mystery so far. In this room, the countless watch dials are shining with a faint but deep radiance. Various types of clocks of different sizes are scattered, with large floor clocks, wall-mounted household wall clocks, and even several rows of hourglass timers that are neatly placed in glass door cabinets. A golden chain that looks like a necklace. Some of them hang in the middle of some staggered brackets, and some stand on a long dining table. And of course they are placed directly on the floor because of the large size. It is these large numbers of watches that are inconsistent in these models and styles, so that the rushing and seemingly unstoppable screams continue to reverberate, neat and uniform, yet distinct, like the footsteps of an honor guard who is marching. The original rays of light, like diamonds, came from the crystal dial of the towering bell-shaped crystal cover at the deepest part of the room. Standing in this strange room, Marx sincerely lamented the mystery of magic, which is incredible. Materials promote the appearance, the spirit of deductive rules. He remembered the answer to the original answer to the bronze kitty. At that time, he was only dealing with it, but now he wants to come, and the meaning is extremely profound. In addition to the bell-shaped crystal cover, the other clocks are ordinary magic clocks, and the magic principle is just the interval of every second. According to the knowledge of the rising sun, Big Dipper turns and stars move, and the mole world. The clocks are almost the same. It is these ordinary clocks that, when they are gathered together, can make him feel the spiritual interpretation of the rules. But Marx doesn't expect him to get anything from it, because it's better to feel the subtle rules from here, but to figure out the rules of the rune chart to be clearer. Slightly sighed, Marx raised his leg decisively and walked toward the bell-shaped crystal hood. This is the time room of the Department of Mysteries, and the room connected to the time room is bound to be the prophecy hall. Walking along the narrow gap between the long dining tables, Marx looked at the crystal cover casually, and there seemed to be a tumbling light chain that continually circulated. In the middle of those light chains, there is a jewel-like egg floating. It quietly rises with the flow of the light chain, and then splits silently. A hummingbird flies up in the egg and rises straight to the top of the glass cover. But as the light chain turns, the bird turns into a feather, withered, aging, and falling, until the bottom, once again turned into a jewel-like bird. Hummingbird. Marx stunned his head, a bit stunned. His animagus form is a hummingbird, but it has to be said that time has something to do with the hummingbird. To be honest, he has never had such associations. Inexplicably scratching his scalp, he silently recorded the information he had received in the accident, and he planned to go back and write it down for future consideration. Marx then circumvented the glass cover, which contained a trace of regularity, and looked toward the one after another door behind it. Nudged the threshold, it opened, and there was no sound. Behind the door is a church-like room full of neat rows of black wooden frames, all covered with dusty, turbid glass balls, and nothing else. There is only a set of candlesticks, the edge of the wooden frame is set at a certain distance, and the faint candlelight spreads out, but it does not make it appear brighter. Like the original roundhouse with 12 doors, the flames of these candles are all blue. The small glass balls that faintly circulate inside the turbid clouds, the small faint grey light. This room is obviously colder than the outside time room. Prophecy Ball. Marx just knows that Voldemort will definitely care about prophecy, because the goods fail repeatedly, and will definitely have psychological support for those metaphysical and mysterious things. It's like, when someone predicts that you will be killed by someone, will you really be indifferent? Especially in this magic world that predicts that bloodline really flows. At least Marx would be very concerned, even if he did not understand the prophecy of this kind of thing. But it did not prevent him from paying attention to things that are beneficial or harmful to him. Speaking of it, he has actually experienced a prophecy of straightforward. After took a deep breath, Marx pulled out the wand and stretched straight ahead. He did know that Voldemort would want to know the prophecy made by Professor Trelawney more than a decade ago, but where the prophecy was, Marx couldn't tell. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 299. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 299. The Ministry of Magic's predecessor was the Wizard Council. Although the name changed because of the social situation, the substantive role has not changed. This is a central institution responsible for managing the magic population of a country. Because of the change of the times, the departments of the Wizard Council had not existed in the past, and most of them have evolved into the 8 departments under the Ministry of Magic. However, no matter how many changes, removals, and additions have been made to other departments, the only thing that hasn't been moved is the Department of Mysteries and the Dungeon. In the Department of Mysteries, the various unpredictable forces that have been discovered since ancient times have been concentrated, and the wizards have collected them in every possible way and are constantly trying to explore and experiment here. The staff working in this confidential department is called a silent person. The prophecy hall where Marx is now is a secret room that was preserved since the era of the Wizard Council. The countless prophecies placed on the rows and columns of the shelves look like an alchemy. In fact, according to the early data retained by Ministry of Magic, their origins have not been verified in the era of the wizards. We all know that there have been prophets or prophets in the magic circle since ancient times, and they will make various prophecies indefinitely and without distinction. And every time a prophecy is born in the world, a blank prophecy ball in this hall will be filled with fog, until the end of the prediction period ends. The prophecy ball loaded with prophecy will be automatically cleared. It is only through the long-term statistics of the silent people that the prophecy balls here have never been fully filled, and even the total amount of predictions every 10 years will not be too large. These wizards can't help but generate a guess. On this world, the number of prophecies that appear in the same time period is at least upper. In the Office of Mysteries, only one after another, Marx sat behind a silent person's desk and flipped through various information files. In the corner behind him, the 2 silent people were lying stiffly on the cold floor, motionless. He had already walked a large circle in the prophecy hall, predicting that there were too many balls, and obviously had a counter-search spell. He could not find the one he wanted. With people who are not involved in prophetic content, have no right to get the prophecy. Marx flipped a stack of research data onto a page, and even pointed at the line frowned. That is, even if it is, can you take it if you find it? Is there any way to take it away? It is still an unknown number. Before that, it is right to find it first. Skip the documents in front of him. He hurriedly rummaged through the data again, then left it aside and picked up another document to view it. After a long time, Marx just stood up again and took a page to go outside the office. Before leaving, He finally glanced at the two silent people. They were bound by the magic contract and could not disclose information for him. This made him have to do it himself and find the answer himself in the messy information. It can be said that the Ministry of Magic is still very capable in some respects. At least this contract marks, which is tied to the soul, has no way to do it. Taking a page of information, he returned to the prophecy hall and walked straight in one direction. But he did not take a few steps, and then stopped the pace of progress. Lucius Marx stood next to a shelf and saw a familiar silhouette through the gap between the prophecy balls on the shelf. It was Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy. He thought about it, and there was no slight tension between the eyebrows. After considering it, he walked around the shelf and walked over there. Lucius Marx shouted quietly, but the other side was shocked. Lucius, who was standing between the two shelves, slowly turned back. It can be seen that after hearing the sound of Marx, the whole person was a little stiff. "Hello, Mr. McClawne." Lucius just said hello. There is no such thing. He seems to hesitate, not even staring at Marx. Just then, behind the shelf behind Lucius, a stagnation and indifference sounded. "The goal has already appeared." The voice did not fall, and a piece of black smoke floated out from behind the shelf. A tall, sturdy silhouette of the black and white came out step by step. "Wipe out." It seems to be talking to himself, but it is like a cold and cruel command. When the black shadow reads the vocabulary without any ups and downs, it turns into a black meteor and rushes to Marx. "Come." At the same time, behind the several shelves behind it, each and every one vacated the same black shadow, followed by the Axio at the back of Marx. Marx glanced in the other direction, and the prophecy ball he was looking for was there, but it was not a good time to look at it. After taking out a magic book and throwing it back, Marx stepped back on the magic book and then turned and fled. He couldn't let the stupid Black Deaths ruin the hall, although I don't know why. Voldemort would rather give up the prophecy and set the ambush, but even if Voldemort didn't want to see it, he would like to see it. Or, he has a reason to have to watch. Marx stepped on the magic book and quickly retreated, and the large group of Black Deaths followed, and the two sides left the prophecy hall in a blink of an eye. Lucius is still standing, and all the worries and fears in his heart are almost coming out of the throat. Damn. What should I do with Malfoy family? At the beginning, Lucius tried to wrestle on both sides, peace of mind as a wall grass, and then wait for the price. But who knows, as time goes by, both sides gradually reveal the power far beyond this era. When both sides of the wall begin to hurricane, even the wall will be completely destroyed. Where should he go from the grass rooted in the wall? Just like today, Voldemort gave orders to let him use his family power to try to bring a group of Black Deaths in. Can he refuse? Lucius threw a refined cane with a family crest in his hand, and he slowly slipped onto the icy black floor against the shelf. His eyes filled with confused colors. On the other side, Marx took a large group of Black Deaths and quickly passed through the time hall. When he returned to the round room at the beginning, the wall and the 12 thresholds began to turn quickly and stopped rotating in the blink of an eye. This is a magic set to trap the intruder, so people don't know where the exit is, but this is not an obstacle for Marx. He quickly came to a certain of the 12 doors. After the Dark Deaths opened the door of the time hall, he decisively pushed the door and left only a back view for the Black Death. It was only after he entered that the door was not closed. The half-open threshold was like an invitation to the Black Deaths. The monotonous Black Deaths went straight to the threshold and followed Marx's silhouette into the room. This is a dimly gloomy room, roughly square. All around is a level 1 down step like an auditorium. Each of these stone steps is quite steep and looks like the courtroom of the dungeon courtroom. At the bottom of these stone steps, there is no black chair with chains, but a slightly raised stone platform. In the center of the stone platform, an old arch is standing steadily. On the arch, a black and smashing black wind is automatic, just as someone gently sways it behind it. Marx circumvented the arch and looked at the black sly of the curtain, and he didn't even dare to get close to it. Among the 12 black thresholds, except for the locked door, the power hidden in this hall is the most obscure. But if it is close, Marx feels an inexplicable familiarity. It is as if he has been exposed to such magic power fluctuations. Incidentally, the information contained in this fluctuation does not feel similar on the regular rune table. However, there was no time for him to think about it, because the Black Deaths had followed in a lot and attacked him without hesitation. What exactly is Voldemort thinking about? Why did he set an ambush against me? Who revealed his plan to him? There are many problems, but this does not prevent Marx from making the dodge and counterattack flexibly. As his wand dice shines, a ribbon like cold air turns away, and the actions of the Black Death begin to lag. At this moment, Marx's wand swiftly explored, and a huge force went straight to a Black Death, and slammed it directly into the ancient arch in the middle of the hall. I saw that the black dead man was covered in black gas, and fell to the black curtain, but did not wear it from the middle, but disappeared in the sight of Marx. This secret arch is a threshold for another mysterious land. Marx can't help but feel that if he accidentally falls into it, I am afraid I will never come back. Although he can't tell why, this feeling is always in his heart. Peng. Marx escaped the Black Deaths from behind, letting it lie on the stone steps and splashing a lot of stone fragments. At the same time, his wand suddenly burst into a burst of ice blue light. A rune quietly fainted at the tip, then spewed out a glare of light. When Marx handed the wand horizontally, the ice column of the ice blue swept like a sword, and several Black Deaths were directly frozen into white, and then fell into several pieces. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 300. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 300. The strength of the Black Death is related to the creature's original magic power, so the intensity of each Black Death is not the same. To say that these Black Deaths that Marx is dealing with, the strongest is the big man who started out. If Marx didn't make a mistake, the guy whose speed and strength are bigger than the other Black Deaths should be the werewolf that Finny wants to see side. Finley Greyback. As a kind of magical creature, werewolf, their magic power is very different from the wizard. Undoubtedly, they are also like other magical creatures, with the body containing a unique magic power. That is the source of their strength and the source of energy needed to transform themselves. And Finley Greyback, as one of today's most notorious werewolf, has a much larger amount of magic power than other companions. Even so, when the Master of Rule was mastered by Marx, the power of the wizard was quickly revealed. Wipe out. After an indifferent squat, the other party broke out at an alarming speed in an instant, and the blackness of the whole body pulled a long tail in the air and rushed straight toward the front of Marx. Marx waved wand, and the extremely cold air melted again. He himself flashed a flash of light along the magic book, and passed the impact of the other party with a very quick reaction. The next moment, another blue light flashed on his wand, and the light column spewed out and quickly plucked the others back. Fenrir's feelings were sharp, and this innate sense of instancement made him rise 2 feet in a sudden, dangerously avoiding Marx's easy counterattack. However, he did not completely escape. The white frost spread over his calf, and the cooling effect continued to spread, and even the blackness of his body seemed to fade. However, Finl seems to be unaware. He relies on the flight ability of the Black Death to keep moving at high speed to avoid the pursuit of the light column. After a few seconds, the beam of light dissipated, and Finral immediately fell back. The rest of the Black Deaths still acted as an attack on Marx, although their offense can be said to have no rules, but the fearless crazy gesture made up for the shortcomings. Finral apparently got an invisible cover. He stayed in midair, and his head covered in black gas was slightly lower, seemingly looking at the injury on his calf. No, that is more than just a calf. The pale and bleak frosts are constantly eroding, spreading to his laps, and seeing them continue to climb. Give up. Finl also pointed to a knife and fell. Under the power of extraordinary power, one leg was cut off by him, and there was no blood in the wound, and only the tumultuous black air was entangled. The leg fell from the air, and the part that had been swallowed by White fell under the impact of the fall, and Kaka fell into a slag. Then, seemingly unaware, Fenrir suddenly looked up and stared at Marks in front. Wipe out. The voice did not fall, he broke out a little faster than just a little, almost turned into a black line crossed in the air. Well, Marks frowned slightly, and let it go sideways again. The wand in his hand accurately painted a half circle, and his impact was hard to move a few feet to the side. At this moment, an inexplicable force suddenly appeared from the side of Marks. It was originally a normal Black Death, and an amazing magic power wave broke out in an instant. Voldemort. This timing is really accurate, and it is the moment that Marks took advantage of it. But seeing a black flame extremely sharply rising, turned into a black fireball to strike the Marks back with 1,000 feet. Which is extremely terrifying power. Marks is in a state of depression, but even if the reaction speed is fast, the body can't keep up. He only had time to wander back, and the brilliance of the ice blue flowed behind him, changing a crystal clear shield. Under the impact of the mighty black fireball, the shield cracked almost instantly, and then Marks was slammed into the ground under a huge impact. Voldemort. This is not even a face. Only the single thought had flashed in the brain, and the next moment, he was smashed into the stone steps of the ground without any fuss, causing countless stone chips and dust. HMPH, ha ha ha. McClawn. In midair, Voldemort, who had pretended to be an ordinary black slain, waved his black hair, revealing his original appearance. Taste the taste of death. He apparently did not intend to let go of this opportunity to pursue victory. When he just exported, he rushed to the stone pit that Marks took out, and a strong black flame was ignited in his hand. Bang! Voldemort slammed the black flame and slammed it in a particularly violent manner in the middle of the crater. The black flame instantly turned into a flame meteor and landed in the center of the crater. Then there was a violent explosion, and the black flame exploded from the crater. The horror of the hit, the formidable power, caused the whole hall to vibrate a little, and even the ceiling was slamming down a piece of dust. First you, then Dumbledore. Yes, and that Lockhart, waiting for me to solve you one by one. Britain Magic Circle. And who is my opponent? Although the words were mad, Voldemort's eyes were still watching the dusty crater, and a black flame was again condensed in the palm. For this kid in front of him, he can't be careless. Quiet. Very quiet. It seems that Marks is really dead, and there is no movement. Not long after, the smoke in the crater gradually settled, and Voldemort's expression suddenly became stiff. In the deep pit where the stone is everywhere, there is not even a silhouette. How can it be? He narrowed his eyes gazing inside and outside the crater, and scanning every inch of space in the hall, but still nothing. Come out. Voldemort suddenly waved out the black flame in his hand, swept through the whole hall like a hurricane, and the sound of whistling sounded for a while. But when the black flames rolled over the arch in the center of the hall, they were suddenly less than half of the time. Voldemort looked at the seemingly unpredictable arch with a strange look, and the black cockroaches fluttered gently, without any damage. Just then, an ice blue light column fired from Voldemort's right rear, and the coldness of the ice made a layer of frosty white. Voldemort's face suddenly tightened, and he grew up with a layer of lingering black hair. But before he could fly high, he was hit by the light beam that picked up the trend. The blackness of his body immediately dissipated a lot, and the whole person was hit by the impact on the wall. It was during this time that the wall that he had hit suddenly turned into a giant hand, holding Voldemort's body for a half flap, and then slammed him out to the arch. The black rock petrified giant hand power is very powerful. Just so a glimpse, let Voldemort fly to the black on the arch at a very fast speed. There are 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot. In the blink of an eye, Voldemort almost touched the strange black smash. Bang! Perhaps just a few inches away, Voldemort reacted in a timely manner to a black hair, dissipating in the moment of touching the object of taboo. At the other end of the hall, Marks stood back in the ruins of a stone and dust, holding the stone steps that had been damaged in one hand, and the other hand was still holding the wand steadily, without a trace of trembling. He shook his head with a little pity, and then one relighted, and the tip pointed to the last black hunter, Fenrir Greyback, who was abandoned by Voldemort. At the same time, Finril, who had not done any action, slightly sideways, and then seemed to have received orders, and turned into a black flame to fly to the door of the hall. Marks waved, and the ice blue light beam fired again, hitting his back before he rushed out of the hall. This time the light column lasted for a short time, almost just blinking, and immediately dissipated. Marks's magic power is insufficiency, and now it's very close to the limit. He needs to leave 1 point power in case of an accident. Although Finril wanted to avoid it, but this time he did not escape. The black gas on his body disappeared and the whole person was frozen. Cough cough. Marks coughed twice, then took a deep breath and endured the discomfort of the body. This took a bottle of potion from the waist and pulled it out. With a slight sigh of relief, he finally glanced at the arch, then dragged the slow steps, and the brief remark went to the door of the hall. Ding dong, in the old black house, as the doorbell ding ding dang dang rang, Sirius's mother made another shrill scream. Who is this ringing? Sirius's anger was ignited again. How many times have I told them? How many times? Sirius suddenly, who was collating with Lupin in the reception room, stood up and rushed to the foyer. Who is this time? Ron curiously said. Isn't there anyone coming here every day? Everyone has their own things. We just have to do it ourselves, don't worry about that many. Hermione glared at Ron. Hurry up and take the notes that I lent you. If you want to improve, you can't be lazy. Of course, of course. Ron hurriedly nodded, then squatted on the table and looked at a thick note. McClawn. Sirius's annoyed voice faintly passed from the hall. I haven't seen you ringing the doorbell before. Can you find it?